Welcome back to this 10th anniversary edition of Notre Dame Day, a celebration of all things Notre Dame. I'm Steve Garagiola. We are in the last 5 hours of our live broadcast from campus, and joining me again from the Duncan Student Center is Kelly Tuthill. Kelly.
So nice to be with you again.
It has been fun, hasn't it?
It's been great. I'm so happy to be back here at the University of Notre Dame. I finished my undergrad here in 1992. It sounds like a really long time ago, but it was such a life-changing experience that I now serve on the Advisory Council for the College of Arts and Letters. I just truly believe that the University of Notre Dame is a force for good. And we've learned that repeatedly over the past 2 days with these incredible stories.
So many amazing stories, amazing people here, yeah.
Absolutely. We're both so proud to be a part of it. And now we have an update on how our Irishman triathlete Joey Quijones is doing.
Oh, Joey is amazing. That's Joey in the pool this morning where he finished his 2.4-mile swim. Then he hit the bike for 112 miles. Oh, he's completed that, and now he's just going to run a marathon. He is about 6 miles into his run of 26.2 miles. What a day.
Unbelievable. I'm exhausted just looking at it. Joey, we are cheering for you, and we know you can do it. You're amazing.
Oh, we will keep checking on him throughout this evening. Well, Kelly, I graduated about a century before you. You talk about feeling old. 1977, but I'm young at heart, and that's all that counts. I look forward to Notre Dame Day every single year because we are sharing stories of truly amazing people, the people that make Notre Dame this amazing place. We are bringing them to you tonight through live interviews with students, professors, student athletes, alumni, university leadership, Notre Dame celebrities, and performances by Notre Dame student music groups.
We would love for you to join us by making a gift. Just go to the Notre Dame Day website. That's notredameday.nd.edu. Then click the green Make a Gift button. Type in any cause at Notre Dame that you'd like to give to, and that'll complete the giving process. It's just 3 easy steps, and there are 900 student causes who will use your gift to continue doing good on this campus and around the world.
We have more great guests that you will hear from tonight, including a performance of the Notre Dame Children's Choir, a cornhole match between the reigning world champion. Who knew there was a world championship? I had no idea. Mark Richards, world champion, and our own Father Pete. An interview about rare disease research, and don't forget the lip sync finals. The Irishman triathlete crossing the finish line, Go Joey, and the unveiling of Clean the Artist's painting and the Lego main building. So you're going to have to stay in with us. Stay tuned until midnight tonight when this all wraps up.
Coming up in this hour, we'll hear about the Notre Dame Day of Service. We'll learn about what's new at the bookstore. And Joe Theismann is going to be talking with another alum, Phil Donahue. But first, let's go to Tim Kenny for an update on the giving.
All right, thanks so much, Kelly. You know, I actually got to run a little bit of that first part of the marathon with Joey, and he's just cruising. It's incredible that he has just been doing that while we've been doing this broadcast here today. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us this evening as we head into the final hours of this 10th anniversary of Notre Dame Day. Just want to take a look here at the leaderboard and really just begin with a message of gratitude. This is incredible to see. We are nearing in on that $3 million mark, nearing in on 27,000 gifts that we have received so far just this year. And, you know, these are already numbers that we have never seen before, and we're already seeing even bigger impact on our students than we've ever been able to do in the past, 9 Notre Dame days that we have done. So I want to say a big thank you on behalf of all of us here at Notre Dame Day, and let's keep going. Let's keep pushing. You know, if you've already made your gift, if you're tuning back in to see an interview that's coming up and you've already done that for us here, take a second. You've got that thank you email from us. There's a link in there. It's your own referral link. Send it out to maybe some other people in your own family, your own network. Those people who you know love Notre Dame and maybe haven't heard about Notre Dame Day yet or haven't maybe taken that step. Pass that on to them as well. Bring us all in together. We are one big Notre Dame family, and let's see if we can make that impact here. Just a reminder, we have hourly challenges coming on along with our challenge fund, our $500,000 challenge fund. Every hour we're going to be spotlighting different areas of all the causes that we have, and whichever cause is getting the most gifts in that hour, they're going to get an additional $500. So shout out to the ND Club of Central New York, the Chemical and Biomolecular Engineering graduate students, and our own financial aid cause that's on here. Each of those received an extra $500 from the efforts that they put out during the last couple hours while we were off the air. The club that is coming up, or the groups that are coming up next, are some of our ND clubs. We go in reverse order, getting bigger as we go. ND Club of San Antonio, I'm sure loves that shout out they're giving them there, but it's our B-level clubs that are coming up here. So whichever of these groups gets the most gifts last hour, they're getting that extra $500 in addition to the donations that you send them, in addition to the Share the Challenge fund that they are receiving. All right, so really a great opportunity if you're in one of these clubs, if you're in one of these areas, to amplify the impact and provide scholarships for students coming from your area. Now let's send it back up to the studio. Kelly?
Thanks so much. I'm here with Dolly Duffy, who's an Associate Vice President for University Relations and leads the Notre Dame Alumni Association. Everyone knows Dolly. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. And we were just saying, the last time I saw you, it's ironic that we're having this discussion.
Yep.
We were doing a service project together.
Yep, we were down in Jacksonville at that awesome bowl game. Great win.
Yeah.
But the big win was that we got to participate and make a difference in the community, which was really special. And that's why you're here, to talk about a new initiative. Saturday, something big's happening. What's going on?
Really, really big. The first ever Notre Dame Day of Global Service. And so we'll have our alumni, parents, and friends all over the world participating in a service project of their choice, all at the same time on the same day.
That's amazing. And this has never been attempted before.
It has not.
This is such a great idea. So tell me, what's the goal of this day?
The goal is to reinforce everything that is a part of our mission about giving back. And it starts, when our students are in high school, they do it when they're in college, and now as alums, we get to carry that through.
That's awesome. Tell me some of the things people are going to be doing on Saturday.
So we'll have projects in 42 states so far. There's still time, and 20 countries, 115 different projects, and it'll be everything from a local project here where we're going to build 125 beds for those young kids that don't have any beds at all. Sleep in Heavenly Peace, it's called. And all the way to Burkina Faso, where we've got an alum from the class of 17 putting a project together.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
You have a little list here. We hate to single people out, but you have a list of some states we need to get
I'm
going.
going to put my glasses on.
So
we still have time, and we actually have turnkey projects that they can do just going to our website. And we have, if you're listening and you're from Arkansas, Maine, Mississippi, New Hampshire, North Dakota, it pains me to say this, my home state of South Dakota, come on, South Dakota, and Vermont and Wyoming.
All right. My daughter's in Vermont. I'll see if she can do something, anything, right?
Great.
Okay,
anything.
We'll get her to do
anything.
something out there. So there's still time to get involved. If you're in those states, would you just do anything, or do you contact someone?
Something as simple as you can help an elderly neighbor get ready coming out of spring by raking their yard. If it's an individual, you can pull a whole group together and do a project. You can reach out to the Alumni Association, and we can actually help you with some turnkey projects.
And as always, you contact your local Notre Dame club. The technology is so easy now. They'll tell you what the project is. I know I've been getting emails from Notre Dame Club of Boston. They've been letting me know what they're doing.
That's great. And in places like Philadelphia, we have 4 different projects going on simultaneously.
And I assume we want everyone to take pictures and let us know what they're doing, right?
Send them in. We want them.
Make sure you post and let us know. And you anticipate, Dolly, this is something we'll do every year? More than that?
Yeah. The outpouring this year has made us realize it'll only get bigger. It's so much fun. People are so excited about doing this.
It's really, and at the same time, its connections are going to be made, right?
Yep.
We're doing good, but also it's giving alums a chance to connect with each other, help each other out, network.
And it's not unlike so many things. The next generation, many of them will have their children with them, and they'll learn about the importance of giving back.
Yeah. I mean,
just like you did.
Yeah, I did,
Yeah.
right? And it's what I try to teach my children, of course. What else is going on? What other things are going on at the Alumni Association? You are so tireless with all you do. I just want to take this opportunity to say thank you. You know, you do such an amazing job. I don't know where you get all the energy from, but you are awesome. What else is happening?
We just came off of our annual leadership conference, so we had over 300 volunteer leaders from all over the world come in, and oddly enough, as good as they are, they came back to learn how to be better leaders. Awesome. And so that was a couple days. We're looking forward to this project and then to Reunion. And it'll be football season before we know it. Next week, I have the great privilege of traveling with Coach. We're going to do 3 cities next week where he's going to go out and do the UND celebration speeches.
He's kind of in demand, huh?
He is really in demand.
Well, a lot of our coaches are, right?
Yes.
They exemplify the values beyond winning, which is, of course, we always want to win. But our coaches are so much beyond that, and that's why people are drawn
Tomorrow
to
night, we'll be in Chicago with Niall Ivey, who will do a phenomenal job at their annual Rockney event.
Now, are you going to Paris?
I don't know. I'm waiting for the invitation. I'll
the
go.
Opening of the season in Paris. Are you kidding me?
I know. What a great way to start.
I want to go. I mean, it's just the heights. It's saying we've never done something like this service day. We've never started a basketball season in Paris for the women's basketball team. But why not, right?
Yep.
Why not us?
We're
right?
Notre Dame, and then we'll be in Dublin, right?
Of course.
Playing a football game. We're everywhere.
It's really exciting. But it's, I think Father John said it many years ago. Let us never say we've dreamed too small, right? We dream big around here. And thanks to people like you. You're awesome.
And thanks for all you do to give back to Notre Dame.
I'm happy to. Least I can do. So transformative in my life and so many others. Thanks, Dolly.
Thank you.
So great to see you. All right, let's now go to Eddie Scheidler, who is standing by at the performance stage.
Thanks, Kelly. I'm here outside, arguably one of the best places on campus, and my personal favorite, the University of Notre Dame football stadium. Here with me is the one and only University of Notre Dame drumline. They're about to perform a medley of traditional University of Notre Dame drumline cadences. And with that being said, drumline, do your thing. Wow, I mean, talk about a performance. Probably won't be hearing out of these ears for the next week or two, but well worth it. And with that, Steve, back to you.
Oh, that is fantastic. Thank you, Eddie. That sound always takes me to a crispy Saturday afternoon in the fall, huh? Marching across campus with the band. They sounded great. All right, our next guest is the Thomas More and Judith Livingston Director of the Keogh Naughton Institute for Irish Studies. He serves as the Madden Henry Professor of History here at Notre Dame. Patrick Griffin. And Patrick, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thanks so much for having me, Steve.
If I have my information correct, you graduated here in 1987.
I did.
And that's correct. And started teaching here in 2008.
That's right.
Was it unusual to be on the other side of the lecture hall?
You know, it wasn't. I never thought I would be coming back here. That was it. So it's not like I didn't want to come back. It's just when you're out in the professional world, you don't imagine it. And so I was ensconced at University of Virginia, happily so, and then Notre Dame came calling. And at that particular point, my family and I made the decision to come here to Notre Dame. We haven't looked back since, but it's been wonderful since I've been here.
Well, and that answers what was going to be my next question.
Yeah.
Certainly it was not a goal then to come back to Notre Dame. You didn't have that as part of your plan at all.
No, I didn't. I think in the profession I'm in history anyway, you can't plot out what your future is going to be. This thing just sort of like worked out really fortuitously for me. And since we've been back here, it's been just a great blessing, for me and for my family.
All right, you were recently elected an honorary member of the what is prestigious Royal Irish Academy. So tell us, what is that organization?
It's what we call a learned society. So it's Ireland's leading learned society. Think about it this way. I mean, your dad was Joe Garagiola. So it's like he's almost like the Hall of Fame for Irish academics is what it is. Now, I'm unusual since I'm not Irish, and I don't study things Irish per se. I'm an American and I study the United States, but they have a few every year that they elect who are just happen to be what they regard as important scholars from around the world that they want to admit to this academy on an honorary basis.
Well, then that surprised me then. You said, I'm not even Irish, and you're in this prestigious society. Did that surprise you then?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So I knew that I had been nominated, but it's nothing you apply for. You're just nominated, and then they solicit all these outside letters from experts to say, is this someone who's really kind of at such a level that they could be admitted here? And then I was shocked to find out that when they said, congratulations, you're in the Royal Irish Academy. It's just nothing you ever aim for to even think about. And then all of a sudden, it's this wonderful gift bestowed on you.
Well, and you mentioned my dad, so I know what an honor it is to be included in the Hall of Fame.
Oh, yes.
He went into baseball's Hall of Fame as a broadcaster. This, as you said, is the Hall of Fame for people that do what you do. What was the feeling when you were admitted, if you were, into this prestigious group?
You're like, God, would they make a mistake? I mean, God knows I don't deserve to be here. No, but it's really gratifying. You spend a career studying certain kinds of things, and it's wonderful to know that somehow people have thought that you've made a difference in what you do.
Yeah. All right, then you were named director of the Keogh Naughton Institute for Irish Studies. That was 2018?
Yeah.
Is that correct?
That's right.
Tell us about that, the institute.
Well, we are, I think, the world's leading center for the study of things Irish around the world. And we focused historically on the study of language, literature, and history. We have a distinguished group of faculty, and we sponsor all sorts of great events on things Irish around the world.
I suspect not necessarily unique outside of Ireland, but certainly it must be a very small group.
We are. It is a smallish group, but there's some really good universities that have kind of other centers or institutes, but we're unique in this regard that we actually have faculty. We have a great group of faculty who study these kinds of things, but most importantly, we have great patrons and benefactors that allow us to do extraordinary things around the world, and I think we make a real difference when it comes to the study of this country.
As director, it certainly falls on you to have a vision.
Yes.
So your vision, your goals for it.
My goals right now are a couple, really twofold. And the one thing that we want to say is the Irish have had a footprint far beyond Ireland. They've had a global footprint. And so my hope is to study kind of the Irish in all of their global manifestations in various places around the world. These are arguably the people that helped make our world today. We should study them in all these various places. The other thing is now we've embarked on a brand new study of kind of Ireland today on a more policy-oriented front, and that is Ireland in the wake of Brexit and all the uncertainty that's there. We're helping start that discussion about what Ireland's future should be. So that's another great undertaking we're involved in now.
All right, last question, and that would be yesterday in his welcoming, Father Jenkins mentioned the phrase being a force for good.
Yes.
He wants Notre Dame to be a force for good. How does Irish scholarship fit into that picture?
Well, I think it's the one thing that we can offer right now is we can offer all kinds of independent ways of thinking about the problems that are affecting Ireland today. And because we have so much support at Notre Dame, it allows us to have a voice in the conversations that are going on that make a change in people's lives on a day-to-day basis.
Well, and that's what it's all about.
Amen.
Thank you so much for joining us here
my
on Notre
pleasure,
Dame
Steve.
Day.
Thank you.
Keep that institute doing such amazing positive things.
Guarantee that'll happen.
Oh, I'm sure it will. Yeah. Thank you, Patrick. All right, let's change gears a little bit and check on the Lego project. Jenna, what's going on down there?
Well, after a full year and many, many months of hard work by Father Bob Simon, the Lego main building is really just a few finishing touches away from being complete. And Father Bob, there's one question that you just keep getting as visitors stop by and check out your work. What happens next?
What happens next is that on May 8th, I'll be returning to campus and I'll be building it once again in McKenna Hall, and that'll be its permanent residence. And delighted with that. I'm so happy, especially because it's where the admissions office is now. And so new students are going to be able to glimpse at this image of the main building. And what I really hope it accomplishes is really looking more deeply at this building, so much a part of this great university's history and its vision and its founder's heart and everything. And, you know, for me, this build I thought I've really looked at this building closely. My first night on campus, I sat on a bench by it and looked at that golden dome. Felt like the luckiest person on the planet. But in building this, I've realized how I haven't looked closely enough at it. So that's what I hope it really brings in its new home there in McKenna Hall.
It gives you some perspective, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does, a great perspective. And seeing children like maybe look at a minifigure and then go to the hall and everything, that's what I really hope happens, you know, with it in its new home.
I know with any detail-oriented work, you could work on this forever and tweak and change things. At what point do you just let it be and let this be the final touches?
That's one of the things I've had to learn, you know, with it, and, you know, some of my own expectations and realizing that, you know, simplify a little bit, you know. I can't. The grade so quickly, the plans drawn up for this remarkable building, so quickly built, but it is just such a splendid structure, such a beautifully designed structure. I'm more in awe of it than ever before.
Well, we have some more questions for you, but we'll take a break and head back to Kelly in the studio, and we'll talk to you soon, Father Bob.
Great.
Kelly.
Thanks, Jenna. Our next guest, Tony Rajunas, graduated from Notre Dame in 1988. He has leveraged his Notre Dame education into being a true force for good. Welcome to the show, Tony.
Thanks.
So I came here in the fall of '88. Your timing was a little off. You should have stayed for a master's. Something really great happened that fall. We won the national championship right after you left. What the heck? Talk to me about your time at Notre Dame. What did you study and what were you involved in?
Well, hey, first, thanks for having me here. I'm super excited about raising money for Notre Dame Financial Aid. I couldn't have gone here without financial aid help from the Jack Melcher Scholarship Fund. So I want to thank Jack for that. It's really special for me. When I was here, I was a finance major, and I ran track with Nick Sparks, another finance alumni who pivoted to a new career too.
Yes,
so
a highly
I had a great
successful
time.
one.
I had a great time when I was here.
Excellent. I'm so glad to hear that. After Notre Dame, talk to me about the first part of your career.
Pretty straightforward. Notre Dame finance degree, 30 years in the finance world. I will say my spreadsheets were nearly as nice as my paintings.
This is very good to hear. And now, what are you doing, and how have your dual interests in business and art affected your success in life?
Art is Notre Dame business degree. The business world teaches you to have a great product, take care of the customers, and the sales take care of themselves. I've been lucky to do gallery shows in major cities, Seattle, Raleigh, Denver, Atlanta, and I've been lucky to have great customers who are enthusiastic fans who support my art. But it's really about business model.
That's awesome to hear. Your new company, Method Arts, is located in Atlanta. Is that where most of your art is existing? And talk to me about the mission of this work.
The mission of Method Arts is to fill the gap between funding for art education in the public space. It's usually the first thing that gets cut. And so we are trying to create custom pieces like this that we sell, and we donate 100% of the proceeds to charity to really fill the gap. I work with Callenwald, which is a fine arts center in Atlanta, and we're doing an outreach program for Title I school kids. We're doing it for underprivileged seniors and veterans. So in general, we're really trying to raise money to fill a gap that the schools aren't taking care of.
That's a really cool model. I looked at the website and I was very impressed with what you're doing. We understand you've created a special piece for Notre Dame Day entitled Under a Blue-Gray Sky. Tell us about it.
So this is one of my favorite jobs. I'm a Notre Dame alumni. I like to take iconic images and brands and merge them into something different. I don't tend to do landscapes. I don't tend to do traditional scenes. I 100% spray paint these, and in this case, I'm only selling this for Notre Dame Days only. There's 88 versions of it. Normally we'd sell these for $1,500 in a gallery. We're selling it for $900, and I think it's really a unique piece that people could add to their collection.
It's really distinctive.
My originals tend to sell for $15,000 to $20,000. And I'm hoping people like this one.
It's stunning. It's really cool, and it would be such a conversation piece. Everyone would want to know, where did you get it?
There you go.
But the story's even better because you say, not only do I have this wonderful piece to enjoy, but it's having a real impact on others' lives.
100% of the sales and proceeds are going to charity. So that's really what my business model is. I want to make my art help kids develop their artistic side.
A true force for good. Thank you for all you're doing, and thanks for your support of Notre Dame Day.
Thank you.
Take care. We're going to toss it over to Joe now.
Thanks, Kelly. I appreciate it. My next guest this is great. He is an iconic American original. Now let's welcome Phil Donahue to Notre Dame Day. Phil, it is so great to see you.
Well, thank you. My pleasure.
It's wonderful to have you here for us to be able to visit a little bit. You graduated from Notre Dame in 1957. And a little while ago, let's just say. What were some of your favorite memories here at the University of Notre Dame?
Well, as you know, I'm a brilliant man. I just can't remember where I parked my car. I was on TV at Notre Dame.
Really?
Yeah, it was in the morning, early morning. I was outside a garage door in Breen Phillips. Outside. The camera was inside, pointed to me, and I did the pigs and the barrows and the gilts. This would be early in the morning. I could tell you how much these farm products,
the animals were worth.
Yeah, at that hour in the morning. I'm not sure if anybody was. I don't know if the stage hands were watching. But by golly, I was on TV.
That's all that mattered. Actually, I stayed in Breen Phillips was my first dormitory here at the university as well.
Really? Well,
I'm going to wander around and see if we can find that garage door, just for the heck of it, one day. Now, after you graduated, did you go immediately into the television business?
No, I went immediately into the radio business. I had a show called Conversation Piece, where people could call in, and ask questions of the guest. And because not everybody was crazy about coming to South Bend to be on a radio program. I called the phone company and I said, can I have a guest long distance, and can I arrange it, or can you arrange it so I could connect them to whoever the guest was? And so my first guest was Madalyn Murray O'Hair, the atheist. When you die, you go in the ground, you biodegrade, and you become part of the physical universe.
Uh-huh.
Well, my God, the building fell in. An atheist who doesn't believe in God on the Notre Dame station. I mean, people were sending me holy pictures, and people were saying novenas for me.
You created quite a stir, didn't you?
Oh, man. Well, it was Madalyn, the most hated woman in America, that created the stir. But the ratings went through the roof. So that sort of ignited what I guess you would have to call my career.
Now, how long after you did radio? Obviously, so many of us have so many wonderful memories of you and your talk show, The Donahue Show. How soon after the radio stint did you wind up getting into television?
Well, the general manager of the station that owned the talk show took me to lunch, and he said, why don't you do this on TV? And I said, well, what are you going to show when the caller is talking? He says, don't worry about that. I said, okay, I won't worry about it. And of course, my first guest was Madalyn Murray O'Hair.
Oh gosh, back again? Is that what it was?
Hey,
the ratings were great, right?
Kaboom! The ratings went through the roof. And what the people who I'm 86 years old.
God bless you. That is it's so wonderful. I mean, but you also, that was the first time that you did the shows, it was the first time with a live audience, right? I mean, everything else had been done tape, nobody around, and stage hands, but now you had the live audience.
Now, yes. And the reason I had a live audience is because I replaced a program that had a live audience. And the tickets were out, and what are they going to do? So they came to my show and saw Madalyn Murray O'Hair and were totally absorbed by her and the interview and so on. And this totally awful thing she was saying, that she didn't believe in God, and there's no hell and there's no heaven, and when you die, you go in the ground and you biodegrade. So that was the beginning of my career.
Just out of curiosity, on your show, besides Madalyn, okay, who we know was on your radio show and your TV show,
yeah,
was there any other individual or anything that happened on your show that just stood out to you and, like, besides Madalyn, this is the most incredible thing that's happened on the show?
Oh, well, we did 4,000 shows.
Well, just one's fine. Pick one. That's fine.
I had John Wayne on my show.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah, and I said, how would you imitate John Wayne? And he said, well, all right, Pilgrim. And the audience exploded. I don't know why that one jumps out at me. Of all the... Muhammad Ali was on the show.
Wow.
And a woman in the front row said, why are you always throwing your blackness at us? He said, I'm not throwing my blackness at you. Why are you always throwing your whiteness at me? I'm not throwing my whiteness. He said, take that white Jesus off the wall.
Oh, my goodness.
I know a lot of black girls that are prettier than your Miss America. And then he went in for the coup de grace. I'm telling you, I will never forget it. He said, you made Tarzan white. And I thought, oh my God, we sure did.
Oh, my goodness,
I never thought of it. I'm thinking, you know, you can learn a lot, you know, if you have enough guests. And sooner or later, the guest is gonna make you feel a little foolish.
We just have a couple of minutes. I got a question for you. Do you watch much talk show today? Other talk shows today? You had a chance to watch some?
Yes, of course.
And
I watched the show that replaced me to see, you know, maybe are they talking about me? And they're not.
They're going to bring you back. Why not?
It's over, I'll tell you.
Oh, my goodness.
You know, but I thought, wow, it was really great. I can peek in the window of the office from which I was fired. And expecting that my name would come up, and it never did.
Still waiting.
No, I'm telling you, when it's over, it's over.
Oh, goodness. Well, Phil, listen, thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today. What great memories of your show. What an incredible icon you were. I mean, so many firsts in so many different ways. And the people that you've met, 4,000 shows. It's just absolutely amazing that certain ones have stood out just like they have for you. I send my best to you. Thank you so much for spending some time with us here on Notre Dame Day 2023. You truly are an icon. Thank you so much. Now back to you, Steve.
Thank you for the nice words.
Well, Joe, you used the right word. If you don't remember what Phil Donahue was, an icon. He started it all, the talk on television. All right, joining us now is John Meeser, the Managing Director for Domestic Litigation for the Religious Liberty Clinic at Notre Dame Law School. And with him, third-year law student Olivia Rogers. So welcome, the two of you, to Notre Dame Day.
Sure, thanks for having us.
First of all, give us kind of the big picture. What is the work of the clinic?
Sure. The Religious Liberty Clinic is effectively a small teaching law firm within the law school. So rather than taking, say, a traditional lecture-based class, the students will get academic credit and they'll learn the practice of law and the role of a lawyer by performing it themselves. So our students will work under the direction of faculty and attorneys in service of real clients on real cases all around the country, and of course always in service of religious freedom.
Well, and there is no education like doing it
right
for real. There are the books, and then there's what really happens in the world. And I know those are two very different things.
They are totally different. And so it's a completely different experience than learning by abstractions and hypotheticals, by doing it yourself, by working with real people and helping them in service of these rights.
Yeah. Can you give us an example of some of the kinds of cases the clinic has worked on?
Sure. It's probably hard to give a representative example because there are so many cases and they touch on so many different areas. To give you an idea, we're wrapping up the second year of the clinic, and our students, like Olivia, have worked on dozens of cases all over the country, including all the way up to the Supreme Court of the United States, and in tribunals abroad, in international courts, and in outside of courts too. And the areas that these issues touch on is sort of manifest across life. So we've worked on a number of cases in defense of religious schools and the children who attend them, on behalf of religious prisoners who are seeking the right to exercise their religion while incarcerated. We've been involved in a very big case in Arizona, seeking to defend native sacred, like a sacred site from destruction by a mining company, and any number of other things as well.
Olivia, then religious freedom. Sounds like that's obviously the huge theme here. What made you want to get involved in the initiative?
Yeah, as a Catholic, religious freedom is incredibly important to me. So when I heard that I would have the opportunity as a law student to work on religious liberty issues with incredible professors and other attorneys, I knew that I had to jump at the opportunity.
And do you see this as a path for your work after law school?
I think no matter what I end up doing in the law, I would love to continue to defend religious liberty in any way that I can.
Well, and that is, I think, a huge issue where we are now. This country founded 200 years ago. One of the principles was religious freedom. 200 years later, it seems that is still a battle. Why is it such an important fight 200 years after that founding?
Well, I think the reason that we defend religious freedom today is exactly the same reason that we defended it 200 years ago. I think the whole point of the First Amendment is not that just this is a fundamental right, but it's an enduring need for all people across all times, this need to have the freedom and the space to go out and seek truth and to learn, develop a relationship with God in whatever way the individual comes to, whatever beliefs they come to, the right to pursue that truth, and then when they come to those beliefs, to express them and to live according to them. And the need to do that, the need for the freedom to do that is the exact same today as it was 200 years ago. And frankly, we will all have that same need for the people who are here 200 years from now.
Yeah. It seems we are in a very combative time in this world on every level, and I think religion included in that. What is the greatest challenge in creating religious freedom? And I'll ask both of you for a thought on this, because there is so much combativeness between religions right now.
Sure, Olivia, you.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing to remember is that religious freedom is available to everyone, and that while it may seem that there's conflicting beliefs or values, every person has the right to pursue their own faith and their own belief system, and a victory for religious liberty in one aspect is a victory in all aspects.
And does the approach change by what religion, you're dealing with?
I don't think the approach to the right or the need for that freedom changes at all. And you asked about challenges and maybe the partisanship of our time. I think one of the greatest challenges and one of the things we hope to do through the Religious Liberty Initiative and the clinic is to show that this is not a partisan issue. It doesn't map cleanly or at all onto typical partisan fault lines, and that the need for religious freedom and the right to religious freedom is something that everyone has and everyone should embrace, and it doesn't lead to certain outcomes that favor one side or the other in a typical partisan fight that you might think.
I love to hear you say nonpartisan, because it seems like there's nothing left in the world that's nonpartisan, right, that is for everybody. Do you feel, Olivia, a sense of this being a noble cause?
I think it is a noble cause. I think, every person pursuing what they believe to be the truth and having the freedom to do that is incredibly noble.
Well, John and Olivia, thank you so much for joining us, and keep up the fight. Oh, we need to protect freedom all over the world, and no more important than the work you're doing. The Notre Dame Law School working to be, as Father Jenkins says, a force for good, and that's what we need in the world right now. Callie, back over to you.
Thanks so much, Steve. My next guest, Haley Brown, is a sophomore here. Brond. I said it wrong. I know how to say it. She's a sophomore here at Notre Dame, majoring in biological sciences with a minor in compassionate care in medicine. Now, earlier this spring, she was recognized as a Realizing the Dream Scholar by the Independent Colleges of Indiana. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And I said it right now, right,
Yes.
Brond?
Yes.
Okay. So congratulations on the award. Were you surprised when you found out about this?
Yes. I was actually at lunch when I saw the email saying that I won it, so that was definitely a surprise.
Now, was this something you applied for?
No, I just received the email, and I'm very grateful for everyone who nominated me and for the Lilly Foundation for funding the scholarship.
That's great. And you're from Indiana, correct?
Yes, yes.
So talk to me a little bit about your experience so far at Notre Dame. How's it going?
It's going really well. I made friends really early, so I actually met my roommate now during the second day here, so that was awesome. We hit it off, and the classes are amazing. Like, they're definitely difficult, but we're getting through it. And I've joined some extracurriculars that I love, such as liturgical choir and Irish Cayley band as a dancer, and I just love Notre Dame.
Now, every student that's come in, I ask, what are you doing this summer? Because no one just says I'm sitting on a beach or scooping ice cream. What are you doing this summer?
Well, I'm actually going to Ireland with Notre Dame, with the Irish Ceilidh band here. So, yeah.
Cool. It's such a great experience. So you're a first-generation college student planning to be a doctor, and explain to me about your minor. What kind of practice do you want to? What kind of medicine do you want to practice? And what is this compassionate care?
So compassionate care medicine is a minor for students who want to go into the healthcare industry, and it focuses on compassion and patient care and communication in order to improve patient care as well as decrease clinician burnout.
Yeah, and one thing I wanted to ask you about, you were born in China, but were adopted when you were 1 and moved to the United States. What are some of the obstacles you faced throughout your life, and have you been back to China?
I haven't faced many significant obstacles, I could say, but as a kid, it was definitely more. I did experience a few times people being like, oh, you don't look like me, you can't be in this group. But now that I've grown up, it's definitely a lot decreased, and it wasn't anything I couldn't handle, and I've grown from it, actually. And no, I haven't been back to China. I might consider going once I establish my medical career.
Okay, we look forward to that. There's also a teacher in high school, Mr. McGee, who encouraged you to pursue a college degree. Why Notre Dame?
Notre Dame was actually my dream school. My family loves Notre Dame, especially my late great-great aunt. She would always watch Notre Dame football every Saturday. So it was always on my radar. And then once it was time for me to apply,
It's okay.
Once it was time for me to apply, I wanted to be pre-med, and Notre Dame has such an amazing pre-med program. And then there's also was a small school, and it was close to home, and I just so it was just perfect for me.
I just love how you light up when you talk about Notre Dame. And when you leave Notre Dame, how are you going to be a force for good?
So I'm going to take everything that I've learned from Notre Dame, such as compassion, integrity, and the emphasis between the connection between heart and mind, and I want to implement that into my life, especially as a physician. I want to humanize my patients and treat them as more than their symptoms and diseases, and because they deserve our respect and our best attention and time.
You're the best.
Thank you.
We wish you the best. You're just a great young lady. Thank you so much for being here. Congratulations on your future success. And now over to Steve.
All right, thank you, Kelly. I want you to welcome our next guest, Tracy Korzewski-Correa. Tracy is professor of Civil Environmental Engineering and Earth Sciences in the College of Engineering and the Keough School of Global Affairs here at Notre Dame. She is academic director of the Integration Lab, part of the Master of Global Affairs program, and currently acting as the William J. Pulte Director of the Pulte Institute for Global Development. She is also a fellow in the Kellogg Institute for International Studies. Tracy, thank you for joining us.
Thank you. I'm sorry you had to do all that.
You must have the biggest business card in the world.
We don't even put it on there anymore. We just put a QR code. You can go look it up online.
Oh, that's very smart. Way to do it. Given all those responsibilities, how do you manage it? How do you juggle all those projects?
Oh, goodness. Well, to be honest, first of all, you got to wake up in the morning and love what you do. And so for me, I think part of what gives us the energy to work tirelessly on all of those endeavors is our love for the work that we're doing here at Notre Dame. And then on the backside, as an engineer, I have really good systems for keeping track of all those tasks and duties. So we make our plan for the day, we execute, we go to bed at night knowing we've made a difference.
As an engineer, you would have lists and priorities and a very logical path.
Absolutely.
A good background for having that many jobs.
Absolutely.
For many of us, the titles don't mean much. We don't know what that is. So tell us about your work.
My work. I think in a nutshell, the best way to describe it as an engineer, I'm a problem solver. And I was drawn to that field because I wanted to not just study problems, but solve them. So in my role as an engineer, I look at the challenges facing particularly the most vulnerable communities on the planet, and I work to develop solutions to address those. In my home field, that might be better infrastructure, better delivery of services, better protection from disaster. So it's a wide range of problems, but at the heart, it's protecting the most vulnerable, particularly from the effects of disasters and other conflicts and crises they face.
Okay. Now, as I read the information about you, the Master of Global Affairs has a unique program.
Very unique.
Called Integration Lab.
Yes.
So tell us about that.
So the idea here is, imagine if you came to university, instead of being asked what's your major, we ask you what problem you want to solve in the world. And then we form you into teams with other students with a similar passion, but they're coming from different countries, different majors, different backgrounds as professionals, all united around that problem. And then we basically team those students with partners from all over the world who are seeking these students to accompany them for a year solving that problem in the real world. So it's pretty intense. In 1 year, you design a project, go to possibly 3 countries, execute it with your partners such as Catholic Relief Services doing important work throughout the world. My team's headed to Nigeria that I'm supervising, and then bring all that evidence back and deliver to that partner things that they can use to improve the programs that serve the world's most vulnerable. And you do that in 1 year. So it's a pretty amazing program.
What an amazing approach, because I think if there's a knock against education, it's people say, well, it has no effect in the real world.
Oh, yeah.
So to take the approach, all right, tell me a real world problem and how you want to solve it.
And you'll have impact before you graduate. Imagine that, right? You don't have to wait till you graduate. And our alumni are amazing. And the idea that we can give them a platform for impact before they get their degree is a distinguishing factor that brings students from all over the world to that program.
Oh, that was amazing. You were a triple domer.
I'm a triple domer, yeah.
So what has kept you around so long?
I love this place. Yeah, so my story is quite unique. It's my 20th year this fall, celebrating my 20th year. And to be honest, I'm a first-generation college student. My grandpa told me that a good Catholic girl who works hard will end up at Notre Dame someday. And I think that we really had a Rudy moment when I got in. We worked the steel mills as a family. So literally had a steel mill moment, and this place just felt right. And all the opportunities I've ever had in my life to move on, I could never have the impact I have here, so I stay. And I've stayed for 20 years, yeah, so.
Wow, and look where it has taken you.
I know, right?
Wow, force for good, I think so.
For good, absolutely.
Tracy, thank you so much for joining us.
I'm so happy to be here, and thank you for having me.
Just fantastic. All right, we'll be right back after we take a short break.
I know you've been asked about the 2018 National Championship probably a million times, and spoiler alert, it's not going to end today or probably any time for the rest of your life, but it just never gets old. It was so fantastic. But I've got to ask you, now that you're a few years removed from that championship run and that amazing season, how do you look back on not just the shot, but that whole tournament and that experience?
Yeah, I mean, the whole tournament just kind of goes into a blur, into one big thing, but it's just great memories. Like anytime, the tournament comes around, I think we're lucky enough that we had a moment that special that every time, it's the NCAA women's tournament, our games are being shown or that shot or whatever, and the team celebrating. So, I'm always reminded of it when it comes down to March. But that was just a moment that I'll never forget, being able to celebrate that with my teammates. And we had a really hard year that year to come out on top and to finish like that. Like, that's forever going to be, in my heart, in my mind. And, that was one of my favorite years of my life.
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day 2023. I am Litchfield Ajavan. Without further ado, I present the sensational Chloe Agnew and Joseph Opeta-Manueke singing The Prayer.
I pray you'll be our eyes and watch us where we go and help us to be wise in times when we don't know. Let this be our when we lose our aim. Lead us to a place, guide us with your grace, to a place where we'll be safe.
La luce che tu dai,
I pray we'll find your light
nel cuore resterà,
and hold it in our heart.
to a place.
Guide us with your grace. Give us faith so we'll be saved. Siamo quando senza più violenza, con volto di giustizia e di speranza, ognuno dia quando sta vicino, simbolo di pace, di fraternità.
La forza che ci dà,
We ask that life be kind,
desiderio che
and arches from above.
ognuno trovi amore
We hope each soul will find
intorno dentro sé.
another soul to love. Let this be our prayer. Let this be our prayer.
Just like every
Just
child,
like every child
needs to find a place.
guide us with your grace. Give us faith so we'll be saved. And I am just Sento che ci salve.
Wow. I'm just sitting here as amazed as anyone at the beauty of that song and the performance. It warms your heart. And now I get a chance to have to visit with a friend who I actually was in college with by Zoom, John Arlotta. John's a 71 graduate, year I got out. And first of all, John, thanks so much for being with us today. And he was one of those guys that was a lacrosse player. So every now and then we used to cross paths. But so great of you to join us today. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Joe. Actually, lacrosse was a club sport at Notre Dame when we were there. In fact, when I arrived, I didn't even know what lacrosse was. Some buddies asked me to come out and play with the club team, and I didn't do it. And so I have regretted that ever since. But my wife actually is the one that played lacrosse.
And what did you learn from her?
Well, every time I watch a lacrosse game, I listen to her. She teaches me what's going on out there. But no, it's been great. It's been a great sport to be associated with.
John, it really has taken off, not just necessarily of late, but it's continued to build and build and build. And you've made a huge impact in the world of lacrosse, both here at Notre Dame and around the country. Why is it so special to you?
Well, a couple of reasons, really. One, I love the game. It's fast, it's physical. You can play it at any size. You know, there are smaller players, there are bigger players. Men and women play it. So I love the game itself. It's just a really exciting game. But I also love the history of the game. And many people don't know that the indigenous peoples were the first ones to play the game. It is actually their game. And it's been around a long time. It was actually the first team sport ever played in North America. So that adds a really interesting twist, and it's taught me a lot about indigenous peoples over the years.
And really, you honored the indigenous people in such a unique way. When you donated the new lacrosse stadium here at Notre Dame, you had a plaque created that is very unique, and I think we have a shot of that plaque, and I'm going to read what's on it. Lacrosse, known as the creator's game by the indigenous peoples who originally played it, is the oldest team sport played in the Americas. The University of Notre Dame was honored to dedicate Arlotta Stadium on October 16th 2009, with the competition between the Haudenosaunee Nationals and the Fighting Irish. Through spirited competition and with universal respect, we continue to honor the sacred history of the game and those whom it began. Why was it so important to include the plaque on the stadium?
Well, it's a great question, and it was important to my wife and I, and we just added it this year, as you said. It's important because most people don't really know where the game came from, and they don't understand what the game meant to the indigenous peoples of North America. They play the game, and I have a number of players on my professional team that are indigenous players. They truly play the game first and foremost to honor the creator. They also play the game as a medicine game to heal both physically and spiritually. And interesting enough, I found out in the last few years, they also played the game to settle disputes over the years. We're actually doing a game just outside of Atlanta in conjunction with our professional team this weekend at a place called Ball Ground, Georgia. And in Ball Ground, Georgia, the Cherokee and the Creek actually played a game in the 1800s to settle a dispute. And the team that won was the Cherokee, and they actually got to keep the land that they were disputing. So it has just so many interesting elements to it that most people don't know, and we felt like the plaque would get people thinking about the game in a different way.
Well, you know, John, it might not be a bad idea to make that suggestion to a lot of people when it comes to settling disputes nowadays. It would be a competition, and you know, hey, whatever happens, at least it's through a competition. I mean, that's one of the things that I enjoyed in a competitive sport. I know you did as well, is you give your all, and at the end, somebody has a piece of land, and somebody doesn't have a piece of land. But it's a great way to be able to settle differences in and I think, somewhat of a civil manner. As a matter of fact, my grandson, one of the first lacrosse games I ever went to, my grandson played down in Florida. And I found myself just getting involved and trying to understand the game a little bit and figure out who's supposed to be where and, you know, how they shoot. And then my granddaughter went on and played as well. And so I've become a big fan of lacrosse. You also, you own the Georgia Swarm there as a professional lacrosse team. Where do you think the trajectory of professional lacrosse is in America and around the world? And there's a picture of your team now.
Oh, yeah, thanks for showing that. That's when we won the championship in 2017, so we're proud of that. The trajectory has been incredible. It's funny, Joe, until pickleball came along, most people said that lacrosse was the fastest growing sport in the country. Right. I guess pickleball has probably supplanted that because there's so many different age groups that play it. But the sport has grown tremendously just in the time that I've been involved, which is, you know, roughly the last 15 or 20 years. There are world championships played. In fact, this year, the world championships of lacrosse are being played in San Diego. This summer, we're excited about that. And we hope that in 2028, in the Olympic Games, we'll be playing lacrosse for the first time. It'll be a slightly different game that'll be designed more for the Olympics, but it's really exciting to see the best players in the world have an opportunity to compete for an Olympic medal, hopefully in 2028.
That's wonderful, John. Now, back to Notre Dame here a little bit. What were your aspirations when you were here as a student at Notre Dame?
Well, my grandfather actually came to this country from Sicily. He started with a fruit stand, and that fruit stand became a couple of grocery stores. And I learned about business from my grandfather. I decided I didn't want to be in the grocery store business because he'd get me up at 4 o'clock in the morning and we had to go to pick up the produce for that day at the market. But that was a little too much for me long term, but I wanted to be in the business world. So at Notre Dame, I got a degree actually in marketing. And when I left Notre Dame, my first job was actually in healthcare marketing, where I've been for 50 years.
So really it all started here at the university, and I guess you could say your history is groceries. You wind up feeding a lot of players and people that way. Hey, John, thanks so much for taking the time to visit with us today. I really appreciate it. And now we're going to head on over to Eddie at the bookstore.
Thanks, Joe. I'm here live at the Hams Bookstore on campus with the one and only Annalisa Tambelli. Annalisa, first things first, how are you? And then after that, I mean, what do we got going on here? This is awesome. It looks so different, so new. Take us through that.
Well, thank you so much, Eddie, for having us. We are so excited to be part of Notre Dame Day 2023. We have so much going on, but let's start with where we are right now, which is our brand new custom zone, right next to our hat zone, where you can customize anything you see in store right now. So that could be hats, jackets, stockings. I'd love to tell you more about it. It's gorgeous.
Gorgeous. Everything, anything on the walls you can customize. Absolutely. Maybe a 36 jersey for those at home. They're not on the shelves yet, but hopefully soon. That's awesome. So we got the custom zone, as you just said. Threads of every color imaginable, different hats. What's your personal favorite so far?
Well, I love a good sweatshirt blanket for those crisp fall days during the football season, so I highly recommend. Our gift section right behind us has everything that you could think of.
Everything you could think of. Okay.
It's got the ornament, it's got the blankets, the whole deal.
Gotcha. And over here on my left, we have these new checkout. How has that made such a difference in kind of how football Fridays go, game day Saturdays? Is it a game changer or what?
It's a huge game changer. We have heard so much great feedback from our customers and our Notre Dame family, which is the reason we're here. So we installed brand new cash wraps, self-checkout, just to make that experience faster, smoother, and yes, more fun.
Yeah, fun is huge, especially in a place that sells books. I mean, don't get that often. So, Annalisa, I've noticed green LED lights. You got lights of every color, new stuff, great changes. Kind of what was the backstory for making these renovations in the first place?
Well, it's the Notre Dame experience. We love the Notre Dame family, and we just wanted to elevate an already incredible and super memorable experience on campus. So whether that was new merchandise, an opened up floor plan, all of these fun experiences you can have, it's really all about the Notre Dame family and just doing that much more.
Just doing that much more. Speaking of doing that much more, we got any big changes coming to this place in the near future? I mean, we got the lights, we got the custom jerseys. What else can we expect?
The sky is the limit. Okay,
Clearly.
So last Saturday we had the Notre Dame women's basketball team here just signing autographs. So we're so excited to continue to partner with our incredible Notre Dame family and just ensure that whether it's community events like book signings or these incredible, athletics teams that we have, that we can be that beating heart on campus where the two worlds come together.
That's awesome. Annalisa, personal question here.
Yes.
You come into the bookstore, what's your favorite spot and what are you getting?
Oh my goodness. I'm always looking for something for my goddaughter. Okay. So I'm going to hit the kids section, and then I also have a golden doodle. So check out those leashes for sure.
Oh, that's great. And Annalisa, last thing.
Sure.
What makes this place, I'm dying to know too, different than the Hams Bookstore on Eddy Street? I mean, Eddy Street's a great place. Don't get me wrong, great name too. But what are the big differences there?
So, oh my gosh, our Eddy Street location is incredible, especially when you're, all year long. But when you're out on the town, you're going to restaurants, you're coming to and from the game. That's a great location to be at. They have a curated, incredible selection. Here, you kind of have a full selection, and regardless of here or on Eddy Street, you're going to have a great experience.
Clearly, we are. I mean, in a place like this, who knew bookstores could be this fun? And with that, Annalisa, you're the best. This has been awesome. Love seeing these great changes.
Thank you so
Excited that there's more to come. And hopefully we can get back here, maybe not for books, but hopefully some fun stuff in the near future.
We'd love to have you. Thanks so much.
Awesome. Thank you. And with that, I'm going to send it to Jonathan Ratartha for some updates on the donations.
Hey, thank you so much. We're joining you here in the social media lounge. Thanks to each and every one of you out there who have helped make Notre Dame Day the biggest event of its kind in higher education over the last 10 years. And this year, the 10th anniversary, is going to be the biggest year ever. We have just crossed the 28,000 gift mark. Thanks to all of you for making Notre Dame Day such an integral part of the student experience here. I'm joined by Isabella Tasende. Isabella, tell us who you are, where you're from, what residence hall you're in, and what year you are.
Yeah, so my name's Isara Tasende. I'm a junior here. I'm originally from Panama City, Panama, but I now live in Johnson Family Hall, and I study political science and economics.
Awesome. And you are representing today the Latino Honor Society. So tell us about that and tell us about what you guys are looking for this Notre Dame Day.
Yeah, so the Latino Honor Society is a club here at Notre Dame that wants to really highlight exceptional Latino voices on campus. We do events across 3 main areas of academic, cultural, and service events. And we're really trying to fundraise in order to bring speakers to campus for our amazing community and to keep funding those events. So, yeah, thank you.
Great. What are some of the service events you guys are involved with?
Yeah, actually, just yesterday we took a bunch of our students to Cultivate Food Rescue, and we packaged food, and they use that food to send it to kids in the community. So
that is so amazing. You know, I know some folks in Notre Dame staff do work at Cultivate, and it's great to see our students involved too. So tell us too about your time at Johnson Family. You were part of the first group of Valkyrie women in Johnson Family. We opened up in fall of 2020 during coming back from COVID. What has it been like a part of that new community in Johnson Family Hall?
It's been great. Yeah, that's my fun fact everywhere. I'm the first person to ever have lived in my dorm room. And it was really hard at first trying to build community in a new hall with COVID and everything. But I mean, props to our exceptional leadership and our board this year. They've done an amazing job building traditions and really getting everyone hyped to be a Valkyrie. So.
Well, Isabella, thank you so much for joining us. If you want to support the Latino Honor Society, go ahead, notredameday.nd.edu. You can hit that green button to make a gift. There's still time to get your friends and family involved, too, with this historic Notre Dame Day. We have so many more great performances coming your way on Notre Dame Day 2023. Don't go anywhere. We will be back in just a few minutes.
Africa's richest woman, Isabel dos Santos, is coming under intense scrutiny. She's denied any...
Isabel dos Santos is corrupt. Much of her $3.5 billion fortune came from fraud and embezzlement, all at the expense of the Angolan people, who on average earn $30 a month.
Taking on someone like dos Santos is extremely challenging, but at Notre Dame's Washington, D.C. campus, my course on global sanctions teaches undergraduates to identify corruption and build legal cases against the perpetrators.
I was drawn to Professor Kellenberg's class as somebody who is interested in public policy. During his class, I realized I could fight global corruption even as a college student.
In the fall of 2020, Greg Miller co-founded the Student Policy Network, a student-run club that tackles public policy issues using tools learned from Professor Thomas Kellenberg. One of their first targets was Isabel dos Santos.
We set out to prove dos Santos was guilty of corruption. We poured through thousands of pages of leaked documents and research from other organizations. We ended up with a dossier outlining why the U.S. government should sanction her.
I was astounded by the quality of their work. It was methodical and every claim was substantiated. Their dossier was ultimately submitted to the U.S. Departments of State and Treasury.
In December of 2021, the United States government sanctioned Isabel dos Santos for misappropriation of funds for personal benefit. She can no longer travel to the United States. The dossier work by the Notre Dame students helped bring a strong case advocating for this action.
We helped expose corruption and brought justice to the people of Angola. That was always our mission.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting to end corruption.
We are the Fighting Irish.
I am here with Jerome "The Bus" Bettis, all-time great, Pro Football Hall of Famer, and sandwich connoisseur. So, Jerome, I heard that you had a special sandwich in mind when it came to this competition.
I am a huge Patty Melt fan, so if there was something along those lines, I would be very grateful.
Yes, so students will be competing to make the bus patty melt. They'll have 3 minutes to do so. Calvin, any words of advice?
I would say make it delicious.
35, 34 seconds, teams.
My goodness.
30 seconds.
20.
Wow.
25 seconds.
Nice crisp over here. We have some masterpieces here, I think. And guess what? You get to be the taste tester.
And welcome back to the 10th anniversary of Notre Dame Day. For the last day, we have been celebrating all things Notre Dame, and now we just have a few hours left. I'm Terry McFadden from WNDU TV here in South Bend, and joining me live from campus this evening is the incomparable Chloe Agnew.
Thank you so much, Terry. Great to be with you. I've been having so much fun. It's just so good to be back. I've gotten to perform a couple of times already, and the guests I've interviewed have just been so inspiring. And I say it every time, but genuinely, Notre Dame Day is one of my favorite events of the year. And there are so many unique stories this year. One of my favorites is the story about the rector who is running the triathlon on his own. Do we have an update on our amazing Irishman triathletes?
Yes, I am told that Joey Quinones has finished 12 and a half miles of his 26.2 mile run. 12.5 miles for Joey Quinones. Wow.
Incredible. I passed him today when he was on 46 of the bike, and there wasn't a bead of sweat in him. He's a fit fan. Just incredible. Way to go, Joey. We are so proud of you.
He is a cool customer, as they say. Now, we are sharing so many other great stories about the University of Notre Dame and the people who make this place so special. This year, we've enjoyed watching the Lego model of the main building take shape, as well as watching the progress of Clean the Artist creation. Cornhole activities were a blast, and I can't wait to get my hands on that chicken sandwich that Mr. Joe Theismann selected last night.
You and me both. We would love for you to participate by making a gift. Just go to the Notre Dame Day website, notredameday.nd.edu, then click the green Make a Gift button, type in any cause at Notre Dame that you'd like to give to, and complete the giving process. It's just 3 simple steps. There are 900 student causes who will use your gift to continue doing good on campus and in the community.
Yeah, we have more great guests in these last hours, including a performance by the liturgical choir, an interview about rare disease research, and a Notre Dame alum, now get this, who was the first COVID patient in the state of Minnesota, and everything he went through to recover. And so much more than that. Now, you'll want to stay tuned. We'll broadcast until midnight tonight, and then sadly, it'll be over for another year.
I'd be the saddest of all of us. Coming up on this hour, we'll have a conversation with running backs Audric Estime and Logan Diggs, and we'll hear from Alison Silverio, the women's tennis head coach, among many other stories. But first, let's go to Tim Kenny for an update on giving. Tim, where are you at?
Thanks so much, Chloe. I'm down here in the social media lounge here in the Duncan Student Center, and want to take a look here at the leaderboard as we're seeing all of these cups coming through, just passed over that 28,000 gift mark, and heading so close to 800 different student groups that have received gifts so far. So let's keep the momentum going. Let's make sure that we keep pushing and maybe find some of those groups that don't have a gift yet and hit that mark. Even if you've already made your gift, come back to it maybe and help some of those other groups as well. I'm joined here by 2 of our students here on campus, Maisha and Bach, and you guys are here representing the Notre Dame Book Club. Is that right? And so you guys maybe kind of just introduce yourselves and tell us what it is that you're studying here on campus.
So I am Maisha. I'm a PhD student here in the bioengineering program.
I'm a Bank. I'm a 4th-year PhD in math.
And so you guys were telling me a little bit about this earlier. The book club here started as kind of a chance for students to build community together. Can you tell us a little bit about how you got involved in the club and what it is that you guys are involved with here at Notre Dame?
So I got involved. Should I take it? So I got involved in 2020 when it was the dead of the COVID year, and I found nice community through the book club, so I started by that. But then in 2021, unfortunately, the book club kind of closed down. So last year in the fall, I got an opportunity to lead the book club, and that's how I mainly got involved. And since then, like, I have found so many friends, and it's not just like grad students, there are undergrads, spouses of grad students, and even staff from different organizations on from campus partners. So it's a huge community, actually.
And Bank, what's this, kind of been like for you? How has that been as a place to, find community here for you at Notre Dame?
Well, as an international student, it is kind of hard to me to travel outside of my field of study, outside of the campus. So I can find a lot of community, and they can help me to get to a lot of things. And also reading book is like you can explore the world, do that.
And so, being Notre Dame Day, you guys have, kind of a plan for what you're going to be fundraising for. Can you tell us a little bit about, what you're planning on doing, the funds that you raised today?
Yeah, definitely. So basically, we buy the books that we decide, like our members actually vote for what books they want to read. So we buy the copies of those books for all our members who want to join the book club. And then we also do like themed book clubs. Like we did like a Nigerian theme last year where we bought African food. So we share like nice dinner with our members. So we need money for buying the books and having like nice themed dinners.
That's so great. Well, folks, take a chance here, hit that green and make a gift button, help out the book club, help out the campus group closest to you. Now let's go up to Chloe in the studio.
Thanks, guys. With me now is Notre Dame student athlete Kiki Van Zanten. Welcome to the show, Kiki. Great to have you with us. Kiki, this was your senior year, and you and the women's soccer team have accomplished so much already as a national ranking as high as number 4, a number 1 seed in the NCAA tournament, and an appearance for the Elite 8 for the first time since 2012, which is just incredible. Talk to me about all of those amazing highs of the last season.
Yeah, we had an extremely successful year. I was so proud of my teammates and all the hard work we put in throughout the season and even before the season started in the spring. A lot of late nights, a lot of lifting, a lot of extra running. So I could not be more proud of my teammates and all that we've accomplished this year.
That's amazing. This program has come a long way, right, in the 4 years here. And how much pride do you take in helping put the soccer program back in the national contention and college cup competition? It's incredible.
Yeah, I would like to think I could take some credit to uplifting the women's soccer program, but it's really a team collective effort, and I'm so proud of how far we've come from when I was here as a freshman and where we are now, and a national championship is definitely in question next year.
Whew. So you are one of the many student athletes who've benefited greatly from the NIL and, for example, appearing on multiple Under Armour ads. This is so cool. Talk to me about that experience and the process of taking on brands like that. It's just amazing.
It's been really amazing to make connections with these super powerful brands and use my name, image, and likeness to just capitalize on all these opportunities that are available for student athletes now. And Under Armour was a great company to work with. They were super detail-oriented, and I felt really appreciated when creating the content, and it was just an amazing experience.
That's just wonderful. You've also had the chance to play for Team Jamaica during their World Cup qualifying round last summer. You entered the game in overtime and scored the game winner against Costa Rica to help qualify Jamaica for this year's World Cup. So we take a quick look at that video now. What does this moment rank in your life when you're looking at this now? What does that feel for you?
This is probably my favorite goal to date. It was extremely exciting. I have so much pride for that team and all the amazing women on it. I'm super grateful that I had that opportunity to step on the field and deliver that for my team.
So fabulous, girl power. One last season for you at Notre Dame with the women's soccer team. So what are your personal goals and what can next year's team accomplish? Can they build off of last year's success? And can you?
A big goal for next year is definitely a national championship. That's within our grasp, it's within our reach, and I hope that we are able to get to that point and be able to bring home a national championship for our team and have another great season of taking down opponents that we haven't been able to in the past.
Here come the girls. All the best to you, Kiki. Thank you so much for joining us. And now, let's go over to you, Terry.
All right, Chloe, thank you very much. Now, our next guest is Notre Dame softball player Karina Gaskins. Karina, welcome to the show. She's here, believe me. Now, You've really made a name for yourself on this Notre Dame softball team. They're calling you a home run machine. This season, you had one game where you hit 3 home runs against Pitt. You want to take a look?
Sure.
Let's take a look. Fastball or?
I think so. I'd say yeah.
Yeah. Okay. How about that one?
A little inside, a little off speed.
Okay. Are you always looking for the heater?
I'm just looking for anything that I think I can drag, honestly.
My goodness, it looked like that one you hit out with one arm. Now, I got to ask you seriously, how did you become such a strong hitter? Have you always been a home run hitter, even when you played as a youth?
It's definitely been one of my strong suits. I've always been known for adding a little bit of power into a lineup, but overall, mainly power.
Okay, what is your training regimen, and is it because you want to hit more home runs?
Our coaches do such a good job of always trying to prepare us for different type of pitches, different type of pitchers that we may see, and it's all about just being ready and being prepared, and then a little extra work on the side. And your coach, Deanna Gumpf, just became the winningest coach of any Notre Dame coach. What was it like that moment? What's it like to play under her leadership? It's been absolutely unreal. I mean, we just absolutely look up to her and love her as a coach, as a person, and she's just always been there for me for any reason, and she's always willing to help me grow as a person, not just a softball player. So it's been an unreal experience for all of us. And you say all of us. Your team is having a strong season. What do you attribute that to, besides the leadership of Coach Gumpf? I think when you look at us as a team, you can really see that we're just having fun. I mean, we are just so close. I mean, some of us live together. We eat dinner every night together. Like, we're such a close team, and I think that really helps us translate into success on the field. Karina, I'm told you're a business major. I am. Mendoza? Yes. So you're smart. You're strong in the brain matter as well. What do you plan to do after graduation? And is softball part of your post-collegiate life? I think I'm looking to do something in the sports analytics world, being a business analytics major, just maybe being able to predict some statistics or different things like that. And looking into it, I think that I would want to go back and maybe coach for my old travel team or something small like that for a little bit. Where is home, by the way? New Jersey. Okay, there you have it. New Jersey. Karina's coming. Give her another year to graduate, though. Karina, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you. And let's head over now to Eddie at the performance stage. Eddie?
Thank you, Terry. We are moments away from hearing from the Notre Dame Children's Choir, who are going to perform A Grateful Heart in Ave Maria, led by Mark Dories, Notre Dame Children's Choir. Take it away.
Second song is actually going to be Hope Will Not Fail by Mark Miller. Hope Will Not Fail.
No hope will not fail, no warning in me.
How lovely that was. Just gorgeous. We are now joined by Alison Silverio, the head coach of the Notre Dame women's tennis team. Thank you so much for joining us today, Alison.
Thank you for having me.
Great to have you here. Alison, you came to Notre Dame for the 2018-2019 season. In the last 4 seasons, your team has steadily risen in the rankings and is currently ranked 23rd in the nation, the highest it's ever been in the program history. Wow. You've made some big changes. What are they for you?
I think our biggest one is we've continued to evolve our team culture every year, and our competitiveness, our drive, our desire to win continues to grow with each and every year, and with this team specifically, they've grown so close, and the bond, the support that they have for one another, that has been a major impact as to why our improvement has steadily increased.
It's integral to it, isn't it?
Yes.
It seems that your coaching, obviously, it's really paid off, and the team is winning more matches than ever. I guess what do you attribute to that? Is that all what you're just saying, all of that wrapped up in one?
Certainly so, but our student athletes are doing amazing work on and off the court, and they're really taking care of the details, from time management to discipline with their academics, athletics, socially. So just extremely proud of all the drive and the desire they have to keep competing at the highest level in all that they do.
A number of your players are ranked in the top 100 in the country, which is so impressive. What do tennis players have to do to reach that level of performance?
It's hard work.
Yeah.
It's a lot of hard work.
Go figure.
And again, it's attention to detail. It's being able to manage your time and do it consistently, day in and day out. And our players have consistently performed at that level.
So tennis would not be for me then, with daily discipline like that. You yourself are a champion tennis player. That's just wonderful. What is it about the sport that you love so much? Have you been playing long, since you were a child?
I have. I started when I was 8 years old, and I fell in love right away. I'm a competitor at heart, and I love the challenge, the problem solving. Tennis, and there's such an intersection between tennis and life, and you learn so many skills, and being able to do it as a team, as a coach, I've been truly blessed.
Is it what you always wanted to do? Did you ever see yourself here as a head coach in Notre Dame?
Yes, I always had a desire to be a coach. I knew I wanted to be a part of the sport in some capacity with the experience I had as a student athlete, and again, just so fortunate to have the opportunity to be a part of our student athletes' journey.
So what are some of your goals then for Notre Dame's women's tennis, and what do you think it will take for them to be able to achieve that?
For us, we really have 3 major goals in our program.
Hit me.
And
Let's go.
I will. Number 1, of course, is all of our student athletes graduate and receive a wonderful degree from Notre Dame. And again, that hard work off the court is very important. Number 2 for us is we want to continue to compete and contend for national championships and championships at every level. And there's a process to that, of course, and we're going to continue to trust our process, and we believe we have the pieces to achieve those. And lastly is just improving as a person. The whole student athlete experience at Notre Dame. We want to create the best and most excellent experience for all of our student athletes to grow and continue to be a positive impact and force for good as they enter their next stage.
Do you feel that camaraderie off the court is just as important as it is on the court?
It is very important. The chemistry, the accountability, not only from a practice standpoint with mastering your skills with tennis, but also mastering your skills in life. So the chemistry is extremely important.
Well, onwards and upwards, I hope, for the ND tennis team. How wonderful. Good luck with your team and the rest of the season, Alison. Now let's check in with Zora, and she's with Clean the Artist, I believe. Zora?
Thanks, Chloe. I'm joined here with Clean the Artist and special guest Gary Becker, who's the class of 1986. Gary, what is your connection to Clean?
So it all started with a chance meeting at breakfast at the original Pancake House here in town. It's a place that kind of has a funny connection story with my now wife. Back when we were students here, we had our youngest son, Gannon, who is a freshman living in Soren. So we were out for breakfast and waiting in line, as many do there. And Clean had some of his pictures up on the wall, so we were admiring some of the paintings. I took a picture of one. His card was on the wall. I took a picture of it. I figured, oh. So the next day I sent him a text and say, how does one go about acquiring one of these? And I think within 60 seconds I had his whole gallery on my phone. And then my phone rang, and it's Clean. And we had a wonderful conversation, which our first one, I think it went over an hour for sure. And it just made a really interesting connection, a rare connection.
Amazing. And what do you find to be most admirable about Clean?
So when you talk to him, and you can look at his work, but really him as a person, I mean, you see somebody, he's just filled with strength and gratitude. We all as people sometimes you meet adversity, and he's a great example of somebody who powered through the adversity and probably came out the other end better than he was to begin with. And this painting, ironically, yesterday was Clean's 1-year anniversary painting. So it was a gift that he discovered through a real struggle. And I guess it just shows that you never know when something's, your greatest gift is going to show up in your life.
Wow, that is so inspiring. Thank you so much. Tune in at the 11 o'clock hour to see the final unveiling of Clean's painting. Now let's kick it over to Terry McFadden.
And then...
There's no such thing as a simple solution to a complex global problem. Take schistosomiasis, for example.
Schistosomiasis is second only to malaria as the most devastating parasitic disease in the world.
It affects over 250 million people each year, and it is taking the life of thousands of our children.
There is medication to treat schistosomiasis, but with a high rate of reinfection and limited access to health care, University of Notre Dame professor Jason Rohr is working to prevent the disease from taking hold in the first place.
It's so difficult to combat schistosomiasis because the way it spreads is so complicated.
Infection occurs when someone comes into contact with fresh water that's been contaminated.
Excess fertilizer runs off the landscape into fresh water, increasing the available habitat for freshwater snails.
And those snails carry the parasite that actually infect the local population, causing gastrointestinal illness, prolonged infection, and even multiple types of cancer.
In partnership with Senegalese organizations EPLS and SIA, Professor Rohr's team is utilizing drone and spectral photography to identify new vegetation growth and developing economic solutions to ensure its removal.
We knew if we could reduce the vegetation, the snails and the parasites would decline, reducing human infections.
And we convert the vegetation into compost, animal feed, and even cooking gas.
This system benefits the local economy and can be sustained by the community.
It's a big solution that we believe can save lives throughout the developing world.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting infectious disease at its source.
We are the Fighting Irish.
All right, welcome back. I'm Terry McFadden with WNDU, Notre Dame class of 83 and 89. Joining me now is Notre Dame's new head baseball coach, Sean Stifler. Sean, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you.
All right, now we're excited to have you here. We're excited to have you on campus. Last July, you made a difficult decision to leave Virginia Commonwealth University. You'd spent 16 years there, last 11 as their head coach, to take the job here at Notre Dame. Talk about the excitement about learning that you were going to have the opportunity to coach a Notre Dame baseball team.
Yeah, it was really, a dream come true, to be quite honest with you. We were, I was sitting, actually, my wife and I had just put a new swimming pool into our house in Richmond, Virginia, which tells you we were planning on being lifers there. And then Jody called and knew about the position being open here. And so, Jody Sadler called me and began that process. And got to be honest with you, there was probably just a few schools in the country that could pull me away from where I was, and Notre Dame being one of them. So we're thrilled to be here. It's been wonderful to be here, and excited to keep this thing going.
Safe to say they had you at hello?
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
All right. You take over a team that last year obviously went to the College World Series, something we haven't done around here in a long time. What impressed you about the particular roster that you inherited at Notre Dame, and was that a factor in ultimately making this decision to come here?
I don't know if that was a huge factor, and I knew that the caliber of person and player that I was going to have the opportunity to coach, and that's really been the biggest thing that's caught my attention of this group was, one, the culture that is established by the older players. Carter Putz, Zach Prasner, Brooks Coatsey, these guys are as good a leaders as I've ever coached in my life, and so just to be around them every day, the way they prepare the team, the way they lead the team through the ups and downs of the season has been really, really cool to see. And so, yeah, it's really been the culture, the makeup of the players, and the want to get better. That's been so exciting about it.
Yeah, Sean, you're 38 games into the rookie season here, coming off an incredible weekend series against the number 8 team in the country. Share with us what transpired in these past 3 games, and what are you really excited about after this series?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that took my eye was the fact that we'd had a rough week the week before. We'd lost 2 of 3 at Clemson, which was a really, really tough series. Had a 5-game week staring at us, and took care of business in the midweek against Valparaiso in Western Michigan, and you're staring at the number 8 team in the country and University of Virginia coming to town. And so it was really the most unselfish week of baseball that we had played. Different guys stepped up all around the field, and that started with a 3-home run game by Estevan Moreno on Friday, our number 9 hole hitter. And to sweep a team like UVA, as talented as they are, you need some you need some performances that you're not maybe counting on, and Estevan surely gave us one that day, and then we followed behind with some really, really strong starting pitching on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So it was a complete weekend, maybe our most complete weekend that we've played, and boy, I hope we can build off of it.
Yeah. Well, the challenges don't get any easier. No. As you know, Florida State's coming down. Yep. And the man who's running the show there is the man who ran the show here, before you, yep. Link Jarrett. You know Link Jarrett. Yep. Talk about approaching that series with Florida State and trying to keep the relationship with Link Jarrett in perspective.
Well, I think both of us, one, I know I surely respect the job he did here, and I've always respected Coach Jarrett as a coach, and even when back at his UNC Greensboro days, thought he did a wonderful job there. And so us being colleagues, I think, first and foremost, we want to play very competitive games. He's going through a transition. I'm going through a transition. We probably know each other's aches and pains. He probably knows mine a little bit more than I know his. But, I think that it's going to be one that it's obviously going to be on the minds of everyone. But at the same time, I think once the first pitch is thrown, you're just looking at 2 very, very talented teams looking to compete. Afterwards, everyone's going to shake hands. I know he's looking forward, I'm sure, to seeing some of the guys that he coached here and getting a chance to watch them compete. But, like I said, I think both will be focused on their teams, making sure their groups are ready to perform. But it will be nice to say hello to those guys Thursday night when they practice and shake their hands. And I'm always thankful for the job he and his staff did here. And I'm sure within the first few minutes that I get a chance to see him, I'll remind him of that as well.
Okay. But it'll be all business after that.
All business after that, yep. No smiling after that.
When you look at this season so far, and I know there are probably a lot of positives, but what are you most pleased with your team?
I think just the resiliency. We've had several moments within the year that we could have probably laid down and had some tough series. We had some things not go our way, some injuries not go our way, and we just kind of seemed to keep battling back and scrapping our way back into postseason contention and putting ourselves in the middle of a really, really tough ACC conference standings. And so I think that's the biggest thing. These young people have been through a lot in the last year of their life, from going from the pinnacle of college baseball in Omaha to a couple of days later your coach is leaving, and then there's this new guy sitting there in front of you, and so I'm just always so amazed and proud of how resilient these young people are, and knowing the challenges of what they deal with on a day-to-day basis here at Notre Dame with the rigors of the academics and the standards that is held here, and just the way they show up every day. I'll always be thankful for this group and the way they set the tone for hopefully what's a great culture and future to build.
Just a few weeks left in the regular season. You got a series coming up with number 21 Louisville, and then of course you had that sweep of Virginia. What do you think it's going to take to get this team back into the college NCAA tournament?
Well, first off, I'd like to get hot again.
Yeah.
We need to stay hot. But two, we just got to consistently play the way we've made a commitment to each other that we are going to be the type of team that needed to focus on getting better each week. And I do believe we've done that. We're going to need some people to step up. We're going to need some performances. Some of our young pitchers are going to have to take on some workload. And some of our younger players, like Estevan, like we mentioned him earlier, are going to have to continue to mature and become sophomores. He needs, once finals hits, he's now a sophomore. We're going to need him to play like that. So it's going to be, it's going to go right down to the wire. We're one of those teams that's going to have to compete and earn everything that we get. But I do believe if we can stay true to the process, if we can stay true and faithful to each other, we'll be right there in contention at the end.
Okay. One last question, more of a personal question. Your family's been here for several months now, and they're in school here in town. You've gotten to know the area. Are you happy about this decision to be part of the Notre Dame family, despite the obvious pressure of being head coach of the baseball team?
Well, I mean, that's I think happy. I don't know if that's the way. I just blessed, right? Like you're just blessed with the opportunity, and you kind of have to create your own happiness from that. But just blessed to be here. My family loves the area. We love the community. We have been so accepted by everyone. Everyone has been so willing to help out and so willing to bring us into their community and the Notre Dame. I mean, I am wowed every day by how amazing the people are who are involved with this university. And every day it's hard to not run into somebody that just kind of, has a story or wants to tell you something about the university or the baseball program that just makes me leave shaking my head. And so it's blessed. Happy is I think you see how miserable I am, right? I smile just talking about it. So yeah, I'm just thrilled to be here, and we're blessed to be a part of this community and looking forward to being here for years to come.
We're glad you made the move from Richmond, Sean.
Me too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll be pulling for you and for the Irish the rest of the way through to make that NCAA tournament run. All right. Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Sean. And we're going to head downstairs to, a Notre Dame legend, the one and only Joe Theismann.
Oh, thank you, Terry. I appreciate that much. I am joined by Audric Estime and Logan Diggs, our two of our running backs. And we're back to football, which is a lot of fun. And we've got a pretty good-sized interview that we're going to spend a little time visiting with. Logan, starting with you, why Notre Dame?
I feel like it was a really easy decision for me. Coming where I come from, down south, kids like me don't get the opportunity to come to a prestigious college like this. And, it was a blessing. You get the best of both worlds. You get to play, the best football in the country, and you get the best education in the country. So I feel like me taking that leap of faith and, getting outside of my comfort zone and, coming up north. I never been up north. And,
a little chilly up here,
new.
Huh?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Trying something new. It was a really good experience for me, and, I'm happy how it's going so far.
Audric, why Notre Dame?
To go off what Logan said, honestly, I feel like Notre Dame is one of the best places in the country, not even just university, but places itself. I feel like, for me, my goals is just to make a difference in this world. And I feel like Notre Dame applies the resources to do so, and I feel like that's an opportunity I couldn't bypass.
You've got a pretty decent running back room when you look at it. You guys are, the two are there. You've got a couple of young guys that are coming off of injury as well. When you look at this football team and you look at the composition and some of the changes that are taking place, how good do you feel about the running game here at Notre Dame? It's been the thing that everybody's focused on for about the last 4 or 5 years. Still feel like it's going to be that way?
100%. I feel like we're one of the best running back core in the country, and I feel like a lot of people in the country know that, and the whole world knows that. And that's also one of the reasons why I chose Notre Dame, because I knew there's going to be a lot of good players around me, and that's how you get better. The iron sharpens iron, and that's what we do every day. We compete every day, and me and Logan, me, Jabron, Jadarin, we're just all here as a family, and us competing together, I feel like, is pushing us to be better and be one of the best groups in the country.
Do you guys wind up walking out to practice together, hanging out together, picking each other's brains, critiquing one another, just trying to make each other better? Logan?
Yes, sir, all the time. Me and Audric are extremely competitive. So, I mean, he wants to be better than me every day, and I want to be better than him every day. So, I mean, we take that mentality. But at the end of the day, we know we're in the same team, and we're in this together. We're brothers. So, I mean, yeah, it's just like brothers, brothers fight when they're young, but we still love each other.
I can see that, Logan, you're trying to get the arms as big as Audrick's.
Yeah,
I can see you're spending your time.
He's trying.
I don't know if that's going to happen. I'm not 100% sure that we're going to quite get there, but it's coming that way. All right, let's talk about the type of backs you are. Audrick, how would you describe yourself as a back?
Well, as you just said, I got big arms. I'm a pretty big dude.
Yeah, you do have big arms.
I think everyone knows
I would
that.
take my jacket off, but I would embarrass myself, so I'm not going to do that.
No, you won't. You're a pretty big guy yourself. But I say I'm a physical back. Like, that's my go-to game. But I'm more than that. I feel like I'm a guy who can do it all. I feel like I can catch out the backfield. I pride myself to be on the field for all 3 downs. So with that comes, you got to be able to pass protect. You got to be able to run routes. And when I'm in space, I'm going to be able to make someone miss. So I feel like I'm a very dynamic back, and I'm able to do whatever the coach or the scheme tells me to do or needs to do. It needs to be done.
Logan, you've sort of been described, I guess, as shifty. I guess is that a fair way to describe your game? What is your game?
Yes, sir, definitely. I believe I'm extremely shifty. I mean, that's a big part of my game, but I really feel like I'm a versatile back. So I don't like to be categorized as anything. Like, I just want to be known as a back that can do everything. So I take pride in running the ball. If I got to be physical, then I'll be physical. But if I got to make you miss, then I'm definitely going to do that. But if I got to go over you, if I got to block you, if I got to catch it, then, I mean, I'm going to do that. And
I love that mentality.
Yes,
I
sir.
really do. I mean, it's funny. Everybody talks about the physicality of the game and the physical nature of the position and everything else, but it's all about what's inside of you. It all depends on how bad you want. How bad do you want it? How bad do you want that first down? How bad do you want to get to that line? And you can block everybody. You can block no one. But how bad do you want to get there? And I think that's one of the things that I've noticed from you both is that you both have that desire to give that little bit of extra to get you where you want to go. But now we're going to start looking into the future a little bit. We're going to start thinking about maybe after you get out of the game, you wind up maybe getting into broadcasting. So we're going to give you, first of all, Audrick, I'm going to give you, okay?
Right.
You're going to have a play of Logan's.
All right, let's do it.
That you're going to be able to look at. We're going to play the video, and you're going to have a chance to do the play-by-play and tell us what you see.
All right.
All right, let's roll the video.
Number 3 off the backfield. Tyler Buckner dumps it off to Logan Diggs. There he goes down the sideline to the 40, to the 30. He's picking the legs up. There he goes. He won't be caught. Touchdown, Notre Dame. Here come the Irish.
Oh, there we go. Now we get the song on top of it. That's perfect. All right. You thought that was pretty good,
I've been
didn't
working
you?
on it a little bit.
I think what did you just sit in your room and just say, okay, I'm going to study Logan. I'm going to do this here. That's great. All right, Logan, your turn. Here comes Audrick. All right.
Ball carrier, Audrick Estimate with the ball. He goes up the middle. He breaks out. Oh, he rushes down the sideline. The 20, the 30. He's pushed out of bounds. And look at that celebration by Audrick Estimate. Look at that look in his eyes.
That one was pretty hard.
Oh,
that was a tough one.
That is priceless. Why'd you get pushed out of bounds?
I don't know. I should have scored that.
Come on. I mean, lower his shoulder.
I know, right?
Give him a ride. Take him in the end zone. Where you want to go?
You learn from things like that. I know. I heard it from my coach. I heard it from my family, but got it next time.
I know you guys don't. Celebrations aren't something we necessarily do here as a part of the football team, but. As you watch football and you see some of the celebrations when guys score touchdowns, what goes through your mind? I mean, I know guys spend time in practice rehearsing dances and everything else that they do celebrating when they get in. Have you thought about things that you would like to do after you score that you can't?
Well, see, I'm one who's been told that I need to work on my celebrations more. So honestly, when I score,
Who told you that?
A lot of people. Logan is one of them. So I don't really have any celebrations. I usually just get hyped, cheer my teammates. But I feel like this year, I think I'm gonna let loose a little more. I've been seeing people do the gritty a lot. I'm not really a great dancer, but I'm gonna try to bring it out for one score. And I've been doing a lot of Irish dancing. When I went to Ireland, I was dancing, doing some Irish dancing. So If I get a touchdown on Ireland, might do some Irish dancing.
I got to tell you,
we'll
I was planning on coming to a game, at least 1 or 2 this year. I'm going to let you know when I'm here.
All right.
And I want to see what you got.
All right.
I want to see what it looks like.
Logan,
What about you?
One for you.
You think of everything about it?
I'm a extremely hype guy, so most of my celebrations is just me boosting myself up, talking to myself, screaming to myself, just telling myself like you the man, like keep going. But since high school, every time after I score, I do the sign of the cross, and I point up to God, and I'm just thankful for the opportunity for Him to allow me to continue to play and continue to have success on the field. So I always thank God after all my touchdowns.
That's a great way to do it. I'm going to ask you about a couple of the other guys, Payne and Price. Tell me about Payne, Audric.
Payne, he's a guy who's getting better by the days, by the weeks, and he's just a guy who's willing to do anything for the team. And he's willing to get better, honestly, every day. And he's a guy who's going to make you work if you can't have an off day with Jabron right there with you, because he's a very explosive dude. He's a guy who knows the game of football. I feel like he's getting older now, so the game's getting slow for him. So he's a guy who's excelling every week, and he had a very good spring, and he's a guy who's going to help this room and be one of the best in the country.
How about Price, Logan?
Jadarian is extremely explosive. That one word that definitely describes him in all aspects. He's explosive. He runs the ball really well. He has extremely good vision. And he's a student of the game. When he first came in, he was already very gifted. But he was trying to ask me, Audric, Kyron, ask anybody that was around for advice on what can he do better, how can he get better. And with a guy like that, with that natural ability, the sky's the limit for Jadarian. He's going to be a really, really good back.
That's what we talk about.
He's really quick and fast.
That running back room. You've got such variety in athleticism in that entire room. I'm curious, as I stand on the sidelines and have watched practice, when a play is signaled in, obviously it comes into the quarterback, but then the receivers have to look over to see what's going on. The running backs look over and see what's going on. Not giving away secrets for the Notre Dame football team, but are the signals that come in the same for everyone, or do they tell you one thing and the wide receiver something else, and then the quarterback has to relay something else? Audric, what is that? How does that work?
Well, we all have different parts of the signal that we need to know. Like some signal might tell the running back what to do and has nothing to do with the receivers. But I feel like the older I get, I feel like I got to have more knowledge of the game. So I feel like I want to know what everyone in the field is doing around me. Like even though if this signal has nothing to do with me, I want to know because I want to be aware of it. So I feel like there's little things part of the signal that tells you what to do and what your job is.
As you continue to progress and as you continue to learn your trade, Logan, what do you want to work on? What are the things that you want to get better at?
I would probably say I want to improve on, breaking more tackles, yards after contact. I think my average last year was maybe like 3 yards after contact. I want it to be, +5. So probably that's my most probably what I want to work on most. And I probably would say my pass pro, coming off of a labrum injury last year, I wasn't as good as I was in pass pro coming out of high school in my freshman year. So I want to get back to, being able to be dynamic in protection as well.
Audric?
Yeah, I feel the same. I honestly want to get better at all aspects of my game. I feel like there's a lot of room for me to growth, but I want to honestly be more reacting and stop thinking as much. Be more reacting, knowing what I got to do before even the play even starts. Honestly, and off the field, I'm getting older. I'm going to pride myself to be more a leader, be more of a guy that younger guys can come up to if they need help with anything that doesn't even have to do with football. I just want to be there. My goal is to be a captain of this team, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to try to achieve that.
That comes from performance.
Yes, sir.
There's no podium to stand up and be a politician and say, hey, vote for me. But let's have some fun right now. Okay, I'm going to ask you a few questions about your teammates. First of all, who's the best dressed on the team?
I'd say me.
Oh, I knew that was coming. Humility. You just got to love the humility here.
Shot.
What do you think, Logan?
It's definitely me. I'm the best dressed.
Oh, okay. So, again, I'm just going to have to show up really early for these games. All right. Who's the fastest player on the team?
Probably Chris Tyree.
I would definitely say Either Chris Tyree or Tobias Mayweather.
Yeah, or Cam Hart too. Cam Hart's pretty fast.
But
all right,
if
here's
I had to
one
pick
for
one,
you.
it would definitely be Chris.
Yeah,
Chris
Extremely fast.
Who's the best dancer?
I say Audric.
He said,
Wait, he just put that on you in a heartbeat, didn't he?
I'd say definitely not me. I'd say I'm the most confident dancer, but the best dancer, I don't know. I'd probably Silu. Yeah, Silu's a really good dancer. Clarence Lewis.
Who is who's the last guy that you want to see on the defense between you and the goal line on your own defense? When you look over there and you say, that's not going to be easy for me to get in the end zone.
Botello. Jordan Botello.
I'd say Jordan Botello or Riley Mills. That's a big dude right there. That's hard to move. Jordan Botello or Riley Mills. Those are two big dudes.
They've had a lot of big dudes around here lately, I'll tell you what.
We do.
Hey, guys, thanks so much for spending some
Thank
time
you
with
for
us here on Notre
having us
Dame Day.
here.
It's great to have you. Lots of luck, healthy. One last question. What game are you looking forward to in the season? Which one are you looking forward to?
I say the first game because every game's a new game, and that's the first game of the season. How can you be most excited about that?
You ever been
one?
to Dublin?
I did actually, and me and Logan were there this spring break. So
you guys are the vets.
back. Yeah.
How about you, Logan? Same?
I would probably say every game that we lost last year, Ohio State and USC, definitely. You know, I'm real big on revenge, so I mean, I'm looking forward to that.
Payback.
Yes, sir.
Payback, baby. All right. Well, Chloe, here we are from the world of sports. Over to you once again, the lady that does it all.
I love you, Joe. Thank you. Joining us now on Notre Dame Day is Notre Dame's men's lacrosse player, Jose Boyer. Welcome to the show, Jose.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Thanks for being here. Jose, you finished your undergrad last year, but you chose to stick around to play a fifth year. Tell us what led to that decision.
Yeah, so we were all afforded the opportunity to come back with a fifth year because of COVID. And for me, I was kind of going through the process of whether I wanted to keep playing lacrosse or kind of move on to the next chapter of my life. And then kind of where things ended last year and the beginning of last year, I kind of knew I wanted to come back and continue the tradition of Notre Dame lacrosse in my life. So it was kind of an easy one, I would say, but definitely very fortunate to have the opportunity to come back for sure.
So as a defensive midfielder, you've played all the best teams in the country, right? So in your opinion, which teams have the hardest offense to guard against?
That's a loaded question. I feel like probably just the ACC in general. We're playing a lot of very talented players, a lot of very well-coached teams, so that combination makes it really difficult for us as a defense. But yeah, I don't know if I could single out one in particular, but I would say across the board they're all very talented.
I'm going to put you under even more pressure now. I'm going to say, who are some of the best players then that you think you played with and against? I'll impress you for an answer.
With that's a loaded question. I feel like I would miss out too many guys. I get rattling off some of the guys in our defense right now would be, guys like Carter Parlett, Ben Ramsey, Chris Fake, Chris Conlon, Marco Napolitano, Ross Bergmaster, Will Donovan. Those are, Nick Harris, a lot of guys that contribute a lot to our team and are great to be around. I can't even get started about the offense. The offense is a whole nother set of talented players that I, have I guess the luxury of playing during the week and not having to play them on the weekend for sure.
Your diplomacy will do you wonders.
Yeah.
Right? Saturday was your final regular season game at Arlotta Stadium. So what has it meant for you to play for Notre Dame?
I couldn't be more grateful for the past 5 years. I think when I look back at it, it's just been something that I dreamt about my whole life, and I think it far exceeded every bit of my expectations, which I think is a pretty difficult thing to do because I had pretty high expectations for how this school would impact me and impact my family, and I think, like I said, it's just far exceeded that, and I couldn't be more grateful. And having wrapped it up at home, I guess this past weekend, it was not maybe the best weather, but certainly something that I'll never forget.
I love to hear that. So this Saturday, you have a big game against UVA. Now, am I right in saying the last time you played Virginia, Notre Dame didn't fare so well? So what does your team have to do this year, do you think, to beat Virginia this time round?
Yeah, I think just going back to the basics. I think last time we kind of got away from ourselves and didn't really play Notre Dame lacrosse. I think we kind of were playing I wouldn't say a different brand, but we weren't playing with the way we were coached and the way we were taught. So I think if we kind of get back to the basics there throughout the week, I think so far we've looked good this week, and I think we're excited for the opportunity.
Well, good luck to you. And during Notre Dame Day, people can opt to give money to the Notre Dame lacrosse team. The funds raised today will help support the team's summer trip to Germany. Can you tell us a little bit about that? I'm sure you're excited.
Yeah, I think I speak for everyone on our team. We couldn't be more excited for the opportunity to go abroad. I know we were supposed to go last year, but kind of certain things led us to having to delay it a year. So this is my first trip actually, and I'm very excited. This is something kind of during the recruiting process the coaches had mentioned, and going abroad with 60 of your best friends is something that I know none of us will ever forget. So just having the opportunity and raising funds and having the best possible trip, I think is what a lot of us are looking forward to.
It's going to be quite a trip.
Yeah.
So where will the team be going in Germany, and what do you think you'll be doing while you're there? Do you have any plans?
So I think we're going, I could be totally wrong. I think our director of operations, Rob Simpson, will get mad at me right now if I botch it.
Just say you pronounced it wrong.
Yeah. I think we're going at some point maybe to Prague. I could be wrong there, but I know we're playing for a couple days for sure. It's like playing some lacrosse in Germany, which would be awesome and great learning experience for all of us. And then not really too sure how much we're traveling or where we're going. But I think Rob has a lot of great stuff planned for us. So I think we're all pretty excited.
Have you ever been before?
I've actually only left the country once, and it wasn't to Germany, so I'm really excited to.
And not with 60 of your best friends, for sure.
Yeah, that's for sure, yeah.
Well, we're wishing you all the best of luck. Thanks for taking the time to talk with us today, Jose, and good luck on Saturday. We'll be rooting for you.
Thank you.
It's time again for a giving update. Jonathan, how's it going?
Hey, thank you so much, Chloe. You have been a part of Notre Dame Day for so many years. We are so grateful. And thanks to all of you out there who are helping to make the 10th Notre Dame Day the biggest one ever. We're approaching 29,000 gifts, and it's all thanks to you. It's thanks to these great students here, too. Want to introduce you to them now. Lauren is representing the Rocketry Club, and she is joined by Catherine and Spencer. Tell us where you're from, what your major is, and what year you are.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Lauren. I'm an aerospace engineering major. I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio, and I'm a senior this year.
Okay, great. And we'll go back here quickly.
I'm Catherine. I'm a sophomore this year. I'm from Hopkins, Minnesota, and I'm majoring in aerospace engineering and Chinese.
Awesome. Spencer?
Hello, I'm Spencer. I'm a mechanical engineer senior, and I'm from Dallas, Texas.
Awesome. And the Rocketry Club. So what are you guys raising money for here on Notre Dame Day?
Yeah, so we're raising money to build a new rocket next year, and we also travel down to competition in Huntsville, Alabama every year, so we're raising money for that expense as well.
Awesome. Actual rocket scientists here, folks. We also have the lovely women from Walsh Hall joining us. We have their rector, Leah Kaczynski, as well as two of their RAs, Piper and Marlise. Tell us about yourselves, where you're from, what your major is.
Hi, I'm Piper. I'm from Littleton, Colorado. My majors are psychology and gender studies, and I'm minoring in sustainability.
Awesome.
Hi, my name is Marlise. I am from Los Angeles, California, and I'm majoring in biology and philosophy.
Very cool. Tell us a little about the retreat that you guys have in your hall every year that Notre Dame Day funds can help contribute to.
Yeah, so our retreat is one of our biggest gatherings of all of our Walshies. So we all go out to Michigan for a good overnight in February, I believe, and we spend a lot of time together, share our life experiences, share our stories, kind of how we ended up there. And it's really a pivotal moment for joining the dorm across all grades.
Very cool, guys. I have to bring Leah in here for a second. Leah, you're a member of Notre Dame staff who stepped in under extraordinary circumstances to move into Walsh and lead this community. Tell us what that experience has been like with the women so far this year.
Oh, this year has been just amazing. I really just feel like the women want to love and be loved, and you give them a little love and they'll take it back, and it's just been amazing.
That's so awesome, Leah. Thank you so much for doing that. I know Residential Life is so lucky to have you. Thanks again to all of you who are joining us all over the country and around the world. This is the biggest event of its kind in higher education, and that's thanks to each and every one of you who go to notredameday.nd.edu. You click the green Make a Gift button, and then you give to what you're passionate about. Maybe it's your residence hall. Maybe it's your local Notre Dame Club scholarship. The opportunities are endless for you to be involved and give to those things that matter the most to you. There is so much more coming as we round out these final few hours of Notre Dame Day. Stick around. We'll be back right after this.
Space exploration has served as the foundation for the technology that improves life for everyone here on Earth. But as far as we've advanced, there are still grave risks. Solar radiation and cosmic rays are some of the biggest dangers we face as astronauts as we leave Earth's atmosphere.
Ride your roll, Endeavour. As we look ahead to longer missions, extended trips to the moon, and roaming on Mars, it's critical that we improve the spacesuits that they rely on for their safety.
At the University of Notre Dame's world-renowned radiation laboratory, Professor Jay Laverne has partnered with Georgia Tech and UC Davis to test new equipment for NASA's next generation of space exploration.
Developing a spacesuit is a multi-decade process. No matter how good the materials and instrumentation are, if it can't withstand radiation, it's worthless to the astronauts. We're working directly with Professor Jay Laverne at the Notre Dame Radiation Laboratory because they are the experts in radiation.
Since World War II, the University of Notre Dame has been at the forefront of radiation research, helping to make advancements in medicine, energy, and space.
We're also helping to develop new monitoring devices, giving astronauts better and faster information in real time to monitor radiation levels, oxygen levels, and other vital statistics that they may need.
Space exploration has given us the opportunity to change the world in ways we never thought possible.
And we can only imagine what will inspire in the next generation of scientists.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting to reach the next frontier in space.
We are the Fighting Irish.
Never done that before.
This shoreline has changed so much. Rising tides, erosion, pollution. All of creation is this divine gift, and we're throwing it away. We've got to start caring for our planet and for each other because we're running out of time.
You guys actually play games against other schools, correct?
Correct.
And how are we doing so far?
Last year we had great success. We won totally everything. This year we lost in the final game, which was, we played our best, so we're okay with it.
Oh, that's nice coach speak right there. We did our best. Do you give them like some kind of crazy like pep talk when you talk to the team?
Oh, without a doubt, every time. The crazier, the better the team drives.
Okay, so when I got this new truck last September, I decided that I wanted to just make it a little bit different and make it memorable, and that's kind of where we've gone. And I did the layouts and then found somebody that would apply them to the truck, so that's what we did. I get a lot of people that say I'm not even a Notre Dame fan, I just love your truck. But with the Notre Dame fans, I always get good thumbs up and horn honks and things like that.
And it doesn't get much more beautiful than that. Take a look at Notre Dame with the sunset in the background. Welcome to Notre Dame Day and the 12th hour of the 10th anniversary edition of Notre Dame Day, a global celebration of all things Notre Dame. I'm Chris Liberto, former anchor for KCAU TV out of Sioux City.
And I'm Jenna Liberto, also a former anchor with KCAU TV in Sioux City. We're here live at Duncan Student Center on campus to share great stories about the University of Notre Dame and the people who are making them happen.
That's right. These stories are coming to you live over the next few hours with interviews with students, professors, as well as student athletes, alumni, university leadership, Notre Dame celebrities, and many performances by Notre Dame student groups. Now, of course, we want to invite you to participate in tonight's celebration by making a gift to any of the more than 900 student causes on campus. You see some of them on the screen here. Just go to the Notre Dame Day website at notredameday.nd.edu if you're not watching from there already. Hey, and click on the green button that's the Make a Gift button there. Type in any cause at Notre Dame that you'd like to give to and complete that giving process.
We have some great guests over the course of the broadcast, including a former professional football player, a National Baseball Hall of Famer, and so many more. So you'll want to stay tuned in. We'll be broadcasting until midnight tonight, Eastern Time. And we also have an update on the progress of Joey, the Fisher Hall rector, running the Irishman Triathlon tonight. He's on mile 17 right now of his 26.2-mile run.
Yeah, unbelievable. And what a setting outside, right?
Beautiful.
I mean, to be able to be running campus. You and I have both walked the campus at night and during the day, and it doesn't matter when it is, but it's beautiful.
It's a special thing.
Absolutely. Well, coming up in this hour, we'll hear from the senior producer of horse racing at NBC Sports, a student who worked with a school for female abduction survivors out in Uganda, and so much more. But first, let's check in with Tim Kenny. He's got an update on our giving, which is setting records, I believe. Tim?
Hey, Chris, thanks so much. Hey, you know what? We actually just hit 2 huge milestones, crossed over 29,000 gifts, and also just moved up over the $3 million mark. We have just been seeing this exploding the last hour. Thank you so much to everybody who has been out here participating, choosing those causes that mean the most to you, to your Notre Dame experience, to the experience of our current students. Thank you from the bottom of all of our hearts. Want to take a look here at some of the leaderboards as we check out some of those groups that are having the biggest progress so far. Again, some of our staples every year, seeing these groups really coming up and making a big impact here. But want to also call out some of the groups that are making moves in some of these other areas as well. So going over the 1842 challenge, we've been spotlighting a lot of our Notre Dame clubs throughout the past couple hours. ND Club of Lake County just had a big push 2 hours ago to close out their portion of the challenge fund for the clubs, and the AA clubs, these are some of the biggest clubs in the country, are up this hour. So whichever of these clubs, if you are in one of these areas, whichever club gets the most gifts in the next hour is going to get an additional $500. And speaking of additional matches, we are throwing out one more extra challenge for everybody here. So every gift that we see coming through, we are going to unleash another $8,000 match from one of our benefactors. Just got the word about that. The next $8,000 or additional $8,000 that are going to come through. So that's the next 1,600 gifts. Next 1,600 gifts are going to get $5 more thrown on top of what they're getting from the challenge fund, on top of the donation that you are making here. So just taking a look again back at our leaderboard here, or at our main board here as we see this, so close to hitting that 800 mark. All right, so please take a second, hit that make a gift button, and when you're selecting maybe your dorm, maybe an area that you were involved in, a club, your department that you were a part of as a student here, find a group that doesn't have a gift yet and help us get to that 800 mark as well for gifts impacted. Now let's head back to the studio and go up to Jenna.
That's right. Keep giving. Thanks so much for the update, Tim. Our next guest is Jennifer Rose, a current student in the Mary Ann Remick Leadership Program, where she spent more than 2 years learning how to become a transformational Catholic school leader. She's also just accepted this new position, and she joins us now to talk about her experience. Jennifer, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you. Thank you, Jenna.
Now tell us a little bit more about the Mary Ann Remick Leadership Program. Why did you decide to enroll?
Well, personally speaking, I'd say it's a well-rounded program that provides a solid foundation and mentorship for Catholic school leaders. It's definitely a challenging program, but I can honestly say as a result of this program, my confidence in my leadership skills have greatly increased. The first time I heard of this program was about 14 years ago when I first began teaching. My principal at the time had just completed the program. And the funny thing is, later on, he's the one who actually encouraged me to apply. And for me, the decision to apply was all about timing. My son was older, so I didn't feel bad about the time commitment. And it was right in the middle at the end of the pandemic, and I really felt the need to reignite my passion for education. And I'm so glad I applied, because this program was exactly what I needed right when I needed it.
Timing is so important, like you mentioned. Now, after you graduate, you'll be starting a new position as the president of the Guadalupe Regional Middle School in Brownsville, Texas. Is that right? What's special about this move for you?
It's a homecoming for me, both personally and professionally speaking. Personally, I'm a Brownsville native, and the majority of my family is still there. And to be able to go back with my husband and my son means a lot to me. And then professionally, Guadalupe is where my love for Catholic education first began. I am so blessed that that was my first teaching assignment, because being part of that community allowed me to thrive in my first years of teaching. And for me, this is really full circle. I am thrilled to be able to return to this new role. To return in this new role and to do everything I can to support and continue the good work and the mission of Guadalupe.
Jennifer, you have already served as the assistant principal of your current high school for the past 5 years, so you have a lot of firsthand school management experience. Now, how has the Remick Leadership Program allowed you to build on that experience and become a better administrator?
So actually, in my role as assistant principal, most of my experience prior to Remick was on the academic side of the school. So coaching, working with teachers, working with students. What Remick has done has helped round out my knowledge of the business side of the school. So working with the board, managing finances, and it's also provided me with a very solid foundation on what it means to not only be a school leader, but also the spiritual leader of the school.
Finally, Jennifer, just talk a little bit more about what your experience with the Mary Ann Remick Leadership Program has meant for you in your heart as an educator, and what are some of your biggest takeaways from the program?
So for me, this experience, like I mentioned, I wanted to reignite my passion for Catholic education. So it's done that, but it's also really, solidified my spirituality, and it's highlighted the fact that we aren't alone in this mission as Catholic educators. Part of Remick involves living with our fellow students during the summer, and this is truly a gift because we are able to create not only personal and professional connections. We're able to create professional and personal connections, but based on a sense of mission and faith. And what's nice about this is that I know that at any time we can call on each other for support. And biggest takeaway, I would say, is everything you do in the role as a school leader influences school culture. And I feel like that's one of my biggest takeaways.
Jennifer, thank you so much for being on Notre Dame Day. Blessings to you as you head back home into your new role. Absolutely. Now we're going to head out to the Basilica for a performance by the Liturgical Choir.
a spectacular performance tonight from the Basilica. Thank you for the Notre Dame alma mater. Well, our next guests tonight are Dr. Jamel Jordan and his mother, Donna. Donna immigrated to the United States from the Caribbean many years ago, and by the grace of some help along the way, she was ultimately able to send her son to school at Notre Dame. Jamel is a 2017 graduate and first-generation American with a brain for medicine and a heart for serving others. He just graduated from medical school at Colorado University and will be heading off to residency here shortly. Jamel, Donna, first I want to thank you very much and welcome to Notre Dame Day out here.
Thanks for having us here.
Thank you so much for having us. Thank you for having us.
Absolutely. Jamel, it's great to see you. I know you've been on Notre Dame Day before. Let me first start with what inspired you to go into medicine, and tell the folks a little bit about your story as it relates to your time here at Notre Dame.
So actually, I spent most of my days off at the hospital at Mount Sinai, Queens, where my mom works. It was there that I got exposure to a lot of physicians, nurses, hospital staff that showed me the real capacity for medicine to help improve the lives of others. And although I did already know that I wanted to go into medicine before coming to Notre Dame, it was at Notre Dame that I was able to really explore a bunch of different avenues and still come back to medicine with a much wider perspective than I would have had otherwise.
Absolutely. And by the way, Jamel, doctor with the bow tie, I love it. I see you're representing the Notre Dame side of things in Colorado as well. Tell me a little bit about, what was it about Notre Dame that guided you or helped you along in your discernment out there?
Well, I think the amazing thing about the University of Notre Dame is the fact that it sort of wants to push every single person, regardless of major or interest, to try and branch out into other things. I was a biological sciences major, but I also did a studio art minor, where I did stuff like wood and metal sculpture, 3D modeling, and metal foundry while I was there. And it was learning these skills while I was at Notre Dame that helped me build up the potential for working on the bioengineering projects that I've been doing since I've been in medical school, and have been able to really apply the things that I've learned at Notre Dame.
That's fantastic. And you two have a really interesting story. Donna, you also worked in the medical industry. Was this kind of the career path you always hoped or wanted for Jamel?
Well, to be quite honest with you, we had almost nothing to do with his career path. When we recently did some renovations in the house, and we found a paper that when he was in school, he was about 4, maybe 3 or 4. And the teacher asked him, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" And he wrote, actually, she wrote it for him because he wasn't even able to write. He told the teacher that he wanted to be a doctor. And we actually found that the other day. So I actually laminated it and I kept it. It just so happens that I was in the right place at the right time to facilitate what he wanted to become.
That's fantastic, and obviously just a great story that you have there. 3 or 4 years old, and now look where you're at now, Jamel. And tell me a little bit about medical school, because when we last saw you, I think it was 4 or 5 years ago, I believe you had just been accepted at Colorado, and you got a full scholarship, which, as we know, is extremely rare. What does that feel like, right? And now that it's 4 or 5 years later, how does that feel to get that full ride in medical school?
It's awesome to be back here after 4 or 5 years ago when we talked about this. Words still can't describe how happy I was to receive that full scholarship to University of Colorado. Especially with the way that things have been in the past, being able to get a scholarship like that really helped ease up some of the financial burden on my family and I. And it gave me, honestly, the ability to really try and pursue things that I kind of would have shied away from if I had a much larger financial burden in respects to medical school.
Absolutely, and you alluded to it. You just graduated recently. As you begin your career and your residency here as a doctor, what specialty are you hoping to go into? And tell me a little bit about what the next 3 or 4 years look like for you.
Yeah, so I just graduated from University of Colorado in December 2022, and I am going to SUNY Downstate in Brooklyn, New York, to do my 1-year preliminary program for internal medicine, which is sort of like your prerequisite before you go into your specialty. The specialty that I'm hoping to go into is physical medicine and rehabilitation. They deal with things like pain management, amputee, prosthetics, accessibility, muscular disorders, and I'm hoping to apply both all of my medical knowledge that I've gained over medical school, and then also my bioengineering skills that I've gained because I also did my master's in bioengineering over my time in medical school too. So I'm hoping to combine those two and really push the envelope for new innovative technologies within that space.
Yeah, that's incredible. And your story just amazes me. Donna, you've got to be so proud of Jamel and what he's achieved so far. I got to be honest, what do you think is behind his success? Or did you just have a great mother like yourself leading him along the way?
I would love to take the credit, but I must tell you that he had 3 amazing women behind him, my mother, my sister, and we have always strived for excellence. What I think a lot of his success is based on is the solid foundation that we try to give him from the beginning, because our true belief is that if you have a solid foundation, you could build on that. So there were many things in his life. We spent many, many years in Cub Scouts. He's an Eagle Scout as well. He was an acolyte. So there were many things we tried to get him a well-rounded education, as well as building good character. And I'm very proud. I am absolutely proud, 100%. So is my mother, so is my sister, so is the rest of the family, because he's come to places that we never dreamed. We know that he was going to do something bigger than we have done since we've been in this country, but this was not it. So we're very grateful, we're very happy, and we thank Notre Dame for all that they have done for him. And because of their support, he's able to move on to bigger things. And I'm hoping that, I know that he will give back and pay it forward for all the stuff that he's gotten over the years.
Well, Donna, I can't thank you enough. And Jamel, congratulations on all the success and best of luck to you both. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You betcha. Take care. Up next, we're going to head out to Joe now with our next guest. Joe.
Thanks, Chris. Our next guest made history last year as the first female producer of the Kentucky Derby on NBC Sports, Lindsay Shanzier. Lindsay, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thanks so much for having me.
Hey, listen, let's get started with the early part of your career. You graduated from Notre Dame in 2011, which really wasn't that long ago, with a degree in film, television, and theater. How did you get started in sports broadcasting and in the industry?
Yeah, so my dad actually worked in the sports TV business, and it always interested me. I was always kind of drawn to it because of that. And I started early out kind of in high school and college as what we call a runner in the industry, which is essentially bringing coffee, papers, sandwiches to people in production. I'm sure you know it. And I just kind of got the bug. I loved being around TV trucks and sporting events in general, and I knew it was something I wanted to do. So I came to Notre Dame, I studied film and television, and right out of school, I really wanted to get a job in sports TV. So I went to NBC, and I had a passion for storytelling and a passion for the Olympics, and they had a division specifically devoted to the Olympics. So right out of school, I got a job as a production assistant, helping with their profiles and features department to assist in telling stories about athletes for their Olympic coverage. So I loved that. And then about 3 years later, I made the shift to live producing, and here we are.
I mean, it's just truly, we can honestly say that you started from humble beginnings. Just going to get coffee and being around the producers, really. And now you're the first woman to serve as the senior producer of the Kentucky Derby coverage and all horse racing coverage at NBC Sports. Why and how, and was horse racing always the goal for you, or did you set out to try and do other sports?
Yeah, I listen, I've grown to love horse racing and learn all the nuances about it, but the answer is no. I loved the Kentucky Derby and the events, but it wasn't something I was specifically trying to do. It just sort of turned out that way. As far as what I was interested in early on, the Olympics was definitely one thing. I loved tennis. I was and remain a diehard Roger Federer fan, so I was drawn to that, but it just turned out that this was the thing that kind of opened up for me, and I started really working in live TV production on smaller horse races that we had, and just sort of worked my way up into it. And I consider myself extremely lucky because horse racing is a really interesting sport, but it's a great sport from a TV perspective. There's a lot of storytelling that goes into it. The Kentucky Derby in particular is really one of the great American sporting events and one of the greatest American events. They're coming up on their 150th year. It's 149 this year, so we're 1 year away. And I think there's something really special about being a part of that. The event, the traditions, the fashion, not to mention all the stories about the contenders. So I feel really lucky to be in the position I'm in and covering this great event.
It's not like dealing with people all the time either, is it? I mean, you know, horses have a tendency to do what they want to do, and quite often it's the unexpected that really makes for the telecast. What does producing the Kentucky Derby telecast actually involve?
Yeah, it's a good question, and I've always found it hard to explain producing in general, but the Derby itself is mammoth, and our coverage has only expanded over the years that I've been a part of it. This year, we're doing a record 7.5 hours of coverage on NBC for a 2-minute race. And you might be saying that's absolutely insane, but the reality is I put together a show format which scripts out, by the second what I plan to do for our coverage, and it looks like this. It's about a 35-page document for 4 of the hours. And we fill every minute, and we plan to tell stories. We have features, we have elements. Like I said, we cover the tradition, the fashion, the event itself. So it's my job really to work with our production team, and we have an incredible production team, an incredible announce team. And we work on finding those stories early on. Our meetings started months ago to compile the stories that we wanted to tell. Then we send out feature teams across the country and sometimes across the world to get those stories to be able to tell you. And then we come up with some unique and fun ideas and try to keep it interesting. We got a couple unique ones this year that I hope you all enjoy. But during the broadcast, it's really about taking that script that we wrote together and being prepared to throw it out the window when a live sporting event happens. Because as you said, we're working with horses, and these are animals and they make their own decisions, and crazy things can happen. So we have to pay attention and be prepared to think on our feet and shift in real time.
So what time would you get to the track?
On the morning of the Derby?
Morning of the Derby, yeah.
Probably 7 a.m.
And the races run 5:36.
Around 7 p.m.
About 7 p.m.
Yeah.
It's a full day before you ever really get started, to be honest with you.
That's right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So you produced the Kentucky Derby. You also produced the 2021 Preakness, where you were the first woman to produce a Triple Crown race live on site. Was this a format of experience for you? Did it sort of give you an idea of what you wanted to do with the Derby?
A little bit. The Preakness is interesting, and that one in particular was interesting. We sort of had a very major storyline to deal with in the aftermath of the Kentucky Derby. That year, the Derby was won by a horse named Medina Spirit, who failed a post-race drug test. It turned into a pretty serious storyline in the sport, and we had to cover that. The horse ran, but we had to tell the story to America and explain what was going on. So that was unique. It wasn't what I expected going in. The format sure looked a lot different a few days before the news broke. So that was definitely formative in the sense of, learning really how to shift quickly and change the angle. We had a lot of plans that didn't make it into the script because the story had changed. So yeah, absolutely. I learned a lot from that. And I'm blessed to have had every experience that I have in horse racing because it just helps me get better.
Well, you've truly been a pioneer for women in sports broadcasting. And what were some of the challenges that you had to try and get through? Give me a little synopsis in a quick way of what you had to deal with.
In terms of the job or horse racing?
The job itself and horse racing, both, really.
Yeah, I feel really lucky. The challenges are mostly just in producing. It's a challenging job. Many jobs are challenging, but producing can be tough, and you have to make the right calls in the moment. It's very much think on your feet. So it's tough, but I feel really lucky. I have a great company and great colleagues who really gave me opportunities and supported me along the way. It's tough to be in this position, and sometimes, it's really hard to break into, particularly as a woman in a industry that is more dominated by men and has been historically. But I have been lucky, as I said. I have felt really encouraged along the way, and I appreciate all of the opportunities I've been given in that sense.
Well, Lindsay, I can tell you this, the Notre Dame family is proud of you and congratulate you. It sounds a little bit like you're a quarterback. You never quite know, but lots of things are happening in a hurry around you, and you have to get ready for that particular day. But thanks for joining us.
That coming from you.
Thanks for being on Notre Dame Day, and we appreciate it. Good luck with your next broadcast. And Jenna, over to you.
Thanks so much, Joe. Joining us now is Joanna Helm, a senior at Notre Dame in the Mendoza College of Business. As part of a class taught by Professor Wendy Angst, Joanna had the opportunity to work with the St. Bakitas Vocational Training Center in Uganda, a school catering primarily to young women who had been abducted by the Lord's Resistance Army. Joanna is here to tell us about her experience working with these exceptional young women. Joanna, welcome to Notre Dame Day. So glad to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
I'm so excited to talk about your experience with St. Bakitas, but first, we'd love to know how you ended up at Notre Dame. What was your decision process in getting here, and then what do you do on campus now?
Yeah, so I love to say Notre Dame is probably the happiest accident that ever happened to me. I had a lot of different plans for myself, so I thought being a senior in high school, sort of discerning what college would look like, and it's truly the day the Notre Dame application was due, I quickly decided I wanted to throw my name in the ring and wrote up an application, and one thing led to another, and I ended up here not knowing anything about the school or really what I was getting myself into. And within my first week on campus, I called up my mom and was like, this is exactly where I was meant to be.
You were meant to be here, and we're so glad, because not only for the Notre Dame community, but the impact you had with St. Bakitas in Uganda. Tell us about your work, how you became connected with that school, and what it means to you.
Yeah, so I stumbled upon Professor Angst's design thinking class through the entrepreneurship minor here in Mendoza. And basically my semester of the class was focused around St. Bakitas and this all-vocational girls' school in Uganda that had shut down, and Notre Dame was sort of stepping in to help them reimagine the school, reopen, and provide more of an entrepreneurial curriculum for the girls, so that way they could learn how to start their own small businesses upon graduating the school, and then hopefully support themselves for the rest of their lives was the idea. And so for the class, we were just in charge of doing ethnographic research, interviewing the people in Uganda, and trying to understand what this might look like. It was truly kind of starting from scratch, and how do we open up this school and start again. And so we just kind of put our heads together, talked to them to try to figure out piece by piece how we could start building this up. And it's definitely a partnership. As hard as the Notre Dame students are working here, so are the girls and the team at St. Bakitas. And so from there, the project has really blossomed to sort of touch all corners of campus and really made a big impact on the school there as well.
A huge impact. Before you leave us, tell us real quickly, what is next for you?
Yes, so I am a finance and entrepreneurship student here looking to go into investing, specifically early stage investing like venture capital, and possibly in the consumer space.
Well, we wish you all the best of luck. Thank you for the impact you've made here and really around the world. So appreciate it, Joanna.
Thank you.
And next up, we head over to Allison Hayes. She's at Notre Dame Stadium for the Notre Dame Day World Cornhole Championship. Allison?
Hey, I am here at Notre Dame Stadium, the 50-yard line for the Notre Dame Day Cornhole World Championships. Oh, yeah, you hear the crowd. We are fired up here, and we have got some talent here tonight, folks. Now, we started on Sunday with about 250 students competing for the opportunity to be right here where you two are standing, and here you are, the finals. We have our student winners right here. Let's start off with you, Frankie. Tell me a little bit about yourself and your background of cornhole.
Yeah, I'm Frankie Fox. I'm in O'Neill Family Hall here at Notre Dame. I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio, and my family, they're huge cornhole players. We just play in our backyard. Me, my older brothers, my younger sister, and any tailgate, there's always going to be cornhole. So.
You're at Notre Dame. You have to know how to play cornhole at a tailgate. All right.
For sure. Yeah, my name's Cassie G. I'm in Kavanaugh Hall here at Notre Dame. I'm from Williamsport, Pennsylvania, and my experience is just tailgates and grad parties.
Well, you're doing something right, so keep it up. Now, you got some real competition, though. And Father Pete, I mean, he is a crowd and a fan favorite here. Tell us about your background.
So my name's Father Pete, and usually right after Mass is when I get my cornhole in. I find that it's a great way to come down after a celebration, but really just like these guys, you know, tailgates, goofing around with my family, that's how it rolls.
And you just happened to luck out and to have the #1 ranked player in the world here, Mark Richards. You're a big Notre Dame fan, too.
God, I'm a huge Notre Dame fan. Big Mike Bray fan from day one. I'm excited to see what Micah Shrewsbury brings in this year with the team. Go Irish.
All right, and #1 ACL, you had an incredible rookie season, and now to be able to compete against these guys, you think you got some stiff competition?
I'll tell you what, I prepared earlier. I took a Jimmy John sandwich from that goal line to that goal line. I finished it, so I'm ready to roll.
All right, I am going to have you all take your positions and get ready, and I'm going to bring in my broadcasting partner here.
Hi, Allison. How are you?
Hi. Now, this is Mike Hennessy, and he is with Lucky Bags and for Cornhole. And tell me your background a little bit. Tell our viewers.
So, I own Lucky Bags, and we came back here in November and did an event together, and that got us here now. And we're here for the championship, and this is amazing.
Tell us about the bags that the guys are going to be using here today. I'll hold this yellow one. Look how cool these are, by the way.
So these bags are available on our website for purchase. It's luckycornhole.com in 3 different colorways, and you can throw like a champion.
That's right. Throw like a champion. So tell us the format for today's championship event.
So we're going to do 12 rounds. Each round consists of each player throwing 4 bags, and but it is a race to 21. So if they reach 21, game will be over. If not, it'll go to 12 rounds. Wherever we sit, high score wins.
Now, just to make things more interesting, we have all 4 of our contestants are wearing microphones. So throughout the competition tonight, we are going to check in with them a little bit. We're going to get some of their commentary, maybe some strategy, some jitters.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, let's get this competition going. What do you think?
These bags are live.
Thank you, Bernie. Thank you, Bernie.
All righty.
We're going to do a little spin. Hey, spin it.
Go ahead,
You
Cassie.
spin it. I don't know what that means.
Okay, here we go. Ready? We're spinning.
That's you.
So, Allison, they're doing a bag
Cassie,
spin
it's you.
here to determine.
Way to
who
go.
gets
Team
the
gold.
first
Yeah.
bag. So it looks like Cassie G has won the toss. They've decided to switch sides. A little bit of strategy here early on.
Strategy.
Yeah. A little strategy. I like it.
That's all you.
Me?
Yep.
Cassie puts a nice block shot on.
Good block.
Oh.
Okay, they both got one off.
There you go.
Both have 2 on. Ooh, Cassie almost gets that to fall.
That's all right.
Falls off, so it looks like
That's only one.
Cassie G picks up 1 point.
So for our viewers watching, a bag on the board is worth 1 point. A bag through the hole is worth 3 points.
That is correct, and the points do cancel. Cancellation points. So that scenario, Cassie G did pick up 1 point.
Frankie on the board.
Frankie's got 2 good bags in position here. Mark's going to have to do some work to score here. Oh,
That roll.
They call that a flop shot, Allison.
And he knocked Marks in.
He did.
Got to push him.
Not that he needs any help, right? So what he did there, he tried
Come on,
to,
Frankie,
he
do
tried
us
to
a
backload
solid,
the
baby.
bag and get it to flop over the pile.
Missed it.
Okay, Frankie did get one off.
Just there.
Mark's sitting right now with 2 points
What
already.
happens here?
He calls a timeout.
We get 4 of these a game, so don't
Okay.
worry.
Okay, great. Okay. What?
Can we talk?
I'm thinking step out
All right, what are you thinking?
and come into it to try to get
so let's
this
just
one to
listen.
go.
Love it.
Idea.
You like
Love
it?
I
Okay.
think that's a great plan. Let's do that. That's exactly what I was thinking, Mark.
So right now, taking a look at the board, do we have 2 gold and 2 white on?
It looks like 3 gold on and 2 white.
3.
And we have 1 white in, so currently he's sitting with 2 points already. Oh, he knocks one in. So that makes it
good
8
call,
on
good
3.
call.
So he did pick up 5 points there.
Okay.
So the score going into round 3 is
Had it wrong
5-1.
I told you if we had the green and black, it won't go.
Father Pete and Mark Richards.
Okay. I go first on this one. All right, here we go.
Here's your water.
Boink.
Hey, I'll grab that real quick.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, just so you know, Allison, if the bag would hit the ground and bounce up on the board, it would not count.
There you go. Good shot. You all right? Good try, Father Pete.
Nice.
Nicely done.
Get those points.
Cassie G picks up another point here,
That's
which
why.
brings the
That's
score
why you got one of those
5-2
bad boys
coming
right
into
there.
round 4.
Just got to play like a champ.
Uh-oh.
Good bag.
Frankie Fox is warming up.
Ooh.
I think Mark's got something to say about
Hey,
that.
I promise you, it's hard. Ah,
Now, how is
it's like
this
North
different from an
Carolina and Notre Dame.
ACL
Holy smokes.
championship round? I know it's very quiet at those.
Not typically. The crowd really gets into it.
Get up.
So the formats are sometimes different. What a bag. So sometimes it is round limited, depending on the broadcast, like we're doing today, 12 rounds. But typically it's a race to 21.
Sit.
Mark's a little off. Frankie could capitalize. And he does.
Nicely done, Frankie. Nicely done, baby.
We have some hecklers in our crowd.
Very nervous. Very nervous.
And I think Mark likes that, right?
Looks like
Bring it on.
it's like Team Richards picked up 3 points there. We're now at 8-2 coming into round 5.
Consistent.
Good bag, Pete.
Oh, what a shot by Father Pete.
Oh, it's hanging by a thread.
And it falls.
Oh, she got
Cassie knocks it over.
Get up there. Good shot.
Oh, what a shot. He gets them both to fall.
With the kill.
Father Pete picks up 3 there.
He is on fire.
3.
Yes, sir.
Team Lucky's up to a big lead, 11-2, coming into round 6.
Right on.
See what Mark does with his first bag here. Boom. Right up the middle. Frankie follows him.
Go right through that. Good shot.
When he knocked it in.
He did, but he took over whole position. So it's going to be tough for Mark to get in without bringing Frankie in as well. Mark decides to block, which is strategy.
But that opens it up for
That
Mark.
does open it up for Mark. He maintains whole control, and he can clean it up just like that. Just like that.
Wow.
It's my teammate right there.
Frankie's putting up a fight. He does give up 4. Coming into round 7,
Hold it.
15-2.
You see it? What? Is it in there? Oh, it's way over here. Okay.
Now, it is cold out here right now.
Very
How
cold.
much does
We got
cold
him right where we
hands
want him.
affect the game?
Consistent.
Quite a bit.
Talk to Phil.
Nerves, the cold, all of it is a factor.
no.
We got this. We still got, let's see, 8, 9, 10, 5 rounds left.
Oh no.
That should go. Good shot. At least 3. 3.
Okay, we got a wash there.
I think every round I've started with one that's too short.
Yeah.
I'm just proud of my consistency. I'm just really grateful.
Now, while a typical competition would go to 21, we are going to go a full 12 rounds here tonight.
That is correct. Frankie called for an airstrike. That's the first I've ever heard it called an airstrike. It's usually an air mail.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh, you kidding?
Just misses long. Score sitting 5-2 right now. Mark has one. Each have one bag left. Mark goes up, hits it clean.
Oh my God.
What an airmail!
I wanted to say airmail.
Oh, okay.
So we got 8.
Oh, yeah. Good game.
No, guys, we're gonna go a full 12 rounds.
We're going to full 12.
Full 12 rounds.
Oh, this is the time when I take the
matter
hamstring
score.
injury.
Oh, that's even worse.
They have taken some
All
points
right,
off
here
the
we go.
board, and it's now 15-2.
I think they missed.
Doink.
Looks like Cassie's settling in. Then Father B comes right back with a good
All
bag.
airmails this next round. You down?
Yeah, I'm done.
All right. That's what I like to hear.
Oh, she's a little short. See if she can get in. That is a
Gotta
wash.
give it.
No points.
Way to go. Way to go.
Got indication that Mark's going to go all airmails from here on out.
Oh, all right.
Hey, ask the crowd.
Show off.
All airmails. Yeah.
All airmails?
What do you guys think? Come on
Right now it is 15-2. Mark Richards is pumping up the crowd. We are in round 10. And Mark says he's going to airmail it the rest of the way.
Oh, he's long. I tell you what, Frankie can really make up some ground here if he stays up the middle.
To the side.
Come on now, we got this.
Oh, maybe they both agreed to go all airmails.
There we go.
Get in there.
Get it out.
Nope.
Ooh. Uh-oh. Oh, jeez. It's not there.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness! Did you see that? What do you do there, Allison?
Beautiful shot.
And Frankie comes back and hits one.
2 airmails.
I don't know if you caught it. You had a bad angle, but Mark hit an airmail with his eyes
hot, right?
closed and his eyes
I couldn't
covered.
do that if my life depended on me.
All right, our turn.
Okay,
The
go
crowd
ahead.
is loving
Okay,
it.
Seriously. Okay, let's do it. Ready?
I think Mark and Father Pete picked up 3 there.
Oh, now look at Father Pete.
Look out! Incoming!
Not the same effect here.
Just a bit outside.
Hey, you got to go like this. All right? Keep it open. Good spot.
All right, guys, this is round 11. We do have one round left.
Oh, roll
what a
bag.
shot.
Roll bag.
Father Pete pulling out the roll bag.
What do you think? Same thing?
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I'll try to feel it out.
All right.
All right, guys, this is the 12th and final round.
We'll play cornhole.
I think it's 22.
Boom.
Oh, Mark gets in clean.
Not an airmail.
Here in round 12, we believe the score is now 20-2.
Oh, Frankie's in
Team
clean
Richards
again.
And Pete.
Nope, missed it.
If Frankie can get in here, he can get points.
All right, Frankie.
Finish it.
Oh, he goes high. Oh, he misses wide left. What a match.
All right, folks.
Good shooting.
And that will do it
Our world champion
think that is
remains
official.
the world champion. Mark Richards and Father Pete are our Notre Dame Day champions today.
Way to go.
Congratulations. I'm going to make my way over. Mark and Father Pete, Frankie, Cassie, come over here. Congratulations, guys. What a round. What a match. What can you say? You played against the #1 ranked player in the world, and you guys held your own there for a little bit. It was tough, but you had some good shots.
No, it's awesome. I'm just happy to be here. It's so cool to be here in the stadium, especially in my senior year. So thanks so much for putting this on.
And Cassie, for you to have this opportunity to play and to have some amazing shots here. I mean, did you get some pointers maybe from watching Mark?
Oh yeah, definitely. It was an awesome experience. I had no idea what I was signing up for when I got myself into this, but yeah, it was awesome.
So cool. Great job, you guys. And of course, I got to make my way. Hey, I didn't know. I had no idea that Father Pete was this good. I mean, did you, Mark?
Killer.
We know you've got God on your side out here tonight, but what was your strategy coming in?
The Holy Spirit, whole way.
You cannot argue with that, folks. No way. And for you to just, how much fun do you have with this? I mean, I know when you come out, everyone wants to see you airmail it. I've been dying to say that, guys. Airmail it. And we got to see it tonight.
Yeah.
But just, do you ever feel pressure? Is it just fun?
Oh my God, I tell you what, being on ESPN, that means I made a great run in my tournaments. But tonight, being on the 50-yard line at this beautiful stadium with these fans behind me, even though they didn't show me the kind of love I deserved, it was still, oh my God, best experience I've ever had in my life. It was so much fun.
Oh, that's so awesome. I think you've converted some of these guys, right? You were heckling a little bit earlier, but you're going to be rooting for him moving forward, right, guys?
Hey, I'm an Irish fan, okay? We're one of each other.
I got a question for you, just out of curiosity. When you throw, I was watching some highlights of you, and you're tossing it around in your hand, and is that to get it in a certain heaviness, or do you like to have a certain amount of weight in the fingertips?
There's a specific way I like to have it. Basically, the resin, it's kind of like half balance on each hand. I use both hands to balance it. So there's a certain way I like to have it, and until I get that way, I'm not throwing the bag.
All right, I like it. Thank you so much. Congratulations, guys. You did an amazing job. We're going to send it back to the studio. We have much more to come here on Notre Dame Day.
Lake Michigan is incredibly beautiful, but it can also be incredibly dangerous. As a Michigan City firefighter, it is very common for us to get a call about a drowning victim. Deploying our search team takes a lot of time and coordination, and it relies on accurate information. I've been in too many situations where if we could have gotten to somebody quicker, we may have been able to save their life.
Notre Dame computer science and engineering professor Jane Cleland Huang develops artificial intelligence solutions for drones. She and her students deploy drones to carry out specific missions, to assist rescuers and find victims faster.
The artificial intelligence that we developed allows a group of drones to be semi-autonomous, meaning that they can communicate with one another, coordinate their flight patterns, and make decisions based on what they find, all with very little human guidance. The drones can also be programmed to focus on different characteristics, which can help identify a lost or drowning person much faster.
This technology is unique in that it allows the drones to act as an independent part of the rescue team. It also speeds up the process in such a way that it enhances the safety of the responders and the victims while providing critical situational awareness. Without any doubt, this will play a vital role in many emergencies, from drownings to disasters.
To be able to rely on a team of intelligent drones that can cover large areas quickly and report back to us, that is invaluable. Those hours, minutes, and even seconds that we save can be the difference between life and death.
Being able to use computer technology to help these brave first responders save lives is what motivates me. The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting for intelligent solutions that save lives.
We are the Fighting Irish.
Hey, we're back in the social media lounge. Jonathan Ratartha joining you here. We are entering the most exciting period of Notre Dame Day, and that is the final few hours. We have over 30,000 gifts. We are just a few hundred gifts away from approaching our all-time Notre Dame Day record, and it's all thanks to all of you, those of you who have been with us with Notre Dame Day for 10 years now, made it a part of your Notre Dame traditions. We are so grateful. I'm joined this hour by two folks from Jam ND, Jason and Evan. Tell us quickly where you're from, what hall you're in, and what you study.
So my name is Jason. I'm a junior, and I'm from the Secret Hall, and originally I'm from Wuhan, China.
Yeah, my name is Evan. I'm from Cincinnati. I'm currently living in Balmer. What was the other question?
What's your major?
Yeah, biology.
Awesome. And you guys are with Jam ND, so tell us, what's Jam ND all about?
Yeah, Jam ND is all about like musicians on campus, like coming together and like starting bands and like playing around campus. It's kind of like a social thing. You know, it's very like chill, laid back environment for people to come together and make music.
Very good. What instruments do you guys play?
Actually, I play like several kinds of instruments. I play like guitar, like electric one. I also play bass and keyboard, like synthesizer. Yeah.
Yeah, I play mostly keys, but I also play a little bit of guitar and drums too.
Good stuff. And so Notre Dame Day, you guys are trying to raise money. What do you typically use those funds for?
So in the past, we used the funds to get like a club drum set. So like every band in the club can like have access to a drum set, which is like really convenient for a lot of people. And like in the future, we're gonna plan like bigger events like on campus. So we gotta have money for like, you know, like food and snacks and drinks, all that good stuff, merchandise.
Good stuff. Well, listen, it's been so good to talk to you guys. I wish you the best of luck in continuing to raise money on Notre Dame Day 2023. We're so grateful to each and every one of you for tuning in. We've got some amazing performances coming up. The cornhole was incredibly exciting at the end, and there's going to be so much more coming up at Notre Dame Day, coming up in just a few minutes. notredameday.nd.edu. Click that green Make a Gift button, and we'll be back right after this. Stick around.
So when you look back at the University of Notre Dame, we know your fondness for Father Malloy and the help that he gave to you to get your start. When you think back of all the other professors that you had, who stands out?
So for me, who stands out the most isn't necessarily a professor, but it was the academic advisors, and my academic advisor specifically was Sister Kathleen Gilbert. And what really stands out the most is I remember after I went to go into the work world and join the workforce, I'm in Toronto, Canada, and I am in my apartment, top floor, brand new building, living lavish.
Yeah.
And I'm 22 years old, and the phone rings. Canada had caller ID at this time, and I remember the phone had the South Bend area code on it. So I was like, okay, what's going on here? So I pick it up, and it's Sister Kathleen. And she's like, Rocket, this is Sister. She said, it's time to make your spring schedule. And I was like, Sister, I don't need school anymore. I'm rich. She said, no. We made a promise to your mother that you're going to have to graduate, so we got to get your schedule together. And it was just like, if it wasn't for her persistence and for her following up, I know for a fact I would have attended the university, but I probably still wouldn't have graduated.
Yeah.
So I ended up graduating in '94, and she stayed with me because I had to come back 3 spring semesters to complete the degree requirements. So,
you did.
But I did, and Sister Kathleen is the one that stands out for me in regards to administrators here on campus.
never done that before.
Isn't she looking gorgeous?
Gorgeous.
Gorgeous. The 13th hour of our 10th anniversary Notre Dame Day broadcast, a global celebration of all things Notre Dame, of course. I'm Vahid Sadarzadeh, former anchor at ABC 57 here in South Bend, where I spent years with this young lady covering Notre Dame football.
That's right. I'm Allison Hayes, and I'm the host of ABC 57 Saturday Kickoff here in South Bend. And we are now here together live on campus at the Duncan Student Center to share great stories about the University of Notre Dame and the people who are making them.
We invite you to participate in tonight's celebration by simply making a gift to any one of more than 900 student causes on campus. Just go to Notre Dame Day website, notredameday.nd.edu. If you're not watching from there already, click on that green Make a Gift button. Type in any cause at Notre Dame that you'd like to give to and complete the giving process.
And we do have some great guests over the course of the broadcast, including former professional football players, an NBA champion, and so many more. So you'll want to stay tuned in all night as we bring all of the action to you. We'll be broadcasting these stories until midnight tonight.
We will. And coming up this hour, we'll hear from a miracle COVID survivor who went on to run the Ironman, a baseball Hall of Famer, and so many other incredible people. And speaking of amazing people, we do have an update on Joey Quinones' progress. The Irishman triathlon, he's running it today. Allison, where is he at?
Yeah, he has actually completed 22 miles of his 26.2 mile run. So he is just coming down the stretch.
He is. We're going to see him cross the finish line live right here on Notre Dame Day this hour. So we're rooting him on, of course, and we'll get our other incredible stories lined up as well. So let's check in right now with Tim Kenny for an update on what's happening with giving. Tim.
All right, thanks, Vahid. Hey, you know what? I want to just pull something special out here, okay? A little magic trick. Nothing up my sleeve. Take a look at the leaderboard here. Boom! We have had an incredible hour here, right? Every single number that you see up here is a new Notre Dame Day record. 30,700 gifts, 3.3 million, over 800 causes that we have had gifts from here. Never have we seen that before in the 10 years of Notre Dame Day, okay? And I just want to, give a special shout out here because believe you me, right? This is not just the same old story, right? We're not playing the shallow end anymore. We are digging deep and we are seeing the results for our students, all right? So clearing things up, each one of those is just something brand new for our impact here as a Notre Dame family that we are having on our students. So taking a look at this and want to spotlight some of the groups that we're seeing here. 1842 challenge and leaderboard that we're seeing for all of our Notre Dame clubs around the country. ND Club of Indianapolis, one of those AA clubs, one of the biggest that we have, still topping the leaderboard here. That means that they are getting that extra share of the challenge fund as well. And thank you as well to everybody else who participated in our bonus challenge last hour. Everybody who made a gift in the last hour, all of those gifts we were seeing, extra $5 that's going to be matched on top of those, in addition to all of that they donated, in addition to the challenge fund that they are receiving here. Overall leaderboard that we're taking a look at here, right? All of these groups that we're seeing here are just doing incredible things for our students. And one cool spotlight just to note, we focus so much on the number of gifts that we're getting and the number of donors who are choosing to support so many of the groups. But we also want to give a cool shout out to Dylan Hall, who have just been doing an amazing job from that dollar standpoint as well. So let's pass it back up to the studio here and go to Allison.
Well, thank you, Tim. Our next guests are Notre Dame alumna and Board of Trustees member Cindy Parseghian and Cheryl Marcolese, a board member at Niemann-Pick, Canada. Now, Cindy and her husband, Mike, along with Mike's dad, Ara Parseghian, began the Ara Parseghian Medical Research Foundation in 1994 after 3 of their 4 children were diagnosed with a fatal rare disease called Niemann-Pick, type C. Now, today, both the foundation and Niemann-Pick Canada are dedicated to searching for a cure for this terrible disease. Cindy, Cheryl, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Thank you, Allison. Thank you. Thank you.
We're so happy to have you on with us. To start us off, Cindy, tell us the story about the diagnosis of your 3 children and how you launched the foundation and the current partnership with Notre Dame.
Sure, Allison. Most children are born perfectly healthy, as our children were. And it's usually our children started showing symptoms of the disease around school age. And as the disease progresses, children lose their ability to walk, to talk, seizures are common, and death usually occurs before adulthood. When we got the diagnosis, very little was known about the disease. We knew we needed to advance the research if our children were going to have any chance to live a full life. But unbelievably, we lost Michael, Marcia, and Krista to this horrifying disease. In 2016, we merged our foundation with the fund at Notre Dame, and it has been a perfect marriage. Notre Dame's mission is to help the underserved. At least one of their missions is to help the underserved. And the incredible support we have received is a testament to the ND community living to that mission. And we hired Dr. Sean Casson as our fund director 7 years ago, and he has been doing an incredible job and so easy to work with. He is spearheading our ND Day fundraising, and you can tell from the leaderboard that he is doing an incredible job. Right now we are over $700,000 we've raised.
Wow, that is just incredible. And I know a lot of progress has been made since you launched the Parseghian Fund. Can you give updates on what therapies are being used to treat NPC patients and the involvement of your foundation in that development?
Well, we currently have several potential therapies that are in the drug development pipeline, and 3 of these drugs have been administered to NPC patients for over 7 years and are showing signs of slowing down the disease process. And we are working with the FDA and a couple of drug companies to move these drugs forward. One of our projects right now is developing biomarkers to enhance the trials and make it easier to determine if the drugs are being effective. Drug development is challenging in rare diseases because of the small patient population. Yet drug development has far-reaching implications for the general population. And I like to give one example. Statins, which are the most prescribed drug in the United States, were actually developed through research in another rare disease. And the research that were involved in that drug and became statins were given the Nobel Prize because their research was that important. And that just shows the importance of rare disease research.
Wow, that is just incredible. Now, Cheryl, you are also a mother of 2 children who were diagnosed with this rare disease. Could you tell us just a little bit about your boys and what it's been like for you and your family to be in a struggle against this condition?
Yeah, thank you. As you mentioned, my husband Paul and I have 2 young boys diagnosed with NPC. Our oldest son Daniel is almost 9 years old. He has an incredible heart and a rather unhealthy obsession with video games. His younger brother James is 7 years old. He is our social butterfly and absolutely loves rainbows. For Paul and I, we don't have any other children, so when our boys were diagnosed with NPC in 2016, it absolutely crushed us and the future we had planned. We understood our boys would suffer terrible effects of this disease and would likely die by the time they were 10 years old, and this terrified us. We flew from Toronto to Chicago every 2 weeks for several years to access a medication shown to slow the progression of the disease. We are pleased to share that Daniel will be 10 years old next year. This was a birthday we were dreading, and although he continues to struggle with some speech delay and balance issues, his disease hasn't worsened since being on medication, and James is developing typically for his age. This is a true testament to the progress that has been made in the fight against this disease. It is for this that us and so many other families are so incredibly grateful to the Parseghian family, the University of Notre Dame, and all the supporters of the Parseghian Fund. Not just on Notre Dame Day, which is pretty incredible, but every day. Your efforts and progress are truly changing what it means to receive a diagnosis of NPC. Families are watching this event, and your support gives us all incredible hope that if we continue this fight, we may eventually beat this devastating disease once and for all.
You all are so inspiring and everything that you've been through. Cheryl, how did you become connected to Notre Dame, and what research is your foundation currently supporting at the university?
Yeah, so after the boys were diagnosed, we became involved with a foundation here in Canada, and the first connection we made was with the Parsegian Fund at Notre Dame. We attended their annual scientific conference for the first time in 2017 because we wanted to help fund research. We were pretty amazed by how many dedicated and compassionate researchers the Parsegian Fund had brought together that cared so deeply about this incredibly rare disease. This is where we met Dr. Kevin Vaughn and learned about his work at the university, where he is investigating a new potential therapy to treat NPC disease, and we're really excited to be supporting it.
Incredible. Now, Cindy, you are launching a new program to develop next generation therapies for NPC. Can you let us know how this is a novel approach to treating the disease and your current progress that you're making?
Well, thanks, Allison, for bringing this up, because we are really excited about this new program. And the program we have underway will be an attempt to cure the defect in the NPC protein. And this defect does not allow the protein to fold correctly, so it can't do its job properly. And our project is screening for a small molecule that will bind to the protein to eliminate the defect and thus allow cholesterol to move out of the cells. And a couple of other diseases have used this method to develop therapies, and the most notable is probably cystic fibrosis. We are currently very enthused about this. In fact, I don't think I've been this enthused about a project since we isolated the gene quite a number of years ago.
I can feel your excitement talking about it. And finally, Cindy, the Air Parsegian Medical Research Fund is one of the top beneficiaries of the fundraising that goes on during Notre Dame Day. How does the money raised through this day impact the program that you mentioned and your other research funding needs?
Well, I'm going to take a moment. I've got to do a couple of shout outs. First, I've got to give a shout out to the esteemed students that are over at the Ideas Center that have been working on this all week. And they are just absolutely amazing. These are master students that have just come to Notre Dame for a year, and they're really, taking on our project. They are also getting ready to do a bike ride fundraiser for us right before graduation. So they are the best. And I also give a big thank you to the class of 1973. They're just having a big impact on our fundraising ability. The Parsegian Foundation is the largest supporter of NPC research, and without donations, there would be no research. And so the ND Days has a huge impact on our ability to support research. Plus, we are blessed with an anonymous donor couple who are triple matching what we raised tonight. So between the dollars that you see and this triple match, we're going to have sufficient dollars that we will be able to expand our research. Currently, we fund about 20 research projects, and I think this will probably get us an extra 10 or 15. So it's going to have a huge impact. And then finally, I want to do a big, big thank you to all of our donors. We just so appreciate you. You are a blessing, and just a big, big thank you.
Wow. Thank you both so much for being a part of Notre Dame Day, for all of the work that you're doing in making such an impact on everyone's lives. And now we're going to head on over to the performance stage where Abby Urban is standing by with the Filipino American Student Organization. Abby?
Thank you, Allison. We are joined here by the Filipino American Student Organization, or FASO, and they are performing a traditional Philippine folk dance called tinikling. Let's take it away.
Wow, I just saw a new exercise for our running backs at camp. I bet you they're going to be really excited to see this one when they get out there. But anyway, joining us now is a former captain for the Fighting Irish who went on to play a few seasons for the Broncos, the Chiefs, and the Raiders, Kyle McCarthy. Thanks for joining us today, Kyle. Really appreciate here at Notre Dame Day.
Of course, Joe, man. Glad to be on here.
Hey, let's go back to your high school days in Youngstown, Ohio, where you were a star quarterback at Cardinal Mooney High and then led them to the state championship. Did any school ever recruit you as a quarterback, or were you always going to be destined to be a safety?
Joe, I've always liked you, man, and I appreciate you bringing out that I played quarterback in high school. My glory days for sure. There were a few teams, probably the biggest school was Northwestern right down the road there in Chicago. But, man, my dream was to play for Notre Dame, and I knew that the only chance I had was to move over on the defensive side of the ball and try to fake it till you make it. So I did the best I could and eventually found my way on the field.
Well, the one thing you didn't do was fake it, I guarantee you that. When you look back at your 4 years wearing the gold helmet, what do you remember most in those years?
Yeah, I mean, great question. Shoot, there's so many memories kind of flooding through the head right now. But any player will always tell you it's the guys in the locker room. I mean, Notre Dame's a special place. I think Lou Holtz said it. No explanation is necessary if you've been there, and no explanation will suffice if you haven't. And that's certainly true. There's a magic around campus, around the student body, and the buildings, and just the mystique of Notre Dame. But at the end of the day, it's about the guys that are lining up next to you and in the locker room with you, and the moments between the moments. Those are really where you make lifelong memories and lifelong friends. And it's Notre Dame is certainly a special place, but it's made up because of special people.
Well, Kyle, obviously, because we spend so much time together as a team, you're always around the locker room. You make a great point about the fellowship part of it. But there's also the other side of Notre Dame, and that is being on campus, not being in a dormitory that's all athletic. You're part of the university. What away from the game, what away from the locker room, do you remember most about the university?
Yeah, I played a little ball after Notre Dame, and then I coached for a few years in college, and I work as a sports agent now and dealing with high-profile athletes and NFL players and coaches. And when I tell them that I had to live on campus for 3 years in college, they can't comprehend it. Like it's so foreign to them. But it's something that I think, again, makes Notre Dame unique and Notre Dame special. I know the rules have changed a little bit now, but Notre Dame kind of almost forcing you to interact and be ingrained in the student body is something that I always appreciated from Notre Dame, looking back at my time there. And, hey, again, I had some friends at a lot of different schools. I'm not going to name names, but, you got to go to class, right? You got to show up. You got to take your own tests. And it's hard. It's not for everybody. But, after you get done, you get that degree and you look back at it, I think it certainly gives you a different sense of pride. But you are part of the student body. You're not an athlete. There's not the athletes and then the student body, and you're separated. I mean, you are a whole. I mean, you are part of the Notre Dame family, and I think that's something that I'm, even to this day, really, really proud of, and I think that makes, again, Notre Dame very, very special.
You mentioned after your NFL career was over, you came back to Notre Dame and joined the coaching staff as a grad assistant. Did you have aspirations of going on and coaching at another level, or did it end there?
Well, I told Marcus this when I met with Marcus after he was hired. I always thought I'd be the head coach of Notre Dame, to be honest with you. I hate to be that egotistical, but I bought a dang house there when I was coaching because I figured I'd be there a long time. So absolutely, I never once thought I'd be doing anything else. Just relationships and life happened, and ended up making the transition to another profession. But Notre Dame's always going to be near and dear to my heart. And I'd be lying if I didn't say that I miss coaching, miss having my feet on the grass. I think the people that are closest to me in my life know that and know that's always going to be part of me. But having a little bit more stability and flexibility in my life was important to me as I started a family. So made the sacrifice, if you will. Hopefully my wife's not Notre Dame grad, but not too mad at me for saying that. But I don't regret it because of the my life now. But I do miss it, and I do miss again the relationships, the players, the coaches, and being around the program for sure.
Well, Kyle, you're as close to the game as you could possibly get now. You represent athletes. You're in the athlete representation business. Of course, the draft is tomorrow. Everybody's all excited about that. Why did you get into representing athletes?
Yeah, I think I had a old Notre Dame connection. My former agent, who was the owner of a company called Athletes First, which is a major sports agency, one of the most respected and successful firms in the business. I had a great experience with him, and kind of organically through conversation, it got brought up. And I was still pretty young at the time, and eager to get married and start a family and all those things. And I felt it was a really unique opportunity to again, have a little more stability, but still be around the game that I love, right? And still try to help others and offer my experiences, advice, and resources to help the others achieve their dreams. I never once thought I'd play in the NFL. I had a little cup of coffee, if you will, but my goal is to help guys not only achieve their dreams of playing in the NFL, but to maximize their time there and their value there, and take advantage of it, and help them transition to life after football, which is a really tough transition, which people don't often think about when you think about representing players. So I felt like it kept me close to the game, but also gave me some fulfillment to help others and offer the advice that I think could help mold them into great NFL players.
And with, like I said, the draft is coming up, but you have a stable of players already. Who are some of the guys that you guys represent?
Yeah, I think as a sports agency, we're the largest football agency in America, and anybody from Aaron Rodgers to Justin Herbert, those are some of our top guys. I work with some guys, a lot of Notre Dame guys. There's some Notre Dame connections there, of course. Kyle Hamilton and Cole Kmet, Michael Mayer in this draft. I just did Draymond Jones, a big defensive tackle out in Seattle, just did a deal. Devon Hamilton, actually, we just completed a deal for him today with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Lucas Van Ness in this draft coming up. Represent some coaches, and Matt LaFleur and Jonathan Gannon, head coaches in the NFL. So, kind of wear a couple different hats at the company. Again, have a great team there, and think we have a great product. But all comes down to being authentic, being genuine, and just trying to help and serve others.
Last question for you. How excited are you, or are you as close to excited as you were when you were involved in it, or possibly? And how excited are you for tomorrow, for your clients, and of course for yourself as a player? I know I get excited every time I go to a game. It's part of who we are.
Yeah. Joe, it's kind of like going to Notre Dame Stadium, or really any big game, and the national anthem plays, and there's the flyover, and I don't care who. If you don't get goosebumps, man, you don't have a pulse, or you don't get the game, right? You don't get the competition. But it's a little bit like that, and the fact that when that phone rings, it's stressful. There's months leading up to it. It's your dream, and then you have the silence, and the phone rings, and there's guys have parties, and there's people crying and chills, and you still don't know what team's picking them just yet until they get off the phone and hang up. So it's a really cool moment to be a part of with each one of my guys, and it's really cool. It's everything coming together and a dream happening right there, and their lives change. And when you're at Notre Dame, and let's say you're an accounting major and you're living in Chicago because that's where your family lives, you kind of apply to places to live in Chicago, right? You apply to accounting firms in Chicago. These guys are going to get drafted by one of 32 NFL cities. They have no idea. So it's really unique. It's really cool. It's a special moment. And it's just cool to be a part of an experience. And so, yeah, it certainly takes you back. But, hey, man, you know as well as I do, it's never going to replicate putting that helmet on. So, but it comes awfully close.
Well, listen, hey, Kyle, thanks so much for being with us on Notre Dame Day, and good luck tomorrow with all your guys. It looks like one of them did pretty well in a trade just recently. AR is on his way to New York. I can just say this: look out, New York! Here comes Aaron. Thanks, buddy.
No
Take
doubt.
care.
Hey, man. Thanks, Joe. Go Irish.
You got it.
Joining us now are the Voices of Faith, and they will be singing God Has Smiled on Me and Kyrie. Let's go.
Well, thank you so much, Abby. In March of 2020, Ben O'Donnell became the first hospitalized COVID patient in Minnesota. He then became the first COVID patient to undergo extracorporeal membrane oxygenation, or ECMO, in the entire Western Hemisphere. Just 1 year later, he ran the Ironman. He's here today to share his remarkable story. Ben, welcome to Notre Dame Day. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. It's great to be here.
Well, Ben, walk us through the beginning of your illness, when you first realized you were sick, and what had been going on in your life at that time.
Well, at that time, I was getting ready to train for my second Ironman triathlon. So this was February of 2020. I spent 2 days at the Mayo Clinic getting an executive physical to make sure my body was ready to take the training for another Ironman. And I was traveling for work, and I got home and just started feeling run down. Just had a little fever, and just didn't feel right when I got home.
What was the point at which that you knew that it was a little bit different, that it was a different kind of illness, and that maybe you needed to have more serious medical treatment?
I think it was around day 3 or 4. I still had a fever. So I got home on February 29th and had a fever. It was about 3-4 days later, I decided, you know what, let's go get this checked out. And at that time, there was no testing or anything for COVID-19 outside of the CDC. So they sent me home and said, just get some more fluids. And around day 7 or 8 of fever, I realized this wasn't going away. At that point, I wasn't able to eat anymore. I wasn't able to walk the dog around the house anymore. I could barely walk across the room without losing my breath. So I decided that, you know what, I think that when my wife gets home from her conference on March 8th, that on March 9th, let's go to the hospital and just get this checked out again. At the time, I was thinking, I'll just get fluids, they'll send me home. If this does happen to be, you know, my wife and I had been talking about COVID-19, following it in the news. I'm young, I'm healthy. They're just going to give me some fluids and send me home, and I'll just keep fighting this off on my own. And that was the thought the entire time through that process was, I just need a little fluid. That's it, nothing more.
Well, and despite the treatments that you were getting at first, your lungs were still failing, and that's when the doctor says they want to do something called an ECMO. Can you tell us more about that procedure and how the decision was made for you to undergo this treatment?
So ECMO is extracorporeal membrane oxygenation, as you said, and it's where they have to pump your blood outside of your body to oxygenate it with an external lung, with an artificial lung. And so what they have to do is take a catheter or a hose about the size of your thumb and put it down in your neck, down into your heart, and pump the blood out to oxygenate it for you. And with this procedure, it's about a 50% mortality rate just to have the catheter put in. And then when you're on it, you're on such extreme blood thinners that there's about a 10% chance of a brain bleed as well. So the doctors called my wife and said, it's a 50% mortality rate to go on ECMO just for the procedure, and another 10% chance of brain bleeds. But if we don't do it, your husband's going to die. We need to know, because if we don't do this in the next 2 hours, he will likely pass away. So what is your choice? And that was the decision that my wife had to make. I was already I was in a coma, I was sedated, so I was no part of this decision. The last decision I had made was about 5 hours prior, letting them know that yes, you can put me on a ventilator because I'm not able to breathe anymore.
Oh my God, I just got goosebumps multiple times as you were describing that. And your wife, she holds a doctorate in chemistry from Notre Dame, so she must be pretty scientifically literate. What was her response to seeing you undergo such intensive medical treatments?
And that's the thing with that, she was separated from the medical treatment from the fact that she was isolating because she had been in contact with a COVID patient or with someone who had tested positive. So she was doing everything remotely, and she has this amazing ability to, I'll say, shut off the emotion to handle the analytical situation. So she was able to, on the phone with the doctors, with my sister, who's a nurse that was able to visit at that time, and go through the decisions of, this is how we're going to treat Ben. And when she got done, that's when the emotions would show up, was after the conversation. But she was able for those few times a day to do that. And then she had to turn herself back on because we had a 3-year-old daughter at home, and she had to take care of her while we were going through this process, or while she was going through this process. And just the ability to be able to kind of turn things off in a moment from an emotional standpoint, so the hard decisions could be made, and then still be there for her daughter. That's, to me, one of the most heroic things that happened during this entire process.
Wow, just incredible. And I know because of COVID, a lot of Ironmans were canceled, and you were not able to enter a competition again until May of 2021, 14 months after you began physical therapy in the hospital. How did that Ironman race go for you?
For me, the emotion of just being there, thinking, and I remember laying down before the race just that morning and thinking 14 months ago, I was able to stand for 30 seconds, and that was the greatest success I felt since I had completed an Ironman in 2017, 3 years prior. And here I am about to exercise for 15 to 17 straight hours. How is this going to go? And the euphoria of just being there. I didn't have any mental hurdles that day that you normally have on a Ironman race day. I had the typical physical things. I had a cramp while I was swimming. I had a flat tire on the bike, but it was just a sheer joy of the moment of being there. And that was probably one of the greatest feelings of that day, and being able to finish 50 minutes before my previous time, 40 to 50 minutes before I did while I was healthy. That was great. Just being able to have that best PR finish with the flat tire and all of that after being sick. I just felt this amazing euphoria.
Wow. I mean, absolutely incredible. You'll take all of those obstacles to have the opportunity to be in that Ironman, and then you get a PR. Congratulations. That is just so inspiring. And we can't thank you enough for joining us today on Notre Dame Day. Thank you so much. And now we're going to head over to Jenna Liberto. Jenna?
Thanks so much, Allison. It was over a year ago that Father Bob Simon started creating his rendition of Notre Dame's iconic main building and its golden dome. And on this year's Notre Dame Day, it's finally finished. How do you feel?
I feel great about the fact that it's finished. I feel great about the fact that it's going to be here at the University of Notre Dame. What my heart is filled with tonight is what it's filled with all the time. I'm just so grateful for the experience that I had here working on a master's degree in liturgy. I'm so grateful for the tremendous university that this is, the force for good that it is, as Father Soren dreamed of it being. It's so great for me because she's always been dear to my heart to, honor in some small way our Blessed Mother, with this, as Father Soren so wanted to do. I feel very much as Father Ted would say that while Mary has visited many places in the world appearing, she makes her home here at Notre Dame, he's always felt. And it's just, I'm grateful for the university and the impact it's made in my life and the life of so many people, and so great to celebrate it. So great always to be a part of the Notre Dame family.
We are thankful for your prayerful creativity. I want to give us one more look at that golden dome, because this was a challenging piece, but certainly the cherry on top of this experience, literally.
Yeah, one of the things that has really come to life for me in this experience, last year I came with most of the building, but it was missing that dome. Boy, Father Soren was so right about insisting on that golden dome. There's something just so special about it. There's something so special about Our Lady atop it and everything. And it's just such a beautiful, beautiful image. And it's something that just thrilled everybody looking at it. It really drew people to it. He was just so right, with his insistence on that. It's so special. It's so wonderful.
Everyone who stops by the Lego build has enjoyed interacting with you and having conversations, asking you questions. That had to be a fun part of this experience.
I've loved the experience of trying to encourage young people in their creativity. I've loved the fact that so many have shared their own passion, for Lego with me. I'm so grateful for those who work in this wonderful building, who pointed out the windows of their office and where they work, or told me stories. One, man today, an alum, was telling me about on one of his tough days as a freshman, this priest came out and talked to him and sat with him for a bit, and it was Father Ted, and how that impacted his life. It's been so great to hear those stories, really to share the passion that the Notre Dame family has for this building, for this special place. It's been incredible to be a part of that. Again, just such a beautiful thing to be part of the Notre Dame family.
Thank you for your time with us. We know you have to leave us eventually, but the good news is the main building and its Golden Dome is staying here, just relocating to McKenna Hall very soon. Thank you again for all your hard work, Father Bob.
I'm so thrilled with it, and it'll be great to see it there, to build it there, and for it to have its home there.
Good. We'll send it back to you, Joe.
Thanks, Jenna. Joining us now is one of the greatest to ever play the game of baseball. But you'll see that's not why he's joining us today on Notre Dame Day. Craig Biggio, thanks for being with us today on Notre Dame Day. Great to see you, Craig.
Yeah, good to see you too, Joe. I do got to let you know before we get into this, I was a huge Redskin fan growing up back in the day with the Hogs and the Jack Kent Cook family, and watched your career. I didn't watch at Notre Dame, but I watched it when you got to the Redskins, and congrats on a great career, and congrats on making me a fan of the Redskins.
Oh, I appreciate it so much. Thank you. We had a lot of fun. Of course, with the Astros and everything, it's all about the guys having a lot of fun, and that was part of the group that I played with. But let's not talk about us. Let's talk about your boys, okay? First, Kevin and Connor. Why do you think they were attracted to Notre Dame, other than the shirt you're wearing?
Well, we've got a lot of years up there, with 3 different kids that went through there. But I do got to say, it started with my father-in-law and my grandfather-in-law. When every year they weren't Notre Dame alum or went to college, they were just Notre Dame fans, and they would every year they would get on a Winnebago and they would go to Notre Dame and watch a football game. So every year, like my kids, when they were little, like 4 or 5, they would get Notre Dame football T-shirts, Notre Dame shirts, And, lo and behold, that continued until they were in high school, and they continue to get them. And then when my son, my Connor, the oldest one at the time, was a senior in high school, we were looking for schools and places to play. And we went and did a couple showcases, and we had the opportunity, or he had the opportunity to go play for Notre Dame, and that was pretty much an easy decision for him to make, and the rest was history.
It's interesting you bring that up. Brainwashing actually does work. Obviously, if you buy enough of the shirts and things, it absolutely does work. So really, it's going back to your grandparents, just the love of the university that really sort of sent everybody here.
Pretty much. I mean, you look at all our kids and growing up, and Christmas time, they all Notre Dame T-shirts on, whatever sports it was. And that's kind of how it all started. And then it all evolved into eventually all 3 of the kids ended up going up to Notre Dame.
And I tell you, the boys actually everybody, all of them, had great careers here for the Fighting Irish. Connor was an outfielder and a designated hitter, played all 4 years. And Gavin, he was an all-star second baseman. Why do you think they were so successful here at Notre Dame?
I think it's probably their work ethic, their desire, their passion, just to be as good as they could be. And obviously, better, just like they know, to get a Notre Dame degree is truly special and extremely hard to get and challenging, trying to coordinate the academics and athletics. And playing in cold weather outside early in baseball season and stuff like that. But they knew what they wanted to do. And I think that, I was able to coach the 2 boys when they were in high school together for 2 years, which is really special. And then watch them go and play together in college for 2 years. You don't see that very often. It's very rare, but it was pretty special for my wife and I and our family and I to be able to do that. And then obviously for the 2 boys to be able to play together and be the buddies that they are.
Connor was drafted by a team I think you might know just a little bit about, the Astros. Did he give professional baseball a shot?
No, he didn't do it. He didn't. He had enough. He looked at it and he looked in the mirror and he says, "Look, I'm not." I didn't put any pressure on him any which way. I'm saying, "You sure you want to do it?" Once you say yes or no, you're going to have to create that path and go that way. And he's like that. I'm good. I mean, my college career was great. I've got some of my best friends in my life, I watch him traveling. He's got a great job. I watch him traveling now, going to weddings and stuff like that with all his teammates, and that's what it's all about. So he was good when he had said no, and moved on.
What's he doing now?
Well, he's got a great job. He's working for a pharmaceutical company, and he's enjoying it, working hard. And I think eventually, I'm not happy about it, but he's going to end up probably having to go to New York for a little while and do that. And he loves it, and he's excited about the opportunity that he has now.
And then on the other side of the spectrum, Kevin had a chance to end up being drafted by the Blue Jays and as a 5th-round pick in 2016. And he signed with the Jays, and now he's in his 4th season in the bigs. Do you watch him, and does it bring back memories for you?
No, it's really exciting to watch him, for all of us to watch him, no matter where we're at. I mean, we're spread out a little bit at times, but you all got your iPhones and the MLB app, and we can watch every at bat, every game. And so, for me personally, I try to juggle between the Astro games and the Notre Dame game. I mean, in the Blue Jay games, it's just it's fun watching him make his path. I can't even believe it. This is going into his 4th season already, and it just time flies and it goes fast. And that team that's up there is a good squad. They're a good team. It's going to be interesting to see how this thing plays out through the course of the year.
And not to be outdone, Quinn, your daughter decided also to follow her brothers to Notre Dame, where she played all 4 years as an infielder and a designated hitter with the Irish. So were you and Patty surprised that she decided to go to Notre Dame, or was it sort of predestined for her?
Yeah, I think it was more predestined. She didn't really have a choice. I mean, she had some pretty good opportunities to go to some other schools, but again, the Notre Dame education is second to none, and at the end of the day, you get your education. You get an opportunity to play athletics, play sport there, and then you got some of the best friends you're going to have for the rest of your life. I mean, she took a 7-day trip here that she just went to Holland. London with some of her teammates, and they just had a great time, and that's what it's all about as we get older in life, and it's about the relationships and the friendships that you have, and obviously the ones that they have from Notre Dame are incredible.
Craig, what are you and Patty's fondest memories about the time as parents of Domers and the time that they've spent here, and you've had a chance to come and visit here?
I think our fondest memories are, first of all, just the people that we have the opportunity to work with and deal with and get to know up there at Notre Dame. There's some really special people that are there. And then for the kids in general, it was just really it was just fun watching them figure out their path and figuring out, where they're going to go. And I the first orientation, and it was like, listen, please do not walk for your children anymore. Walk with them and let them find their own path. And that was one of the speeches in the orientation that always stuck out in my mind. It was 100% accurate, because they got to start finding out and figuring out where they want to go and what they want to do. And now that they're 30, 28, 23, that's what they're doing. And it's really fun watching them become the people that they are. And it's just fun.
Well, you had one of the greatest careers in Major League Baseball history, and you're one of just 33 former players who reached the 3,000 hit mark. Your 20-year career with the Astros culminated with the game's greatest honor, and that's an induction into the Baseball Hall of Fame. And you were the first Astro uniform to be on the Hall on a plaque. Mm-hmm. What was that moment like for you to be elected to the Hall?
Well, I mean, it's really, again, it's really hard to put into words. I mean, I was just I grew up in a small town in Long Island, New York. I went to Seton Hall University. I got drafted by the Houston Astros, and then the rest was history. And somehow, some way, I was able to, with the organization's blessing also, to be able to make it work and stay with one organization for 20 years in the big leagues, 2 years in the minor leagues, and to be able to culminate that into have some success along the ways, get to some playoff games, be the first team in Texas to get to the World Series, and to be able to enjoy that and share that with the people here and the fans here, because they've been so incredible to my family and I, to be able to do that and, have the 3,000 hits and do that, and we did it at home. But then again, but to be able to give them the Hall of Fame. There's nothing that you ever play for. It's just, it happens. And you had some pretty good numbers that got you into the Hall of Fame. And that's pretty rewarding for me and my family to be able to say, hey, we were pretty loyal to an organization, the city and the community, but then also to be able to give that back on the back end and say, hey, man, we all did this together. We did the journey together. Let's enjoy it together.
It's such a wonderful outlook, and I know that people appreciate it so much. And I want to thank you and Patty for entrusting Notre Dame with the education and training and care of your 3 kids. We appreciate it. Congratulations. Look forward to seeing you down the road, and take care.
All right, Joe. Good to see you, too. Be good.
Let's head over to Jonathan.
I'm here. We had no battery. I'm here. Yes, sir. All right, we are back in the social media lounge. Jonathan Retardo joining you here. The final hours of Notre Dame Day. It is such an honor to be with each and every one of you. Thanks to so many of you who have made this officially the biggest Notre Dame Day of all time. We have crossed 31,800 gifts on our way to 32,000. It's more gifts than have ever been given to Notre Dame in a single day in its entire history. I'm hearing in my ear that Joey Quinones is crossing the finish line at Fisher Hall. Let's go to Fisher Hall now for the finish. Joey's completing a full triathlon today. He is just wrapping up the running segment, and I'm being told that we're going to be able to cover that live.
All right, guys, this is Vahid Sadrzadeh. We are live outside Fisher Hall, Notre Dame Day, and Joey Quinones is about to do the unimaginable here. Fisher Hall is out here supporting Joey. He is coming down the stretch. What a day it's been. He started at 8 a.m., and it's been a 2.4-mile swim, a 112-mile bike, topped off with a 26.2-mile marathon, and Joey is coming down the stretch. You can see the oars, the finish line. The Irishman is within grasp here. I believe we can see him.
You need to go on camera.
So we're right here in front of the finish line, right here in front of Fisher Hall, and you can see his team is out here cheering him on as Joey is coming down the stretch. You can kind of make out in the distance. Joey started at 8 a.m. this morning, and right now it is 14 hours and 52 minutes. Let's take it in while he finishes the race. Obviously doing it to raise money for Fisher Hall. And you can see him right in the distance over here. 14 hours and 53 minutes. And it's in the 40s here tonight. He's been running with a sweatshirt on. Again, the 2.4-mile swim, all inside. And then the 112-mile bike we showed you throughout the day here on Notre Dame Day. The 112-mile bike was on a stationary bike inside. And then the 26.2-mile run, all outside. Here he comes. Joey Quinones crossing the finish line. Oars up in front of Fisher Hall. Joey, you are an Irishman. What do you think about that? You are an Irishman. How does that feel?
Feels pretty great. I'm going to sit down sometime soon, but...
So tell me a little bit about the day. I mean, first of all, why did you decide to do it?
For these guys. I love this place. This is our home.
So I have been fortunate to do an Ironman, and a few years ago, and it's tough, even with people out there. The scenery, you were by yourself most of the day, indoors on the bike, in the pool swimming, and then out here at night. Walk me through the mental fortitude that you put forth today.
Oh, I was never alone. Like, I was always with someone. Like, between guys joining me in the pool, at the bike, like running just now, like it's been not a lonely day at all.
So you started at 8 a.m. Kind of take me through the day.
So felt really good on the swim. Did it faster than I ever did before. Bike was a little... Bike was a little bit more of a grind than I thought it would be, but then started to pick up the pace once we hit South Quad. So started hearing the oars, and I was just like, "Oh, we're coming."
Have you done an Ironman before?
I've not. No, this is the first one.
You are the one and only Irishman right here, Joey Quinones. Congratulations! Fisher Hall has got their Irishman. Let's do it. Back to the social media set, Notre Dame Day.
Thank you, Vahid. Unbelievable. What a moment. Congratulations to Joey and the men of Fisher Hall. What an accomplishment. I'm joined here by two also incredibly accomplished men, Trey and Edson, from the National Society of Black Engineers. Tell us where you guys are from, what residence hall, what year are you, and your major is obviously engineering, so we'll skip that one.
I'm originally from Norwood, New Jersey. Currently live in Soren Hall. I'm a junior studying mechanical engineering with a minor in collaborative innovations.
I'm from Florida, and I'm also in Soren Hall studying computer science with a minor in real estate and engineering corporate practice.
Awesome. Great. Well, tell us a little bit about the Society of National Society of Black Engineers. There's a Notre Dame chapter, but I assume it's also a national thing?
So yes, as you said, we're just a small sliver of a national organization, which is also the largest minority organization in the country. There's other chapters such as ourselves at other schools, and going to the national convention we did this past spring was a nice eye-opener to new members and current members as well, as we had that chance to connect and meet these other chapters as well as other companies who looking to recruit.
That's amazing. And obviously your Notre Dame Day dollars are going to go towards paying for that trip. Best of luck to you guys. We'll be right back on Notre Dame Day just after this.
For 4 generations, my family has farmed this land. But 20 years of drought is jeopardizing our nation's food supply. California farms like mine supply the country with most of its fruits and vegetables. But when we are forced to cut back our water use, this means less food and higher prices for everyone. We can no longer hope for more rain and snowfall. We desperately need other options for usable water.
At the University of Notre Dame, chemistry professor Brandon Ashfeld and engineering professor Teng-Fei Lua are collaborating to improve the way we decontaminate water through the removal of harmful salts.
This isn't just a problem in America. Over 1 billion people worldwide lack access to clean water.
The challenge is that the only way to grow our clean water supply is to convert salt water into fresh water. But right now, the primary way to do that requires burning fossil fuels. So to create more water, you end up contributing to the climate crisis that is causing severe drought in the first place.
We wanted to find a way to break this cycle by desalinating water using renewable and waste energy.
Using ionic liquids, which are a new class of eco-friendly fluids, we have developed a process that uses 10 times less energy than current methods and can be powered by solar energy or even excess energy from power plants that doesn't get used.
With the ocean only miles away, the research being done at Notre Dame could be transformative for farmers like me in California and benefit us all for generations to come.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting for water sustainability.
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day, a global celebration of all things Notre Dame. We have reached the final hour of the 10th anniversary of this live broadcast. All along, we've been coming to you live from Duncan Student Center and other areas of the University of Notre Dame campus. I'm Allison Hayes, and I am so excited to be back and be a part of Notre Dame Day once again this year. And it's really great to have the opportunity to share one more hour of great Notre Dame stories and conclude our 10th year. Now, coming up this hour, we have interviews with some of the most well-known Notre Dame personalities, including Tim Brown and, of course, Joe Theismann, and so much more. And you can still participate by making a gift to any of the more than 900 student causes at Notre Dame. Log on to the Notre Dame Day website at notredameday.nd.edu. Click on the green Make a Gift button, type in any cause at Notre Dame that you would like to give to, and complete the giving process. At the end of the hour, we'll share the results of all of the giving over Notre Dame Day. Now, staying with giving, let's check in right now with a quick update. Tim Kenny is standing by. Hey, Tim.
Hey, Allison, thanks so much. You know, I want to take a quick look at this, celebrating our progress so far. 1 hour left to go. Boom shakalaka, we have had such an incredible day so far, right? You know, I feel like we fell out of a lucky tree and hit every branch on the way down and ended up in a pool of Sour Patch Kids. It's just remarkable to see what we have done. $3.4 million, right? We took on an ambitious goal with this Notre Dame Day, 10 years of this, and we wanted to even push farther. But you know what they say about taking on a challenge, right? It's not like riding a horse. If it's comfortable, you're not doing it right. And we have pushed ourselves to a new height for Notre Dame, for our students, for every single one of these causes out here. Over 800, that's the thing that we gotta be celebrating here, right? 811 different groups on campus. They're gonna have a big opportunity to make changes in the students' lives next year, allowing them to do exciting things, new things, right? And just like Joey, we wanna celebrate everybody who has already crossed the finish line. Lions Hall already has hit their goal, Duncan, Johnson Family Hall, and we have a lot more to go too. So many of these groups are going close, and we wanna make sure that we are pushing too, all right? So let's take a look at some of these groups that we have here on the leaderboard, right? We see that, you know, we've got some of those groups that we've seen up at the top, right? And some of those ones that have been up there for so long, but just really remarkable, right? To think about this, groundbreaking research that is happening with our top two causes. Financial aid making Notre Dame possible, right? There's no one Notre Dame dream. There's as many Notre Dame dreams as there are students on campus. That financial aid gift that you have made for everybody who's helping us out with that, that's making that dream possible. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts for what you're doing there. And even as we come down, right, to some of these farther gifts, our incredible choirs that we have on campus here, some of our incredible athletic opportunities with the club teams, with the Rocking Athletics Fund, right? Our Right to Life group, fighting to make changes in our world around us. And, you know, taking a look at, you know, some of these groups that maybe we haven't even called out as much, but some of these student groups, right, that are really getting to grow, right, their opportunities for students, right? University Young Life, right, providing a faith opportunity for so many of our students, along with the Knights of Columbus, right? The Investment Club of the University of Notre Dame, right, giving our students opportunities outside the classroom here. Thank you so much to everybody who has already made a gift. And if by chance you're watching for the first time, right, at the very end of the broadcast with us, this is your moment, right? Be a goldfish, forget about all of this, and take the opportunity to make your gift here. Hit that green button, click Make a Gift, and here's my challenge for you. Don't just pick one thing, pick maybe 5. Throw 5 different causes in there that maybe played an important role for you as a student, or maybe something brand new that you didn't have here if you were an alum. Maybe something that didn't exist that you would have loved to have been a part of here, right? This is where you have that opportunity to make that change. Awesome progress as well for so many of our Notre Dame clubs. Just a reminder, as we've talked about before, these clubs take so much of this money and they are putting it into scholarships for the students in their area, right? So in addition to that impact you're having through financial aid, this is a way where you can be giving, you may even know the student, right, who's going to be getting this scholarship. You know, I know for me, when I was in college, my parents had actually moved out to California. Notre Dame Club of San Jose that scholarship ended up being, an area that actually impacted me. I was able to receive part of that scholarship as a student, right? My parents, made a gift to what was just their local club, not even realizing it was going to be something that was going to be able to help me too. So take that opportunity now. If you're in one of our Notre Dame clubs, if you're an active member here, this is the time where you can be really, picking out the student who's down the street from you. Maybe that kid who just got their acceptance letter, is so excited to be making Notre Dame their home for the next 4 years. You can help them directly with that gift today. Every dollar that you are making a gift for is going to be matched through our $500,000 challenge fund. We're going to be adding on to the impact that you're having, right? So let's take a look at some of these groups here too that, I want to kind of just spotlight as well. Some of these groups that we're seeing, maybe it's not going to let me through. All right, well, so many of these groups that we're having here. Again, thank you to everybody who has already been doing this. And we will be back with more ND Day right after this. Stay tuned.
So far, you've chosen one book out of these three. You could have taken The Expert at the Card Table or Marcia Mueller's While Other People Sleep, but you chose A Wrinkle in Time.
I did.
And then after you chose any book that you wanted, you chose a page, right? And we chose page 138.
138.
We chose page 138. And then we marked it as well. Now, after we marked it, we then took the toothpick and stabbed through a word. We're going to do this. Let's do this. 2, 1. In that moment, that page went back into time and reattached itself into the spine of that book.
Stop it.
Page 138 is now reattached in the spine of the book that you're holding on to. For the first time, I don't want to come near it. Open up that book. Go to page 138. Is there a page that's reattached in the spine of that book that has your initials on it, that's burnt, and they're also the word that you looked at is stabbed through?
That is unbelievable.
Never done that before.
Welcome back to Notre Dame Day, and joining us now is a true Notre Dame football great, my friend, Tim Brown. Timmy, thanks for spending some time with us on Notre Dame Day.
Joey, how are you, brother? Good to see you.
Good to see you, too. Looks like you're driving somewhere.
Man, I'm coming back from a golf tournament down in Houston, and thankfully I'm not driving, though, so we're good.
Why am I not surprised you're coming back from a golf tournament? That is so great. Hey, but really, thanks so much for joining us today. We really appreciate it. I got to ask you a question. As you look at Marcus Freeman's first year, what's your assessment?
Look, I mean, I think we may have learned some hard lessons, but at the same time, I think that there were a lot of great things that happened, to make it a very successful year, So, I think if you're around this team and hear how they talk about not only themselves, but talk about the coaches, I think it's a beautiful thing, And Joe, better than I do, if you have guys who are willing to play for their coaches and for their teammates, you have a chance of making something happen. And so I think we're in a good situation.
That's sort of always been the theme here at Notre Dame. I know when you were here, I had a chance to play. It was the coaches. It was respect for the coaches. It was respect for the philosophies. But it was also, sort of not letting the guy next to you down. And that tradition is carried on. I mean, for me, it's over 50 years. For you, just a few. But it's carried on for us. And I think Marcus has got a real handle on it.
Yeah. Well, going back to my days when Jerry Fowles was there, we loved Jerry, right? And we tried our best to play the best football we could for Jerry, but things just weren't right. You could just tell there was something missing. And then when Lou Holtz came in, everything clicked, because, again, we loved the guy and thought that he was trying to do the right thing. And, he told the upperclassmen, hey, you guys are not going to win a championship, but the year after you leave, we will win a championship. And, we had to buy into that program, and we did. And they won the championship the year after we left. So yeah, I think, playing for your coaches, certainly playing for the guy next to you is a huge, huge thing. And that's why, as a teammate, it's always important for you to be doing the right thing, because you never know how you're going to influence the guy next to you. He may not say anything to you, but he could be watching everything you do and be influenced by that.
Tim, it's interesting. You got me thinking about the world of college football. Well, it used to be 3-4 years now. Our quarterback's a 6-year player. I mean, you've got guys that have played on longer than that. The transition from a collegiate player having the opportunity to go on into professional ball, how difficult do you think that is?
Well, Joe, your position has probably been a position that has changed the most of the years, right? Because it used to be that if you came out of a system that wasn't so much a throwing system, so what? You had to learn the NFL way and make that thing happen. Well, nowadays, they're basically taking the system that the kid played in college and adapting it to the NFL. And it's making it a lot easier for these guys to come in and play right away. So as a receiver, hey, you got to get used to the speed of the game and that kind of stuff. But that only takes a couple, 2 or 3 weeks. You get hit in the head a couple times, and you know where you need to be and not be. So, but of course, the offensive defensive line, that is what it is. But I think the biggest change has been the quarterback position, because they are now willing, because they're paying these guys so much money, and they don't want them to sit 2 or 3 years. They are adapting their systems to the system that the kids ran in college and get them on the field as soon as they possibly can.
When you look at this football team, as we come back to the Notre Dame football team, you're returning 8 on offense, returning 8 on defense. There's some veterans there that I think give Marcus an opportunity to be able to continue to instill his system. I mean, there's such great expectations here at the University of Notre Dame. They expect you to win right away. They expect you to win all the time. But the process doesn't always allow that. As you look at this season, opening in Dublin, then getting Ohio State, Navy's always been a problem for some reason. It seems like they are. Then we get Ohio State. So I would have to think, and I want to see if you agree with me, that getting off to a fast start would be a great thing for this football team.
Yeah, I think that's the goal every year, man. The problem is we don't play Southeast Kentucky and, Northwest Louisiana to get warmed up, right? We jump right into it with the Navies and the Ohio States of college football. So that makes it a lot harder to get off to that great start, man. But, I think we played well against Ohio State last year and came out a little short. But I think, with all the new pieces we have this year and the way things are moving, I definitely believe that we can make that thing happen at home this year. So I'm looking forward to that. Obviously, that's a big, big game for us, as it will catapult us to a, very good September and hopefully on to October until we see those guys from Southern California come out here, So, so I'm looking forward to it, man. I think this Ohio State game is a big game. And certainly if we can get that game, I think people are going to have their eyes on ND for possibly winning the championship.
Tim, you play different positions, Z, X, wide receiver, tight end side. You've done it all. Chris Tyree is basically going to be playing a lot more at the wide receiver position, at the slot position. I talked to a couple of the guys earlier today. They think he's the fastest guy on the football team. How important is speed as a slot receiver versus niftiness in your ability to run routes?
Well, you would love to have both, right? I mean, Rocket was not a nifty guy, but he was the fastest guy I've ever seen on a football field besides Bo Jackson, and, you've had some other guys who may not have been nifty guys, but they had the ability to catch the ball and go that straight line. I wasn't a straight line guy. I was a 4-3 guy, but I also had the ability to make people miss. Tyree is our version of what I call a woo-woo player, right? When he gets the ball, everybody goes, woo, because he has that ability, to get the crowd up and to make those explosive plays, which sometimes we have a problem with. So I like the fact that they're putting him in that position and giving him ball in open space where he can really do something with it. That should be a really, really big thing for ND this year.
Tim, there's been some changes, obviously, in college football since you and I played, and I'm curious your view on a couple of them. First of all, the NIL. What's your thoughts on that for college football? Or college athletics, really?
Yeah, I'm all over the place with this NIL thing, man. I just think about Joe coming from Dallas, Texas, a kid that was, coming to get a great education, not to win a Heisman Trophy, in that locker room, already get picked on because you're a freshman. And all of a sudden, you got another freshman who's a hot shot, high recruit. And this guy's getting a couple $100,000 and you got a $2,000 check on your desk. You know what I mean? I just can't imagine how that would make, a guy feel. Now, from what I hear, what ND is doing is they're trying to make sure that everybody basically gets the same thing, which I think is a great way to do it if you're going to do that. But, look, I think college locker rooms are about haves and have-nots anyway, because we're all coming from different situations from all over the country. And this just adds to it, man. And so I would love to hear in a couple of years how these players feel about, NIL and how it really changed their locker rooms, because there's no doubt it has to change the locker room in some way, in some way, so.
Coming up here in, I believe, 2024, that you are going to be the commissioner of the Arena Football League. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah, it's a
so
new
you're going to be in
league.
charge.
It's not the Arena League. Yeah, it's not the Arena League. It's a new one that we're starting. But I co-owned a team here in Dallas for a few years, and the same guy brought me into this opportunity. So I'm looking forward to it. It should be great. We're going to have 4 cities up in the Midwest, and hopefully, we're going to expand to about 12 teams over the next couple of years. So we're looking forward to it.
Well, Timmy, hey, thanks an awful lot for joining us today on Notre Dame Day. Always good to catch up with you. See you in Lake Tahoe. We'll work on the game, and I'm sure we're going to wind up with at least one round together.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Good seeing you, Joe. Take care.
You too. Bye-bye. On to you, Zora.
Thanks, Joe. All right, it's the 11th hour, which means that I'm joined here one last time with Clean the Artist for the official unveiling of this beautiful, beautiful painting. Clean, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I have had a great couple of days here, made a lot of connections with a lot of great people, and have just enjoyed doing this piece. And walking up to the front door today with the blue sky and the dome right when I'm walking in the door was really cool.
And how many hours would you say that this took you from start to finish?
It's probably about 10 or 12 hours total, broken up into segments. Yeah, I did some of it before I got here. It was sketched out, and I did the textured part before so that it was ready to paint and dry. But so probably 10 or 12 hours total.
Oh, that's just so impressive. And is it hard for you to part with your pieces, or once it's finished, you're ready to go?
It's kind of funny. Sometimes I feel like there's a piece that I would love to have for myself, but that's not what I do. So I give up the pieces and part with them, but it is kind of neat. Sometimes a piece will hit me a certain way, and it's a little tough to let them go, but I don't mind. Thank you.
Well, this is so stunning. I mean, it's been such an honor to be a part of this process and to be following you on your journey. Is there anywhere that we can reach you to find more?
Yeah, cleantheartist.com is my website, and my phone number is listed on there, and there's pieces on there. And I think we may offer some prints of this particular piece to further this fundraising mechanism. So I'm excited about that too. the more funds raised, the better, and the more people that we can touch and bring into this, the better. So.
All right, thank you so much for your hard work contributing to ND Day, and make sure you check out that website. Now let's kick it over to Allison Hayes.
Hey, thanks so much. And we're joined now by Notre Dame's own Joey Quinones. He just finished an incredible feat we're calling the Irishman. It's an incredible feat of endurance. Of course, like an Ironman, 2.4-mile swim. There he is in the water early this morning. He started at 8 o'clock and then transitioned to the bike right here at Duncan Student Center, 112 miles on the bike, and then finishing it up with a 26.2 full marathon to end the Irishman. And he just finished moments ago. You're seeing it right here. Joey, congratulations. Thanks so much for being on set. And you're standing up. You're looking good, my friend.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So walk me through those last seconds there when you heard the paddles and you heard the guys from Fisher Hall. What was that like?
Oh, it was excellent cadence. Like when they were banging the oars, like it was just step for step able to get down there. So had to run home.
Walk us back through the entire day and what it was like and how you made the decision to even do this in the first place. Talk about that decision first.
Yeah, so last ND Day, I found that I cared more than I thought I ought to about like how Fisher was doing and all of that. And like just what was going through my head is how can I sell out for my hall? Like how can I sell out for these guys to make sure that they're getting the experience that they deserve? So that's where came up with this.
So walk me through the training process.
So around October, I had a previous event that I was doing. So I started running, swimming, biking more. I also coach for the boxing club, men's and women's boxing clubs. And so just kind of before practice, after practice, just getting the time in where I could. Like it's a very variable job, so I can have to be on call at most times. So it's a lot of early morning runs, a lot of late night runs, and everything in between.
So about the day itself, you know, what were you most apprehensive going into the day about, and was it what you thought it was going to be?
Yeah, probably the bike. I haven't done 112 on the bike before, so it was just kind of a question mark. I knew that I could suffer on my feet. I knew that once we get to the run, we're good. And I don't think that I haven't had too much time in the pool, so like just after today felt really great with it though.
Well, I believe from experience, I think 2.4 miles in the pool is like 142, 144 laps. Is that right?
Oh, around 160. Yeah.
160?
Yeah.
What was that like in the pool?
It honestly, like, it was faster than I've ever done it before. And I just kind of kept going, didn't look at what lap I was on, checked my watch. I couldn't really tell if it was like 3,300 or 3,800. So when the 3 in the thousands place turned to a 4, I was just like, oh, thank God that he didn't have 500 more yards to go.
And you never broke pace running. I mean, you ran the entire marathon, right?
Yeah. Well, I know I can suffer on my feet. So just one step at a time.
You know, what did it mean to you to be the first to finish this and have your guys right there at the finish line? What did it mean to you?
Well, I think that, for the past 2 years of being a rector, I want them to know how much I care for them. And one of my talents is endurance. And I don't think there's necessarily a way to show I care in that capacity, like other than something like this. So I hope they know how much of that care is for them.
Well, if they didn't know before, they especially know now. Talk us through your Notre Dame, experience from being a student here up until now. How has your view of Notre Dame changed, and how has today's feat changed that, if it has any?
Yeah, so I would say that it's a process of kind of peeling back the curtain of development, like going from being formed in the hall to now forming people in the hall. And I would say, like, if I'm not being formed at the same time I'm forming my guys, then I'm doing it wrong. So, like, now as a rector, the amount of people that have, like, told me this is something that I think is a possibility for me too, is just expanding their possibilities for themselves that, like, some people just lack the creativity to think of a better world for themselves. So now, like, hopefully seeing someone pretty close to home do it, they'll think that, like, maybe it's possible for me too.
So there's maybe a multi-part question here. Number one, are you committing to doing it again next year? And if you do it again next year, what about some of your guys from your hall doing it with you?
Well, the one thing that I have that they don't is kind of time. I don't take classes here, so like I don't have tests. I don't have deadlines that they have. I have deadlines, but I don't have the same kind of deadlines that they have. So I know like coaching it will be pretty difficult, but I mean, so if they want to, I'm not going to say no.
Wait, so you're saying yes to doing it again next year? Is that right?
We'll see what happens next year.
All right. I'm not going to commit you just yet. You just finished, so congratulations.
There's something in the works.
That's right. Congratulations again. The Irishman, the one and only Joey Quinones here on Notre Dame Day. Let's send it down to Sam Kaufman now.
Thank you, Vahid. Well, joining us once again is Jacob Baum with another phenomenal illusion. Jacob, welcome, and we'll let you take it away.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be back here for Notre Dame Day. And what I'd like to offer us up is a toast. And something that I think is pretty cool. I'm actually going to make this wine bottle change places with this glass. But I'm not going to touch them when I do it. So I have these packing tubes here. And first, I will cover the glass. Then I'll cover the... sorry about that. When you're working with glass bottles, things like that, you should always carry an extra one, just in case one breaks. We're still doing this. Glass is here, bottle's there. All I gotta do now is say the magic word change. Let's see if it worked. It worked. Please resist the temptation to jump up with applause. I promise you, the hard part is making them go back the way they started. Thank you. No. You know, I should have mentioned it would have been far more impressive had you consumed the bottles, although when you're sober and it works, it's much more memorable. No. The hard part, of course, is making them go back. Hold on, I'll show you again. Tube 1 goes over the bottle. The second tube, sorry about that. Must have just left an extra one there. You can see the glass, you can see the bottle. All I gotta do now is say the magic word change, and they actually change places. But of course, to do that, you need an extra one. I don't know from your app, but I'd say from right here, I think that looks pretty cool. What do you guys think? Yeah? Now I'm gonna get a little bit trickier. I'm gonna go faster because I'm only gonna use one tube, but watch closely. If I cover the glass, that glass, of course, then becomes the bottle. I cover that bottle, of course, becomes the glass. But, of course, you always need that, extra bottle. You can even do this with a full glass. All you got to do is just pour the glass of wine. You can see it there on the table. Now, all you got to do is just take a tube. Cover the glass. That glass, of course, then becomes the bottle. And that bottle, of course, then becomes the full glass. But, of course, to do that, you need an extra bottle here. Of course, to do that, you need an extra bottle here. Of course, to do that, you need one more bottle. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You'll be having fun all night. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Pagan idolatry.
My husband, Paul, loved being a firefighter. When he had to retire, it was heartbreaking. I knew cancer was common among firefighters, but I couldn't accept Paul's diagnosis without knowing why. I started to do research and make calls, and I eventually discovered that PFAS, man-made chemicals known to cause cancer, were used in the gear that firefighters were wearing. And that was shocking. I tried to get answers from gear manufacturers. I tried to get people in power to listen, but I was just a woman without a college degree. And then I reached out to Graham Peasley. That literally changed everything.
Graham Peasley is a nuclear physicist at the University of Notre Dame, whose cutting-edge research on PFAS has helped lead to industry and government regulations for drinking water and food packaging.
When I first heard from Diane, I was really moved by her story, and so I offered to test some unused gear for her. Almost instantly, we got a signal there was a very high amount of PFAS. Then we tested used and unused gear from around the country, and the results were very similar. This really began to concern me.
Some people are afraid to speak the truth. Some people don't want to know the truth. Graham's been as straightforward as can be. His science, his findings, that's the truth.
These firefighters are putting their lives on the line for us. And if there's any way to make the gear safer, then I'd like to try and help find that solution.
The University of Notre Dame asks, what would you fight for?
Fighting to protect the brave.
We are the Fighting Irish.
Day. I'm Sam Kaufman. We'd like to welcome once again Irish singing sensation Chloe Agnew. Chloe, take it away.
Well, I know it's been a record-breaking ND day. Go Irish! Woo! I think it's safe to say there's lots of Irish eyes smiling tonight. Here we go. There's a tear in your eye, and I'm wondering why, for it never should be there at all. With such power in your smile, sure a stone you beguile, so never a teardrop should fall. When your sweet lilting laughter's like some fairy song, and your eyes twinkle bright as can be, you can laugh all the while and all other times smile, and just smile a smile for me. Let's hear you sing. When Irish eyes are smiling, sure 'tis like a morning spring. In the lilt of Irish laughter, you can hear the angels sing. When Irish hearts are happy, all the world seems bright and gay. But when Irish eyes are smiling, sure they'd steal your heart away. Woo! Well, it wouldn't be ND Day. It wouldn't be complete without a bit of Here Come the Irish. We hope you're all going to be singing along with us at home. Whoop! We know you know this one. Well, I remember the leaves are falling and far off music like pipes are calling, and I remember the golden morning I saw the long rides as they were forming, and there's a magic in the sound of her name. Here come
Yeah, what a performance by Chloe Agnew. Thank you so much. And joining us now on Notre Dame Day is Ryan Harris, former Notre Dame football star and Super Bowl champion. And of course, we also like to hear you on the radio calling Notre Dame football games. Ryan, welcome to Notre Dame Day.
Great to be here, and hello to everyone in the Notre Dame family.
Well, I love having you on here as my friend as well. And I know this past year you received quite the honor as you were named Colorado Sports Broadcaster of the Year. What was it like to be honored by your peers?
Well, I just do my best to be like you, Allison, and to be professional and show up and work hard, and just to be a part of a new chapter as a former NFL player. It's a big deal. The transition's real. Anybody going through transition knows that it's more difficult no matter what that transition is to. And to feel like I've brought the same dedication and study of the art to broadcasting feels very, very good.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, didn't you make your TV broadcasting debut on a Notre Dame Day broadcast a few years ago? How did that maybe kind of help spark your interest in media, and what did it mean to you?
It meant the world to me, and it really shouldn't have been a surprise, because for all of us who have been at Notre Dame and around it, you know that Notre Dame propels you and gives you opportunities. So big thanks to Jim Small, the whole storytelling family there at Notre Dame. And it was the first time, Allison, I learned that it was tougher to read on a prompter than I thought it would be. But I got my launch at Notre Dame in football and in broadcasting.
I love that. We love having you on, of course. And you have been around the Irish football program for years now. And what are your impressions of Marcus Freeman as new head coach and his coaching style?
Well, you're not going to find a coach that's had to make more decisions than Marcus Freeman. And I love his style. I love how he coaches his players and develops his players. I mean, great coaches understand you have to develop your athletes. And that's something that Marcus Freeman does. And I think all of us of the Notre Dame family are grateful for the way he has embraced the culture around Notre Dame football. It's always fun when the coach makes you feel as excited as you should be to follow the team and to see where they're going. And I know from talking to a couple of players, they're relieved that spring ball's over, no more early wake-ups, so they can just go to class for a little bit before they get to the real work, starting to build for a championship this summer.
Well, you have been doing some great work with Westwood One, and I know you are all over the place. We see you, it looks like, in a hotel room right now. What are some of the other things that you've been covering beyond the work you do just for Notre Dame?
Yeah, I'm here right now in Asheville, North Carolina at the Grove Inn. I'm doing a speech tomorrow. Do a lot of corporate speaking. I did get to do the pre-halftime and post-game of Super Bowl 56, or is it 57 now? I can't remember which one it was. The big thing was I didn't get to meet Rihanna, Allison. I was devastated, but I got to see her while I was there, and just continue to broadcast with CBS and getting into some teaching. Got to teach for the NFL's broadcast and media workshop and being in the NFL studios. So things are going well, and I continue to win here with the traits that Notre Dame taught me.
Well, you touched on it. You got your start here in football. You get your start here in broadcasting. Why does the University of Notre Dame hold so much love and just such a special place in your heart?
Because no matter who you are, the expectation at Notre Dame is excellence. And to be able to, and in the way that Notre Dame does it, providing you with resources, the campus, people who have done things outside of their expertise to help and be a force for good, it just creates opportunities for you. It really tells you that someone and an entity like Notre Dame believes in you with the opportunities that are around you everywhere you look. And the teachers were fantastic when I was there. They literally taught me how to think, Allison, and it's helped me to this day.
Well, Ryan, we love having you on. We love keeping up with your career, and it's just so great to have you once again. And we thank you for joining us. And we actually have a few minutes, so we want to ask you one more question while we have you.
Let's go. Yeah, let's do it.
What would be some advice maybe that you have for students who are trying to sort of find their place and find their career and having the opportunities to be here at Notre Dame and before they make that next big step?
First and foremost, fear is a constant. Both myself, Allison, we were fearful at different times with different broadcasts we do, and you can succeed with fear. I was terrified the night before the Super Bowl. Hey, I'm terrified my greatest failure is going to be my greatest success is going to be my greatest failure. But you know what? I can put on my pads. I can have fun. I can smile. I will be a champion. So know that fear is going to be there when you succeed every time, and that you can choose your mindset with the words, I am, I can, I will, to find some opportunities. Take the risks, because if you're at Notre Dame or around Notre Dame, you have the ability to be confident when you take risks. So do the work so that you can fly fast when you're in the air.
Well, Ryan Harris, a Notre Dame man, a Super Bowl champion, thank you so much for joining us on Notre Dame Day. And now we're going to pass it on over to Vahid.
Hey, thanks so much, Allison. And now sitting with two gentlemen that need no introduction, the Vice President of University Relations, Lou Nanne, and Notre Dame all-time great, Joe Theismann, and they're going to give their thoughts on this great 10-year anniversary of Notre Dame Day. Lou,
I've been talking for the last 2 days. I'm going to sit here for a second and let you tell a story. Tell a little story.
Let me start out by thanking you. You've been here 7 years on this 10-year anniversary, and your commitment and so many others to travel back here, to lend your talents, to be with us, is what makes this so extraordinary. I don't think there's any other school in the country that is foolish enough to even try this, let alone pull it off. And it doesn't happen without having alumni, parents, friends that rally together and make this such an extraordinary 2 days. It's my favorite 2 days of the entire year, every year.
Well, watching Notre Dame win is one of mine. Okay, that's one of them. But I agree with you 100%. But Vahid, one of the things that we really have to say thank you to are all of the donors that donated so much, the students here at the university, all of the dormitories participating the way they did. The total was over $3 million that I saw as numbers. Over 800 different entities have been contributed to. That in itself just speaks to who the University of Notre Dame is. It's an honor to be able to do this. It's a privilege to be able to do it. I mean, getting a chance to interview Phil Donahue today, I mean, the stories that he has are unbelievable. An elephant winning a tug-of-war contest at Lions. I mean, which is interesting. I'm surprised no one has tried it since 1976 to try and get an elephant to win a tug-of-war here. But there's so many wonderful things about the university, and this one allows us to be able to showcase our diversity around the world and the reach that the university has in so many different areas of life, in so many different professions.
You touched on it a little bit, Joe. Why is it so important for you to keep coming back to Notre Dame Day and to lend your talents and your time to Notre Dame?
I don't know about the talent part, but the time certainly is interesting. I love the university. I mean, I really feel like as a person, after I left high school, you still really don't know what you're doing. But then my 4 years here at the University of Notre Dame, I think, laid the foundation for who I became as a person, who I wanted to become as a person. And we wander the path, and there's potholes that we deal with, but you still go back to the foundation here. The faith that it gives you, it allows you to be a part of it. I mean, I'm taking theology courses and understanding more about the Lord. And what the university is about, and the diversity that we have. It doesn't matter. I mean, we tell a story. I believe this is true. The 1971 Cotton Bowl team, our Cotton Bowl team, there were more Catholics on the University of Texas than there were on the University of Notre Dame's football team at that time. So, I mean, I love this place. And every time I come back, and this is Lou's job, there's another building. There's another building. There's somebody else that feels the same way we do, that absolutely love the university that way.
It's so true. One of the things I've thought about recently is that human nature is no different at the University of Notre Dame than it is in any other college, community college across the country. Human nature is no different in the United States than it is in Russia. But what is distinct is culture. Culture can either bring out the best in people, or it can bring out the worst in people, or it can be value neutral. And we're really blessed to be a part of a culture here at Notre Dame which constantly asks more of us. It asks for our best selves, It asks for us to sacrifice on behalf of others. And I think that's part of the reason why we all keep coming back, right? Is that we want to live out our faith more fully. We want to be greater instruments, servants of God to others. And when you can be around people like that, it's magical. And it can help you discover things even in yourself that you didn't know were there.
Well, in the last 10 years certainly has been magical, with especially Notre Dame Day.
Yeah.
Talk about, Lou, a little bit about the next 10 years and the vision of the university and where we're headed as a community.
So it's kind of funny. I was with my son and my daughter last night in New York, and I turned to them, and both are graduates, and I said, we got to get you to step up and make a gift of any size to a favorite cause at Notre Dame Day. And they said, oh, we've already done it. We've been reached out to by different people to make gifts. And they said, are you kidding me? And what's happening is this network. It just keeps getting bigger and bigger. What you see here, we've broken today every record on the books. The number of causes by like 50 more than our very best year, which was the best year was 2019, just before COVID. And then we've kind of reset, and now we've broken all those records. The number of gifts, over 35,000, or over, I should say, 32,500 right now, gifts, extraordinary. It's the networks. It's people reaching out, connecting to others, and believing in a mission that calls us to be something greater than ourselves, to a higher purpose.
Well, it's, Joe, why you keep coming back to Notre Dame Day. Talk a little bit about, if you could, you're such a great athlete in your, over time, and you're an all-time Notre Dame great. When you see the athletes, student athletes coming up that you've talked to in the last 10 years, 7 to 10 years, talk about how Notre Dame molds them and what you're finding with those student athletes as you're talking to them, whether it was on the couch or you saw Joey Quinones here finish the Irishman. How has Notre Dame formed these student athletes over time?
I think the one thing that you notice, and in conversations with a lot of the athletes, and certainly our women are incredible. There's so many things that they've accomplished, whether it's, competing in Olympic competition, whether it's pentathlons, heptathlons. I mean, you look at, and then of course you have the other aspects of our university. The one thing that I hear all the time from the students that I've had a chance to interview, and not just today, but over the 10-year period that I've had an opportunity to be associated with, 7 of those 10 years, is, and Lou, the culture that we have here. It creates a foundation for our young people to go forward and not just take the culture that you learn here at the University of Notre Dame, but to have a chance to be able to share that with others and influence others. You really create influencers. And that's a term that's really come into society in so many different ways. But here at the university, that's what we do. And different places, in talking to different individuals, some universities, the students there tend to really focus on what they're doing. What we focus on here at the University of Notre Dame is sort of what everybody's doing. It's a very comfortable place to walk around. Everybody's friendly. I hear this constantly, just our fans. This has to do with a lot of the people that have donated. Everybody I talk to that is a rival of Notre Dame, they come here to play us. The one thing they constantly say is, the Notre Dame fans, they're the nicest people in the world. Yeah. Of course, we're beating the living daylights out of them on the field, which is what we're supposed to do. Right. But they're the nicest people in the world. And that carries over outside of our campus. I think it carries out to everybody that's part of the Notre Dame family, whether you went to the university here or not. And certainly the quote-unquote subway alumni have a lot to say. I mean, you look at the numbers that we hit, that's not all just Notre Dame people.
That's right.
That's people that appreciate and love the university and appreciate what's being done, not for us at the university, but for so many other people that we want to help.
Yeah, that's a great point. What does that mean to you and to Father John and to the mission of the university?
Well, I kind of want to just piggyback on how you opened, and I'd like to just close. I mean, I want to thank each and every donor that has made a gift here. And I don't care if that gift was $1, $5, whatever the size of that gift. I think a lot of times people will look at Notre Dame and think, they'll say a small gift doesn't matter. Last year, about 18,000 people made gifts of less than $200. Those gifts cumulatively provided full ride, tuition, room, and board for 42 students. 42 students are here at Notre Dame with full rides because of gifts of under $200. So the next time I challenge somebody to say that a gift of $5 or $50 or $100 doesn't matter, I ask you to look into the eyes of one of those 42 students and tell them and tell their families it doesn't matter. And that's what we do here on Notre Dame Day, is it's a cumulative work of so many people who step up and make sacrifices that move mountains and transform lives.
Well, I want to thank you both for what you do for Notre Dame and for all you do for Notre Dame Day. It's such a glorious time to be associated with the university. Of course, it is always, but these 2 days are so fantastic in what it does for our students.
Vahid, you came here, you were talent and, working at a local TV station, and you came to work on our team. So, Joe, it's just a matter of time. I don't know if it's 8th year or 9th year. We're going to get you over here full time.
I love coming to visit. One other thing that's really interesting about Notre Dame Day is, and every year I find this, I always have the opportunity to go and tell somebody of someone I met, someone I interviewed, something I saw on Notre Dame Day, and I say, you're not going to believe this, because, as Lou mentioned, nobody else does, no other university does what we do. Yeah. And that's what makes us special. That's what makes the opportunity for us to help others special. And so many people that I get a chance to talk to, and I will go back and go through my mind some of the interviews that I did over the last couple of days, and I'll go, wow, that's better than last year. Yeah. Now I can't wait to see what next year looks like. But we appreciate being here, and we are the University of Notre Dame, and we're special.
We're going to leave it just like that.
Love you, Vahid. Thank you.
Love you
both.
too. Thank you,
Vahid.
Lou, Joe. Thank you so much. Let's get a final update now from Jonathan Ratartha on our giving. Jonathan?
Thank you so much, Vahid, Lou, Joe. Your support over the years, these last 10 years, has helped make Notre Dame Day an integral part of the student experience, a new Notre Dame tradition. It changes people's lives. Look at the leaderboard. As Lou mentioned, a record-breaking year, 32,000 gifts. Our top gift recipient, the Bowler-Parsegian Center for Rare and Neglected Diseases, changing lives. The Ara-Parsegian Medical Research Fund, changing lives. The gifts to financial aid, changing the lives of students who would not be here today if not for you. Think about the experience for the men of St. Edward's Hall, or those students in the Glee Club and the Folk Choir and the Water Polo Club, and hundreds more. Your generosity on Notre Dame Day changes people's lives. And we would be remiss at the end of this 10th Notre Dame Day if we did not acknowledge those individuals for whom these challenge funds, the over $500,000 in challenge funds, was made possible. Cheryl and Tom Custer, Stephanie Gallo, Tony Carr, Julie and Don Rocap, Kirk and Wendy Cordell, Dave and Claire Butler, Joan and Barry Gluck, Lenda Naimoli, Paul and Brenda Gilsinger, Pete and Mary Beth Connolly, Jill and Steve Stafford, and Marilyn Eckelkamp. Your extraordinary generosity has made Notre Dame Day, the 10th Notre Dame Day, the biggest one ever. We are so, so grateful for your leadership in helping offer these challenge funds, and we are so grateful to each and every one of our benefactors who have helped make Notre Dame Day 2023 the biggest one of all time. As we wrap up in our final minutes, I know that you're all eagerly waiting for trumpets at the Dome. Let's go through some of our leaderboards. So we've gone through the big one, but let's go through some of the other ones that we know are always, always close. Let's go to our Notre Dame clubs. The ability to give locally in your community is a tremendous part of Notre Dame Day. The Notre Dame Club of Indianapolis this year, $7,000 for their club scholarship off of 208 gifts. The Notre Dame Club of Lake County, Denver, North Carolina, San Diego, Central New York. Congratulations to all of you. Thousands of dollars that will be going locally to scholarship recipients in those Notre Dame club areas. Let's go to residence halls next. As always, St. Ed's Hall finds a way to pull ahead and win $49,000 for the men of St. Edward's Hall. But I am so proud. After doing this for 10 years, I've never been able to say that Dillon Hall has defeated alumni in Notre Dame Day giving until today. $46,000 from 300 gifts towards the men of Dillon Hall. Our number one female hall right now, Kavanaugh Hall, $21,000 for the women in Kavanaugh Hall. I can tell you from personal experience, the ability to use these Notre Dame Day dollars, the flexibility they provide for small renovation projects in the residence halls, they could not happen. They would not happen without the generosity of Notre Dame Day and without the funds that Notre Dame Day provides. It puts the power in students' hands, and it gives them the opportunity to see these kinds of changes right away during their time here as students. So we're so grateful for those gifts that go to our residence halls. Finally, student groups, and then we'll go back to our total. Student groups, the Folk Choir, Glee Club, Right to Life, the Liturgical Choir, College Republicans, and Army ROTC, all recipients of $16,000 up to $40,000 in gifts this Notre Dame Day. Congratulations to all of you. Finally, back to our full leaderboard here as we wrap things up. $32,776 gifts, over 3.4, almost $3.5 million across 812 causes. A tremendous day, a historic day. The tradition will hopefully continue for years to come. From the Social Media Lounge, Jonathan Retartha signing off from Notre Dame Day. Let's send things back up for our close.
Thanks so much, Jonathan. As we come to the end of Notre Dame Day number 10, a global celebration of all things Notre Dame, we are so thankful for what has transpired over these past 2 days. Tens of thousands of Notre Dame family made the decision to give to one of the over 900 student, alumni, academic, and athletic causes here on our campus. Your gifts make a huge difference in the academic, social, and athletic aspirations of this university. So thank you. We believe there's a magic in the power of stories, especially here at the University of Notre Dame. And that's what we've been sharing these past 2 days. It's something we've been doing every year for the past 10 years, showcasing thousands of live interviews and live performances. Our special focus on student stories illustrates the endless creativity, innovation, and empathy of the young women and men who are attracted to the University of Notre Dame. We heard from faculty on the front lines of research that will change the world, alumni who are living out the mission of their alma mater every day, and the staff who make this university operate. We experienced the talents of the many student performers and musicians who make the sounds of this campus so much sweeter. We also showcased an NBA world champion, multiple Olympic medalists, multiple national champions, Super Bowl champions, All-Americans, and Notre Dame researchers working on some of the toughest challenges facing humanity. And we even had a live visit with one of the greatest icons in American television history. That's Notre Dame Day, a storytelling platform unlike anything in higher education, unlike anything on the globe. And because of you, more than 800 student and campus organizations in areas of interest now have the dollars to continue the activities that make their Notre Dame experience complete. And we cannot thank you enough. Nearly 180 years ago, a 28-year-old French priest stepped foot onto this campus with $300 in his pocket and a dream in his heart. Inspired by Father Soren's timeless vision, we are living out that dream with greater passion than anyone could have ever imagined. And now, it's time to close this broadcast from a special location on campus we call God Quad.